The main character pondered that his wife had been acting strangely lately. She was unsuccessfully leaving the house for work, and they had not exchanged a single word recently. He, of course, knew their marriage had lasted only 3 months. He remembered how his wife had been lying on the bed with her back to him all the time. The protagonist concluded that his wife was cheating on him. He was going to simply ask Amy directly, but he never dared. Koda was sitting at the table. It was already dusk outside, dark beyond the window. He sank into thoughts and again replayed in his mind how much it depressed him. Later, he decided to go to the mountains. Climbing, he thought that the mountains were incredibly beautiful. The air was clean, the sky clear, and it was pleasant to slowly, step by step, ascend into infinity until suddenly something surprised him. Suddenly, everything around him changed, as if he had been thrown into a brick room with a single door. He began to ask what kind of place this was. The main character looked intently at the showcase. It slightly confused him. Then he stepped closer and muttered, saying, "Probably it is just sleeping somewhere." At first he glanced at the door, then decided, maybe it was worth opening it. As soon as he touched the handle, he realized nothing could be done. Suddenly, a magical seal flared up under his feet. The main character noticed how suddenly everything darkened. What was going on here? Was he really dreaming? He needed light and he pulled out a headlamp. When he turned on the light and illuminated the surroundings, he saw an incomprehensible stone gorgon, and around rose incomprehensible buildings ruined and dead. He looked again at the winged gargoyle and thought, could this really be just ruins? Suddenly someone screamed and he immediately turned around. The main character saw a huge spider attacking a girl. He froze for a moment, then tried to figure out what was happening here. The girl was lying on the floor. She had no weapons, so she could not resist this monster. And it was then that he realized. The spider aimed almost directly at the girl with its huge fang. The boy was sharply surprised and immediately frightened. At that moment he rushed to them, then jumped up. In his left hand he had a hoe. Just in case, he mentally told himself what he was doing, how it all happened at all. Then he struck that huge female spider with this tool. And he himself could not understand where such courage came from. And the very next moment he turned to the girl and asked if she was all right. The girl smiled very gently at him. Tears sparkled in her eyes and her cheeks blazed with a blush. She began to speak in an unknown language. The main character wondered if she was really a foreigner. Then the boy told her that she was bleeding. The girl looked at her own hand, smiled gently again, and continued babbling something in her language. At that moment, Kota asked her to wait a little and he himself climbed into his backpack. After some time, he touched the wound with his hand and said that at least he could provide first aid. The main character looked the girl over from head to toe and wondered, why is she wearing such strange clothes? The conclusion formed by itself, it is probably because she is a foreigner. Kota said that her wound had already been disinfected, only dressing it remained. And at that moment the girl spoke. Again, the main character wondered if she was really in pain. Then he saw how her wound slowly healed and within a few seconds realized it had completely disappeared. He asked what was happening. At that moment the girl pressed herself to him in an embrace and began speaking again. Suddenly the stranger froze in place. Her eyes widened sharply, her body barely began to tremble. She spoke something again in her language. The main heroine smiled and replied that since she was fine, everything was all right. But he immediately raised his head and saw there was another web and on it another spider all by itself. The man spoke aloud, wondering if he really was not alone. After that, the main character grabbed the girl by the hand and ordered them to run away. They rushed down the corridor, and then the boy noticed the magical seal through which he had ended up here. He repeated again, they needed to run there. Together with the girl, he reached a certain point. In a moment, the seal worked and the main character returned to the same room. When he was left alone, he could not comprehend how such a thing could even be possible. Kota wondered again, is this the same room? He asked what was happening here. At that very moment, someone appeared in the room and thanked him for the hard work. The man with long blonde hair was dressed in white. He told the boy that he was a good fellow, even though it was his first time. The unknown person claimed that the phoenix could be humanoid. The main character asked if he was really a phoenix, and then he began to prove that he was a human. The man stepped closer, looked Kodo over from head to toe, and delivered the verdict. He is not a phoenix. In response, Kodo just grumbled that he had already said he is a human. Then the main character said that he did not understand what the stranger was talking about but wanted to know what kind of place it was. To this, the man replied, this is a temporary dimension created by God. The unknown said that this is a dimension that stands between the world where he lives and the world in which he was before. The cat was even stopped by how easily they spoke about that other world. The main character remembered the unknown girl and decided that she was truly from another world. At that moment, the man addressed him by name. The stranger asked why he did not take it seriously. From that moment, he had already become a summoned creature. Then the second one again returned to the same topic and asked him about it. The man said, at first everything was supposed to turn into a phoenix, but the main character was called by accident blindly. The stranger suggested that maybe Kodo would continue to be kept as a summoned creature, but he immediately asked not to talk about it so lightly. He did not want to be a summoned creature. The man asked if he was sure about his decision, since there were so many skills he could acquire. The protagonist responded by turning the question back to those same skills. An unknown man said that Kota had already acquired his skill. Kota asked again what kind of skill it was, and the man replied, courage. The protagonist froze at these words. It was then that the man explained. As his name suggests, his courage is multiplied by 6. The stranger continued. He managed to survive that incident thanks to skill. The protagonist mentally decided that in such a situation he would definitely have run away. And the man added, every time he is called, he will receive a random skill along with those he already has. The unknown said that the acquired skills can be applied in both worlds perhaps. He will even be able to solve the problem that has just flared up. The main character decided, this Eichmann knows everything about him. And it was then that the man promised to give him a special gift. The stranger came closer, then touched his head with his hand. He asked Kota what was happening. The man replied that he had given him a language skill. Then an unknown person gave him advice to remember what the girl with blue hair said. The protagonist immediately stretched his memory to the limit and understood. She said that he is a chosen being. The main character almost cried. He thought that with this skill he would finally become truly useful. The man told him if he refuses, not only his skills will disappear, he himself will be erased too, so there was no choice. The cat was shaken by these words. The main character accepted these thoughts and decided he will do everything he can, because he is the beast that was summoned. The main character left the store with words of thanks, holding 2 large bags in his hands. After that, he remembered his skills and traced a box with his fingers. What he showed appeared in the air right in front of him. Kota was surprised. It seemed this structure could really store things, so he put a bottle of water there. The protagonist thought, thank God, he made a profitable deal with that man. And as a reward, he received additional spatial storage skills and also a currency converter. Kota said that although the spatial storage is small, it can still hold a lot of stuff, so he put all his purchases there. The main character thought, as long as he has it, he is always ready even if called at an inconvenient moment. And literally in a moment he was already standing in the same room. The cat was so shocked it twisted its face. He asked if it had already happened, then added, the heart is not ready yet. The protagonist saw a man in front of him who asked him to take the skill card. Kota approached closer and decided it was a hologram, so he reached out his hand. At that very moment he asked if this unknown device nearby would give him a random skill. After that, Kota immediately grabbed the handle and began to turn it. In a few seconds he grabbed a card with a random skill. Germination came up. It sharply accelerates the sprouting of all plants by about 60. The main character asked if there were summoned beasts that practiced agriculture. At that moment, an unknown man congratulated him on mastering a new skill. The man explained, this skill will officially be acquired only after the conscript's wish is fulfilled. He asked to take this into account. If he fails, the skill will be cancelled, so one should act carefully. The protagonist asked again if he really had to do what the conscript had summoned him for. He thought, even if these are bad skills, nothing terrible, he could take some for himself. Then he reached out for the pen. As soon as his fingers touched the handle, everything around changed again. Now he was standing on the street. Trees surrounded him on all sides. The main character saw a man chopping wood, and women washing laundry as if he had arrived in a village where life is bustling every minute. At first, Code thought he would not admit it, but the next moment it became clear. He found himself in another world. At that very moment, a girl approached him and said that he had indeed come. She said that she managed to return safely to Barbaric and thanked him. The protagonist recognized her, the same girl he once saved from a spider. He assured aloud, she is safe. She understood. Now he understands her language. The main character said his name and added that now he can finally introduce himself. The girl smiled gently and said her name was Ria, and for some reason it sounded strange. Kota asked if it was really she who called him, to which the girl replied, she prayed to God every day, but the last time a summoning spell came to her mind. The main character decided. Now everything was clear to him. God chose the girl as his summoner. And at that very second she quietly said that, as it seems to her, God is simply incredible. Ria explained, he disappeared in the dungeons of Ragusa even before she managed to say words of thanks. So now she can say it properly. The girl bowed before him. Tears sparkled in her eyes. She thanked him for saving her. And he himself thought he does not remember ever being thanked so often. He recalled the words of a stranger. When he is called, he must ask the one who summoned him what they want. And it seemed that he had completely forgotten about this. The main character said, by the agreement established by God, the one summoned to this land must fulfill their wish. After that, he asked the girl what exactly does she want. Ria asked if one really needs to have a wish to call him. And the boy only nodded. That's exactly how it is. He supposedly is a summoned beast. The girl pondered her wish and later said, now she understood. A little later, they entered the house. She placed a plate of food before him and asked him to eat. Kota asked about her wish and she answered simply, she wants him to eat in her home. At that moment, 2 children returned to the girl and said they wanted more. The protagonist replied, but they have already eaten so much. But the boy cut her off saying, "We rarely eat rabbit soup." The protagonist returned to Rhea, who was stirring something in the sauté pan. He immediately realized she intended to treat him, and at that moment a thought flashed through his mind. He took out his small spare tray, asked them to wait a bit, and then to clear some space on the table. After that, he placed a whole pile of fruits in front of them. At that moment, Rhea entered the room and asked what they were doing. He only explained, "Isn't food tastier when eaten together?" A moment later, the boy told the girl that this orange was incredibly sweet. The main heroine handed her a fruit and said that you can't just watch them eat, you have to try it yourself. The girl obeyed and bit a piece. The children immediately started shouting because she blushed. After some time, when it was already dark outside, Rhea went out onto the street together with Coda. She announced that she would draw a magic circle so that he would return, and then asked to wait for him at a distance. At that moment, the boy addressed him by name and said that if it were him, he would allow him to marry Rhea. The main character smiled gently and replied that he was already married and was 30 years old, so he could not marry a girl who was 16. The boy blushed and said that probably nothing could be done anymore. Coda quietly laughed and said that he had already decided to become part of his family. The boy barely chuckled in response, and at that moment Ray cut in, "He can go back." The heroine thanked her and assured that if she needed anything again, she could call him. Rhea sighed. She would like to call, but magic was still too difficult for her, and Coda realized the summoning truly requires strong magic. Rhea explained that when she talked to the Lord about him, he looked very interested, so she decided he would be summoned soon. Coda remembered how exactly this Lord asked him, "Get out of here right now." Perhaps he had been lost in thought for too long because Rhea couldn't stand it, and shouted that he needed to enter the magic circle as soon as possible. Its effect was already ending. The boy only said that they would see each other again next time. After some time, the main character returned to his world. He entered the apartment and said that he was already home. Only his wife was not there. She left a letter with one phrase, about her best friend Maya. Coda thought that his wife Emmy would never speak to him. Holding the letter in his hand, he tried to understand whether it was really her handwriting or if she was really his wife. The next day, the main character was at work. A colleague swore and said that it was already too funny. Coda asked if he really meant a new game. To this, Yoshioka replied that it was a web novel. The main heroine is a woman, and in the fantasy world she is a knight. The main heroine asked if monsters attack there, and she answered, "I will kill them." Is it really something like that? Coda smiled and said that instead of a wild woman knight, he liked a kind healer more. Yoshioka asked again if it was true that he liked the healer more, and Coda replied, "If she also has a huge plot, then it's perfect." Yoshioka was already about to say that he understood him, but he wanted to express something completely different, but he did not have time to finish. The main character was called again. This thought flashed once more as if the call repeated. He automatically reached for the device and it gave him a random skill. This time he got the mastery of paralysis magic. It shoots a paralyzing bullet at the opponent. Magic is forbidden, but the power of paralysis can be adjusted. The main character decided that this was his first magical skill, and it seemed that Fortuna finally smiled at him. He ran through Eichmann's words in his head about the fact that there is a money converter here. But he cannot use his own money because he is a summoned beast from another world. So he exchanged 10,000 yen for 10,000 marks. After that, he changed into clothes that he kept in his spatial storage. As soon as he changed clothes and exchanged money, he confidently declared, "Ready, another world must still wait." The protagonist recalled that according to the contract established by God, he was summoned to this land and he would fulfill the wish of the one who called him. A red carpet spread out under his feet. When Coda looked up, he saw a girl who introduced herself, Clara Ansabaja. She was the matriarch of the Night House Ansabaja in Barbarian, and he thought this is his new summoner. Clara said she wanted and summoned the beast to become her servant and set out together with the army to the royal capital. The protagonist asked again, is it really so, and that he is her servant? Then he inquired about the duration of the contract. The girl blinked in surprise and asked again for how long the agreement is made. He said they could agree on the contract term right now, otherwise they would face even more serious problems. The girl blushed and replied that she understood everything. Clara announced departure in 10 days, and to reach the capital it would take almost another month. Coda again clung to this term and clarified whether he would really be a servant all this time. The girl objected they would not be together all the time. If he was not happy, he could leave and then she would call him again. The main character thought that she had an amazingly restrained reaction. Clara added that he would have a day off and then asked Coda to speak. Coda thought, since she is so desperate, she will only cause a lot of problems. At that moment, the girl offered him a daily wage 600 marks. He immediately started calculating and quickly realized his daily salary comes to 600 yen. Clara said that this was the salary of a royal-class soldier. She believed that this money was not enough for him. Coda thought that he wanted to acquire the paralysis skill but did not intend to look stingy. At that moment, he remembered my breakthrough. Just at that second, a man rushed into the room and called the girl by name, to which Clara replied that she had a guest, and named that man Egon. The man angrily retorted that they had broken into Everberg and taken the child. The main character, upon hearing the city's name, immediately remembered Rhea and the children. Clara immediately apologized to him and ran away to figure out all the circumstances. The cat also decided to run. He was anxious because of the people. When they arrived at the place, the main character saw Rhea was fighting and repelling goblins. One of the goblins thought about how to hold out longer, then grabbed his weapon. And as soon as he turned around, a monster lunged at him. The goblin was just raising his weapon to strike. The main hero felt the attack was about to happen. Fear overwhelmed him like a wave. But he remembered his own skill and stepped back, not out of fear, but out of courage. At that moment, Koda used a new technique, paralysis ball. He shot it at the monster, then sharply swung his weapon, ready to strike. Suddenly, the main character felt something was wrong. He turned sharply and saw one of the monsters killing a person. A rule flashed in his mind: kill or be killed. At that moment, Ray attacked one of the goblins. She shouted her name and the girl immediately reported. The monsters took Noel. Then Koda asked where they had taken him and she replied, taken to the forest. Before they could start talking, one of the goblins dared to attack and Ray managed to block the blow. She turned to him and asked to save the child. He rushed into the forest without hesitation. He had to run through the thickets until he immediately came across 3 goblins. Fear gripped his throat, but he remembered his paralysis skill and immediately understood. There were 3 of them and he did not know what exactly to choose or how to cope. And it was then that one of the monsters' heads burst like an arrow. The goblins returned, but before they could do anything, they were simultaneously struck by an attack. While they were bustling and getting confused, the main character picked up the pace and started hitting. Somewhere in the middle, one of the goblins sneaked up behind the cat, but he didn't notice. When the attacker was about to strike, pitchforks hit the goblin in the head. It turned out to be Clara. She was sitting astride the saddle, and Noel held onto her as if clinging tightly and without letting go. Both smiled gently at the main character. After some time, the fight with the monsters ended. All the inhabitants joyfully raised their hands up. Rhea pressed the children to herself, tears shining in her eyes. Clara apologized to him for involving him in this, although she had not signed the contract. But the protagonist interrupted her and said that those were his words. After that, he thanked her for saving Noel. The girl's face became very serious. She asked how one could be called a lord if a person is unable to protect the inhabitants of their land. Clara asked him again about the contract. She explained that her family was not as wealthy as other noble families. 600 marks per day was the limit. The girl said if he does not object then, but he interrupted and declared that he accepts the contract. He asked to be called Koda, assured that from now on he would work for her with pleasure, and extended his hand. Clara, still not believing, looked at him, smiled, and saying his name, lightly shook his hand, as if to say she was pleased to work with him. The main character said that now he wants to clarify the details of the contract. Clara was surprised by his words but replied, all of this is true. Soon Koda suddenly found himself back in his own world. Yoshioka was standing nearby muttering something about what a damn annoying mechanism it was, and he realized. His interlocutor hadn't even guessed that Koda was already in another world. The protagonist thought as if he had returned. Yoshioka kept insisting that because of this he did not see the beauty of the woman knight. The absolute beauty of the knight is better than that of the healer. Koda called the boy by name and said he was taking back his words. He does not hate female knights. Yoshioka, surprised, said that it was true. Clara explained that it was already time to call the power, and Egon stood nearby and asked what she was holding in her hand. It turned out to be a watch. She added, Koda said that the bracelet would warn her as soon as it was time to call the power. At that very moment, a sound came from the trail clocks. Both Clara and the man beside her froze instantly in shock. She asked what it was and he replied, probably it is a call signal. Clara spoke a certain spell and a magical seal unfolded on the ground. Not much time passed before the main hero appeared, holding a motorcycle in his hands. He loudly slammed him to the ground with a bam and began babbling something about the god of space and time. Clara asked for clarification on what exactly he meant. The man explained. It is a motorcycle, something like a horse in her world. The hero decided that it was a desperate step, yet still felt it was worth it, at least for the sake of all these actions. And at that very moment, the girl called him by name abruptly snapped out of his own thoughts. Clara said that she just wants to remind him about the expedition to the royal capital together with him, as with her servant. The girl also added that he had recently met with Egon. He replied that he was glad to meet him and extended his hand. Koda said that was wise and shook it in response. This time the main character used the weather forecast skill. It helps at least with the temperature. Koda said aloud that he accepts everything, and the girl replied, good that you are here. The main heroine asked what they should start with first. The girl said she had already thought of something. Koda, and looking at her, blushed embarrassedly. Egon turned to him and asked to show what he could equip. The boy thought, helping him put on armor is the work of a servant, so this must be some form of torture. It was then that Clara took control of his actions. She ordered to insert that part under her chest. Coda faltered at these words, but Egon sharply added, "Do it faster. If you were on the battlefield, you would already be dead." After some time, they were already in the stable. Egon stood up and took control of the protagonist again, explaining, "Taking care of Clara's favorite horse, Blitz, is also one of the servant's duties." At that moment, the horse reared up and scared Coda. The man said everyone panics when Blitz acts like that, and Coda immediately threw a horseshoe on the horse, which confused the interlocutor. When he completed this task, he thought he should be thanked for his sixfold bravery, and soon, on the fourth day after the call, the response came. The main character was lying on the bed eating some snacks. In front of him on the bed stood a tablet. The cat thought, "There is very little food here. There are very few people here and not many calories either. The food is ordinary bread and wheat porridge, nothing special." He thought, "Next time I will bring more food." At that very moment, Egon rushed into the room, called him by name, and declared that it was time to get ready. A little later, the main character and Clara set off further, he on a motorcycle, she riding a horse. They entered the forest. When the girl asked him to wait, he agreed he would stay here and make a fire. Clara smiled, wished Cody good luck, lowered her helmet, and disappeared completely. The hero thought that she probably really loves hunting. Clara felt like prey. She jumped off the horse, took the bow in her hands, and rushed at the deer. Her dog Hustler helped deal with the animal. The girl looked at the prey and said that he would feel better very soon. Meanwhile, the main character was kindling a fire near the place where they had stopped. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Clara returning and greeted her. When she said that she was probably chilled by the cold, and then advised to warm up by the fire as soon as possible, the girl smiled gently and thanked her. The main heroine asked why Clara still hadn't taken off her helmet. The man replied that he would pour her a hot drink now and helped remove the helmet. Clara thought he had managed to learn the rules in such a short time, but when Rhea told her about the summoning ceremony, doubts still crept in. The contract with Kodo turned out to be a real find. At that moment, the main character had already finished all the manipulations, poured the liquid into the mug, brought it to the girl, and offered to warm up. She took the mug in her hands and said it gave off a wonderful aroma. Then Kodo explained that it was hot water mixed with citrus and honey. Clara asked again what kind of citrus it was, and the boy replied, "A variety of citrus from the country he came from." She immediately took a sip. She clearly liked the taste and she said so directly. He asked what she would do next, and Clara replied, "Ahead is preparation for the march and she will continue hunting." Then she asked about the weather and added that it would not get warmer. The main character looked at the sky and said that the weather would be harsh today. Clara also raised her eyes and replied that it was so sunny now. To this, the boy explained, "Low pressure is approaching from the west and snow will start falling by evening." She asked if he really knew this. He only replied that it was one of his abilities. Clara listened to him until the end, believed him, and promised they would leave after she finished drinking. The girl immediately took another sip, and at that very moment, she felt as if pierced by tension. The main heroine, without looking away, asked if something had really happened. The girl replied that the time for the test had come, and in her voice and in her entire appearance there was too much determination. Kodo was surprised to hear these words, then said he understood everything and asked if she could get up. The girl glared fiercely at him. The heroine immediately understood what she was hinting at. He asked her to wait a moment, and he thought to himself, "This is a training exercise. You never know when your life will be in danger." Koju realized the lesson. Clara was the one teaching it. In a moment, still smiling, he addressed her by name and said that it was all over. But the girl did not listen to him. She got up from her place and plunged even deeper into the forest. He called her by name, but she did not even look back. She only asked him to watch her horse, and he agreed. At the same time, Clara was walking through the forest. Her cheeks were burning. She thought about how close it was. After a while, they moved on. The girl, as always, was sitting on a horse, and the main heroine was on a motorcycle. It seems she was just thinking over what had happened, so suddenly she fell completely silent. Clara at that very moment was also catching in her mind. What had she done? She wanted to be honest and lay everything out clearly. Clara guessed that Judah has knowledge from another world and is 10 years older than her. And if she is so unreliable, he can turn away from her at any moment. Suddenly, the weather sharply changed. They froze as if rooted to the spot. The protagonist smiled and told her to look. It started snowing. Clara did not share his joy and asked if snow was really that rare. The cat replied that the reason was in his weather forecast. He did not believe everything would work out. The girl closed her eyes and thought about how he could open his heart so easily. Aloud, she suggested quickly returning to Ansbach's house. He agreed. After some time, they reached the place. The protagonist was sitting and filming food on his phone. An unknown woman insisted strongly that he eat more. She said he was still young and had to eat a lot. For now, Egon was looking out the window. He said finishing the matter earlier was the right decision, and his thoughts revolved around what could have happened if the main character had stayed longer. The man turned to him and asked what the weather would be like later. He replied that it would snow for several hours and stop at dawn. After that, Egon said they needed to prepare cold-resistant armor tomorrow. Judah said she could not stand this annual cold. The protagonist looked at her and asked if she had Pepper addressing her by name. She was surprised and replied that Pepper was kept only for the king or pontiff. Judah ordered him to stop talking nonsense and eat faster. The protagonist was a little confused, then apologized to her. He thought in his world what is usual here is rare, and there is nothing strange about it. Until he is called next time, he must manage to buy much more. After that incident, the protagonist learned the basics of the servant's work. And today, for the first time in 6 days, he will return to his world. Clara said he did well all these 6 days. She put a bag on the table in front of him and said this was his salary 600 marks for 6 days of work. He thanked her. Judah asked if it would be a problem if she called him in 27 hours. The protagonist replied that as soon as he returns to his homeworld, he will be able to buy souvenirs for everyone. He asked if she needed anything and she just shook her head. Nothing comes to mind, so it's all right, let him take some for the servants. Kota said that he had already managed to ask everyone. Egon and Gyuri needed underwear, and Ray with his brother and sister asked for chocolate. Clara was already here. She jerked upwards and immediately clung to him with a question about chocolate. She assured that only aristocrats and members of the royal family could buy it. The main character replied that it could be obtained for as much as 90 marks. The girl immediately blushed, became extremely gentle, and asked to be brought some more chocolate. Kota smiled and said that he had already told her to buy more chocolate. She immediately asked what he was doing and he explained, writing it down so he wouldn't forget. Clara cut in that it was a secret. At the moment she was walking toward him, she stumbled and fell. The protagonist didn't even have time to be surprised but caught her in place, so their faces ended up very close and both were covered with a shy blush. Exactly then, Egon burst into the room and told Clara that it was time to return. He noticed that they were standing strangely, their faces were burning. The girl replied that she understood him. After 3 days, the protagonist was already in his own world. Yoshioka said it was strange. It is hard to hear such things about a client. He asked if the protagonist's character had changed, but he did not answer. This guy immediately caught up with Kota and asked where he was going. Kota said he was heading to Akihabara. Yoshioka assured him he was going there to recover with the maids, but Kota denied it. The main character showed him the phone screen and said that he needed a store specializing in self-defense products. Yoshioka asked if he had a bulletproof vest. Kota replied that he had only one. Then the boy said, this store has 6-class bulletproof vests and also 3rd class or higher. The main character immediately asked if that guy really understood such things. The guy slyly smiled and adjusted his glasses. After some time, they reached the desired store. Yoshioka was pushing the cart and squeezed out a question along the way. Probably, this should be enough. Suddenly, he was overwhelmed by surprise. The man noticed that the main character was looking at the crossbow and asked if he really wanted it. Kota seriously asked what he would choose if he were fighting monsters in another world. Yoshioka found no answer, and then the main character said that it was just from a fairy tale, so no need to answer, but the boy did not believe him. The main character still got the crossbow. He pulled out his box, put it in place, and thought that tomorrow at the call they should help. His name was called. Yoshioka said it was strange. Apparently, he really bought the crossbow. Seeing the box, she asked what it was and added that Kota had been acting strangely for some time. She asked to explain what was going on. The main character replied that he was summoned as a creature from another world. Yoshioka looked at him distrustfully and asked if he was delirious. Kota shook his head in denial. He showed him the phone on the screen was a photo of Ri with her brother and sister. He said it was proof. Yoshioka asked if the girl really had blue hair. Then he showed him a selfie with Egon and Yuta, explaining that it was not computer graphics, after which he asked if he could fake all this. Yoshioka said that Senpai did not have the necessary skills to do that. Then he showed the boy another photo and asked who it was. A photo appeared on the screen, the main character next to Clara. He stated that she was his summoner and added, tomorrow at 7 a.m. he would be summoned again. A new day came. The protagonist looked over his shoulder and said that everything needed to be checked again, then asked if he was really okay. Yoshioka stood in front of the mirror already in different clothes. Kota understood, there was no need to ask anything. As soon as the phone buzzed, he told the boy it was time to go out. The main character threw the boy onto his back. The boy asked if it was normal. Kota thought he was indeed lucky with the motorcycle, but the man who ended up on his back still felt different. They disappeared for a moment. Later, they found themselves together in the now familiar brick room. Yoshioka was extremely surprised. This was the very place the main character had talked about, a small room. Kota said that time stops here, but he immediately went to the already familiar car for a new skill. The boy asked what he was doing and he explained. He can acquire skills every time he is summoned. This time he got a skill like a gecko's. It allows creating ultra-thin hairstone micron in size. Thanks to them, these hands cling to walls and ceilings and enable vertical movement. The main character immediately decided to test this skill and after that began crawling on the walls and ceiling. He returned to Yoshioka and said he looked like Spider-Man. The latter replied, "That's very cool." Almost immediately Kota jumped to the ground. He said that, depending on how it is used, the thing would be extremely useful. Yoshioka replied that then he would take one for himself too. No sooner had he said this than he realized. The machine gun had disappeared. The main character said that these skills are probably only for him. Then he added, behind the shop is another world. It's time for them to set off. Hardly had the two decisively moved towards the door when a familiar man appeared. He declared that behind them was a whole world, and it was not for ordinary people. The man was clearly not joking. This was no longer a projection. The main character realized everything was going not as smoothly as he had planned. Again, it was the Claire estate. Its clock was already counting down until the main character finally appeared. A magical seal floated before her, but it was clear people were already there. She froze, staring ahead, then asked Kodo who would come with him. The protagonist pondered. After all, he had not told Yoshioka how to behave in this world. The man said he was glad to meet Clara. He is Koda's comrade-in-arms. His name is Akito Yoshioka. He explained to her that he also wanted to serve Clara as a summoned beast and asked, let her just call him Akito. The girl asked about Akito's abilities and he slyly smiled, after which he immediately showed his power. Hot flames flared up on his palms. The man added that he was able to invert all magic at a basic level. Clara even opened her mouth wide in surprise. She said if he can use combat magic he will become a knight, and if healing magic a high priest, even a baron. And she asked if such a person could be her servant. The protagonist began to get nervous after these words. Akito responded that he really had a lot in common with them and that he would be glad to serve Clara. The girl sweetly smiled and said that she understood everything. If so, she was glad that he was with them, she needed him, she was counting on him. Todo looked at him suspiciously. He recalled the words of God. Although it may seem too difficult for people, Akito will still be able to pass. Since he had already crossed the boundary of worlds, he only needed to acquire the necessary skills. The man said that among them there was a descendant of the sage, a rare gift that allows the use of all basic magic. And depending on how he trains, he can become the sage. Akito asked the protagonist if that was not wonderful. He replied that it was unfair and then added, and don't be so happy about it. The stranger declared, since Akito came here without permission, from now on he is part of the main character. Yoshioka asked in surprise, not understanding how this works. The man explained differently. If Kota is summoned in the future, then regardless of what Akito does, he will also be called along with him. The protagonist turned to the boy and asked if he minded because it sounded difficult. But he did not have time to finish. The boy raised his thumb up and smiled as if giving consent and approval. Later, Kota and Akito found themselves in the kitchen. The first was stoking the fire in the stove, the second was carrying firewood. Yoshioka showed Akito where to stack it. Akito said that fried food is the food of life, so it should be brought here. After that, he turned to the protagonist and asked, isn't it wonderful? The latter called Akito a sage. Kota said that even Clara was impressed. What incredible skill. Akito admitted that he liked Senpai's agility, sixfold courage. He asked what the reason for such an attitude was. Akito explained, he means that it is precisely in such a situation that he can persuade Aikman, and also that every time he calls, the number of his skills increases. Kota cannot even imagine how jealous he is. Yoshioka winked at him and said that the reason is exactly that. Then he grabbed his shoulder and the main character immediately realized he had already healed him. Akito added that he sometimes uses this because he gets tired. Kota asked if it was really incredible. Yoshioka replied that he was glad to work with him. It was then that Ria entered the room together with Zato and called the main character's name. Instead, he asked why they had come to them. Akito said, she has blue hair so he really is from another world, and at that very moment the girl turned to Zato. The boy pulled a knife from his clothes and told the main character that he was returning it to him. Kota said that it was a souvenir for the boy. The boy replied, this is. Then Ria stated that they could not accept such an expensive knife and the main character tried to object, saying that it was not that expensive. The girl said that even if that were the case, in the Kingdom of Saxon, a high-class product like that could be bought for 50,000 marks, but they simply could not accept it. Kota apologized to them for all these inconveniences. At that moment, Akito asked the protagonist if it was time to replace him, and he did not understand what exactly he meant. Akito winked at him, and Kota immediately realized what he wanted to say. He knelt before the boy on one knee and began to take some object out of his pocket. He handed him another knife and said that he was going to throw it away, but if the boy wanted, he could take it. This knife cut much better, so he decided that Zada would definitely find a use for it. Akito jumped into the conversation and declared, all this is done only because Senpai was actually not needed by him, and then there should be no problems. Ria quietly exhaled and Yoshioka smiled at her very gently. At that time, Clara was sitting in her room. A bar of chocolate lay on the table in front of her. She was wondering whether it was worth taking such an expensive thing, about 300 marks. What kind of world is this, after all? And at that very moment, her cheeks turned red. The girl thought that she simply had to know about that world. Then she took one bar of chocolate, put it in her mouth, and felt the taste overwhelm her completely. Her face showed pure pleasure. Evening had already come, it was completely dark outside. Akito returned home. The main character said he was late and in response heard he enjoyed talking with the locals. Koda added that he liked living here. The main character stated that the expedition was tomorrow, so they needed to go to bed early. Akito adjusted his glasses and replied that he had an idea. The young man smiled and said that they should save money and build a base here. Koda froze in shock looking at him. Akito explained, "Senpai's knife costs 3,000 yen, but here it goes for 50,000 marks. Since 1 mark equals 1 yen, one knife can be sold for 47,000 yen. He added that buying goods in their world and selling them here is incredibly profitable. Then he asked Kota's opinion, and he replied, "So you understand asset management?" Akito asked to give it to him, after which he again suggested earning a little more money. The main character only sighed heavily in response. A new day came. Kota was rummaging around the room, trying to find something necessary, looking here and there, but the object was not there. Then Akito said that he already had it. At that moment, a bald man shouted from the window, asked how much longer they would make everyone wait, and ordered them to go out right now. The main character and Akito went outside. They apologized for taking so long, and a large crowd of people had already gathered in front of the house. The bald man snorted, saying that all the residents came to see them off, so is it really so hard to just wave? And Kota immediately started waving his hand. The main character quietly wondered how it happened that he suddenly became so popular. And then the crowd roared, people began shouting Akito's name. Kota sharply turned around in shock. He was standing right in front of them, waving his hand and smiling. People were glowing with this news. One woman even emphasized it and gratefully addressed God, while the main character only asked what exactly was going on. Akito explained that he used healing magic to soothe the old woman's burning pain. So the crowd around him began to grow more and more. Everyone was asking for help. At that moment, Rhea, her brother and sister approached them. They said they had made a travel amulet together and then asked to take it with them. The girl approached the main character, handed over the bracelet, and smiling, wished him good luck. He accepted the gift and responded with the same smile. A moment later, Clara arrived. She was again mounted, fully equipped. The protagonist immediately got on his motorcycle and Akito squeezed in behind and the people parted, forming a tunnel. The girl decisively declared that it was time for them to move forward. She immediately set off on the road and Kota did not lag behind. The villagers happily waved their hands at them. The protagonists decided that this was the beginning of their monthly journey. They were gnawed by one question: what awaits next? The first day of the journey came and they found themselves in the city of Kattenstråk. Clara, standing before the gate, said that she was a knight of Everberg, gave her name, and asked to be given shelter for just one night. They agreed. After some time, the main character came to take care of Clara's horse. He spoke to the animal. "Today you worked simply wonderfully. Thanks to you they quickly got here." Akito said that it partly happened because he relieved fatigue using restorative magic. Kota agreed and added, taking advantage of this, they even arrived earlier than expected. At that moment they were greeted. It turned out that in front of them were several unfamiliar girls. All of them were in uniforms similar to Clara's. They asked if both of them were staying in the dormitory. Akito blushed from their attention, then hid behind the main character. He also did not know what to answer, so he simply asked if maybe they lived in the same room. The girl with a scar on her face said that they were a B-rank adventurer team, Silverknife. She also added that she was their leader. Her name was Mel. Mel stated that they would stay only for one night. "So nice to meet you." Then the main character solemnly said that they were servants of the knight Uerberg, Clara. One of the girls looked kindly at Akito. The protagonist turned to his companion and said that he seemed to know everything except women. In response, he heard. His mission was to keep his virginity until 30 years old to become a wizard. Kota smiled and said that he was already a sage, so did he really want to go even further? Akito replied that it was beyond his power. Later they were already in the kitchen. Yoshioka announced that the main dish for today was chicken on skewers, and he thought Clara would like it because the dish was quite popular. Kota noted, it needed to be prepared for frying. The main character went to light a fire in the oven. At that moment, one of the girls approached him and asked if he needed help to heat the oven. He answered yes and said he was going to light the fire. Returning, he saw that the girl was only in a swimsuit. She said that today was quite cold, came closer, grabbed his hand, and asked if he did not reach for the warmth of a body on such days. The girl's face flushed with a blush. She introduced herself as Petra, then suggested they lie in bed together. The main character replied that actually he was married. Then the girl told him if he betrayed her here, his wife would never find out. He agreed and involuntarily thought that maybe she was betraying him too. But he still made the decision. He told Petri that he could not do it. She flared up with offense, saying that there is no spirit here among the wives, but he is still faithful. And she added, he is boring. The main character thought about the fact that his wife was ill at home. He hardly saw her, but he would not betray her. That time Petra went to Akito, and he began calling him for help. The girl approached the boy, pressed him to her body. Akito asked the main character for help, but he replied that he was busy. After some time, Koda walked through the corridors of the building, reached Clara's room and said that he had brought her food, after which he placed it on the table. He told her today there will be chicken on skewers, 2 kinds of sauces and salt, exactly the ones she was used to at home. He also added that he would arrange the skewers himself and then directly asked if something had happened. The girl sharply replied. She said that when everyone falls asleep she wants him to come to her room. The main character instantly blushed, and in just a few seconds she blushed too. She immediately bombarded him with excuses, insisting that she did not mean that at all, and asked him to take Akito with him. She needed to say something important. A little later the boys reached her room. Clara apologized to them for keeping them waiting a bit. The main heroine reassured, it's nothing serious, after which he asked what exactly the important matter was. Clara turned to Akita. Is it possible to make it so that no sound comes from this room? He suggested using wind magic. Then he declared that everything was ready and no sound would come from the room. Koda asked if he could really do that, and he replied, he just turned on noise reduction. She said she wanted to introduce them. Clara introduced the girl, who entered and announced that she was Miss Mercedes Heiss, Clara's cousin on her mother's side, the very girl with the scar, the same one they had met before. The main character greeted the girl, and Clara immediately understood something. She asked if they really knew each other and explained that not long ago, literally just now, they had met. Mercedes said that she introduced herself as a traveler from Silverknife and wants to give up the surname Heissy. Clara explained that the girl is currently on a secret mission. They were told that the task was related to zombies. Akito shuddered and asked if they were really zombies. Koda clarified if these were the same people who came after being bitten. Mercedes explained they learned about it from the priest. To convey what Mercedes said, north of the road from here there is a small village of 40 souls, Dratrenfall. During the patrol, the priests noticed zombies. The girl added that, fortunately, this information has not yet reached the Masesso before chaos and panic break out among the people. They came here to destroy the zombies as quickly as possible. The protagonist asked if Silverknife was a military unit. She answered affirmatively and added that since this territory is under the direct control of the kingdom, they were tasked with restoring order there. Mercedes said this with such a serious look, as if it was already clear to everyone, this is not enough. After that, the main character turned to Clara and asked if she also wanted to help with this. His leader decisively said that they would set out in the morning at dawn to destroy the zombies together with the silver knife. Clara turned to the protagonist and Akito and said she was counting on both of them. The first immediately agreed, and the second gradually began to get nervous. After some time they were already in the room. He noticed Akito was very nervous. Probably this was his first real battle. The protagonist advised the boy to stay here to be safe. Akito smiled in response and said that he was fine too, so he would go as well. The main character tried to explain that there was no need to force himself, but the boy did not listen. He said that he needed some fresh air. Yoshioka decided to go outside and walk a little. Then he sat on the steps, hugged himself, and cried bitterly. Night covered the city. The protagonist lay on the bed trying to fall asleep. Sounds shifted somewhere and he, brushing off sleep, asked what was happening so late. He turned to the bed of Akito and saw the silhouettes of 2 people kissing. Moreover, completely indecent sounds came from there. Koda thought, if he has already lost his virginity, he will not become a great magician, so maybe it's time to turn on the noise cancellation. A new day came. It was already light outside. The main character thought that he couldn't sleep after all, they had spent such a night. When he returned to Akito's bed, he saw Koda and Petro were lying under the blanket, pressed against each other. Koda mechanically noted that he still looked like a child. Mercedes' cars set off at dawn, still in a straight formation, to destroy the zombies that appeared near Drattenfall as quickly as possible. But they were on the territory of some house. One of the men called out to the main heroine and declared that he had found her. Next to the man stood a fair-haired girl. She introduced herself. Her name was Fane. Koda apologized to the man and said that their path depended on this young girl. Fane replied that she was already 18 years old, so she was an adult. She stated that she knew the geography of Drattenfall well. Moreover, she was a huntress, so she had long been accustomed to the mountains. The protagonist and Akito exchanged glances, after which they said they would pay her. Later they reached Clara. She explained. At best, there was a chance that the zombies would attack another village over time, and this could become extremely dangerous. Clara asked if they could rely on Fina for the roads, and she in response asked how much they would pay. Fane said 6 marks per day, then the blonde asked for 8 marks in advance. The protagonist and Akito looked at each other again. Clara wondered what that meant. Fane explained she had a hard life. Her father was injured during hunting last week. Clara thought for a moment, ran her hand over her chin and looked at Yoshioku. She asked if he could help her and the boy replied, everything will be as Lady Clara says. Akito asked if she could take them from there. The girl did not understand what exactly he meant, so she asked again where he wanted to take them. Then the boy said that he asked to be taken to his home and Clara was impressed. When they reached the place, Akito immediately began treating her father. He had a terrible wound on his leg, but thanks to that man's skill, it healed extraordinarily quickly. Yoshioka explained that he temporarily closed the wound, but just in case he needed to rest for about 3 more days. Fine understood, he has healing magic, so she asked if he was a high priest. In response, the protagonist shook his head and explained that they were merely servants. The girl's father asked Agantha's time in surprise. Then the man showed his daughter, now nothing hurts, and Akito asked him to rest a little longer. Fine immediately turned to Clara and, addressing her as Madam, said that 6 marks a day would be quite enough for her. She asked to be hired only for the night, and Clara just smiled. So everything went as it should. First, they set off for the village of Hana, and it was the girl who led them the entire way. The village Pone village was elevated, and the roads there were steep. Akito asked the protagonist if zombies were supposed to be slow-no running. To this, Kota replied, everything will be fine. After all, he has a crossbow, so it's worth being prepared. It's dangerous not to watch where you step. And at that moment, his friend began to fall, but Kota managed to catch him. The protagonist thought that Emi would never suspect that he had ended up in another world. And he himself did not expect it either. While he spends time here, it seems to him that his wife is slipping away from him. Then he briefly grasped the thought, deceiving her is possible, but he was not sure he had enough strength and that it would succeed. At that moment, Fine turned and said that they were almost at the summit just beyond the village of Hone. When they reached the summit, they saw a village covered in snow. Children were running, throwing snowballs, a lively celebration in the cold. The protagonist thought that probably zombies had not yet reached here. Clara quietly added. The next village is Io's. Thanks to Akito's healing magic and Fine's guidance, they managed to pass through 3 different villages in one day. And fortunately, none of them were harmed. They asked the people to be on alert just in case. Akito said that everything looked proper. Kota replied that there was still plenty of work. A big problem remained to find the source of the zombies. Clara stated that she only had a rough idea. There was not even a hint of positive emotions on her face. She said directly, the probability exists as if a new dungeon had appeared. According to Clara, a new dungeon appears approximately once every 20 years. It seems that people go there not only for wealth but also out of fear. But if this dungeon is properly managed, the problem should not arise. But if you don't take care of it, the cave will become dangerous. It will release monsters one after another. Kota said exactly that. So the zombies are those that will come out of the dungeon itself. Clara announced, tomorrow they will join Mercedes and work together as a dungeon blockade. And today everyone should eat their fill and prepare well for the next day. Everyone unanimously agreed. Today they stopped in a village called Block. The main character turned to Fina and reminded her they need to peel potatoes. He had already finished washing them. The girl agreed, but the conversation quickly died down. Keta decided that the girls before him were from another world, so he did not know how to start a conversation. Only then did he notice she was looking at his knife. Fina immediately turned away and continued peeling potatoes until suddenly the main character turned to her and said that her knife was just cool. The girl nodded. It was the horn of the first deer she ever hunted. He asked if that had become a very important turning point for her, and she greedily agreed, pressing her face so close, almost against his. Fina smiled brightly and replied that it was a long story, after which she asked if he wanted to listen to it. Kota thought that he might be able to make this child talk. A new day came. In the morning, Clara opened her eyes and suddenly sat up in bed, and just then Fina came in, greeted her good morning, and said she had brought water for her to wash up. Clara asked how she felt and how she was living among the others. Fina replied that they were all such good people, and Kota even praised her knife and gave her a sharpening stone. The knight sighed and said she was very pleased to hear that. Fina said that in another world the sharpener was of such good quality. Clara nodded. She understood she had sharpened the knife with this sharpener and now it cut much better. The girl addressed him by name. She approached Clara. Her tone was resolute. She asked if she could demonstrate the sharpness of the knife. Smiling gently, she said that if it was possible. On the way, they reached the destination, Drotenful. The main character stated that apparently the Mercedes group managed to destroy all the zombies. Clara agreed with him. At that moment, Fane called her. The knight and Kota quickly ran over. There lay a dead monster. Fane said it was Shucklant Babian. The main character added, the monster emerged from the dungeon. Akita froze, stunned by what was happening. Then they caught a strange sound, as if the Mercedes group was playing somewhere. Altogether, they rushed to find where it was coming from. Clara burst out shouting, they must immediately turn back. No monster will pass if they do not retreat. And each of them was determined. The first night reached here. She saw a huge shadow, suddenly frozen in place, and the whole team also listened to what was happening. Before them rose a giant monster 3 times taller than each of them. It was a big troll. All 4 froze and looked at it with fear. The main character looked at this giant and thought he had never heard of it. But at that very moment, Clara screamed piercingly for them to run wherever they could. At the same moment, the monster wildly attacked with its club. The girls managed to easily jump back, but Akito landed awkwardly on the ground. The troll immediately reached out to him. The main character decided he had to save his comrade, so he struck the monster's leg. It immediately flared up with a thirst for revenge. Clara rushed to Akita and asked if he was okay. He apologized and she replied that everything was fine. She asked if he could magically close the dungeon entrance and he said, if it comes closer, he can. The knightess said that she understood everything and would try to do something about the troll. She also let Akito know that she was counting on him. They needed to support Miss Mel and he agreed. At that very moment, Fine shot an arrow straight into the monster's back, protecting the protagonist. She exhaled, nothing happened, he didn't react at all. While she kept her gaze on the enemy, Clara jumped in front of her and immediately struck the troll's body. This time he turned around and without wasting a second, rushed to attack her. Fine watched the fight closely. She gasped and exclaimed that it was incredible now she understood how knights fight. At that moment, Clara thought that this troll would hardly be taken without difficulty. She turned to Koda and ordered him to use paralysis magic. He agreed. Then Clara told him to wait for her signal. The protagonist saw the girl was walking straight towards the enemy. He shouted her name, but she asked him to wait. He remained pondering what exactly she had planned. But the next moment he already saw the monster's huge club almost touched Clara's body, and at that very moment she gave the order to paralyze her. While the troll was in that state, unable to move, the girl struck him with a spear, the tip of which seemed to be burning with fire. At that moment the Merced's team joined them. She shouted for all the monsters to close up and the girls immediately agreed. It was then that Akito tried to close the entrance. The main character called the boy and said that everything was ready. They had dealt with the troll. Then Akito said that this should be left to him. He began to build up the entrance. Yoshioka thought he had very little time left, but Shuklampabian immediately appeared right in front of him. He grabbed his hand. The monster immediately swung to hit that boy. Akito froze in place and could not move. It was scary and new for him. At that very moment, hot splashes of blood hit his face. He did not expect this. Petra, managing to, covered him with her body so the blow struck her back. The main hero without hesitation rushed at this Shuklant and with all his might struck with an axe, piercing its head. The monster screamed and fell dead. At the same time, Akito was holding Petra in his arms. The girl, smiling through sadness, said that this was not right. They did it only once. If only everything could have gone differently. She said that dying in a man's arms is not so terrible and that it suits her to go right here. Petra began to close her eyes and tears flowed from Akito's eyes. At that moment, the main hero jumped to him and ordered to use healing magic. Akito immediately obediently carried out the order. He burst out shouting that he would not let her die, so how could she sleep peacefully? Akito insisted he would bring Petra back. Akito's hands trembled. The girl gave no sign. He kept repeating that this could not be. Petra had fainted. Yoshioka began shaking her and calling her name. Tears had not yet dried in his eyes. He asked how much longer she would have to sleep. Continuing to shake her, he forced her to respond and asked her to wake up. He shouted several times for her to get up, but Petra did not react. Akito swung again, trying at least somehow to affect Petra's body, but his hand was stopped. It turned out she had already come to. She said she was in pain, and the boy smiled at her through tears. Yoshioka pulled her closer and hugged her tightly. He shouted her name again, and she replied, he better prepare himself tonight. She would not let him sleep. Together, the united team sealed the entrance to the dungeon. Now no monsters could get out from there. The protagonists decided that Yoshioka's first fight was embellished that same night. They all went to a bar together. There were lots of smiling and very pretty girls around. They did not expect to receive so much attention. One of the girls invaded Akito's personal space and nudged him, implying that she cooks very well. The main character smiled at her and said, they sincerely appreciate the help, but cooking is their responsibility. The dark-haired girl turned to Koda and said that she could be an ingredient for his dish, especially in the evening, which made him feel awkward. At that moment, Clara sharply slammed a glass on the table and asked if they had talked too much. She even felt uncomfortable being there. To this, Mercedes suggested she just forget about it and relax. These two use magic even in such everyday situations, and it was hardly worth expecting that her subordinates would not take the chance to get money. One of the girls with a bun on her head said she accidentally injured herself and asked her to heal her. Another replied that it was cheating and also wanted to be healed. Then the girl with the bun turned to the main character and asked him to heal her. He replied that he did not know how to heal, so she asked, kiss her finger. At that moment, Clara shouted at her to leave Koda alone and asked if she really did not see how much it was already annoying him. Then the knight settled into its place, still angry, and continued to breathe heavily in indignation until Mercedes laughed. The girl immediately asked what was so funny. Mercedes replied that there are Koda and Akito, and then added that she already had an idea of whom she loved more. Clara said that she had no favorites and treated everyone equally. Mercedes clarified if it was true that she liked Koda, and the knight immediately twitched. Her face blushed with shame, but she asked Clara to stop. At that moment, she turned her gaze aside and saw all the girls and the main heroine from Akita were watching them closely. Mercedes apologized and said that even in her younger years she could not handle her in a fight. She did not want to humiliate her. Clara replied, "All this is true, but even to put an end to it," the sister agreed with her. At that moment the girls from the Mercedes team were eating and drinking lively. Casting a glance at them, they noticed that they had quite an appetite. The main hero and Akito looked at her. Akito thanked her for the help and the girl, without delay, smiled immediately at both of them. The girls from the team were chatting about how they would clear the dungeon with the help of people. They were promised medals, the captain a promotion to company commander, and a bunch of other benefits. Petra said she was not sure, but they needed to pay a cash reward. The main hero pondered a world where status is earned by physical skills. And from their conversations, it became clear to him, he really found himself in another world. After some time, night fell. A tent stood in the field. Akito said that it was much more comfortable here than in that house and that Clara and Mel should also use it. Kota immediately agreed. Then the main hero added, if so, they would have to stay in that house together with all the silver knives. He asked his friend what he thought would happen in such a situation. Akito did not answer. Instead, Kota stated that they needed to sleep separately. At that very moment, Clara and Fine peeked in and asked if they could spend the night here together with them. The knight said she had heard tales about men who snoop around at night. She also added, Kota cannot be a servant if he is unable to protect his mistress. When they settled in, Fine whispered that this material was so soft. Clara agreed. The protagonist and Akito looked at each other and only said, nothing can be done. The next day, Kota, Akito, Clara, and Fine set off home and waved goodbye to all the girls of their Silver Knife team. One of them said that if they went together, it would be much safer. Another cut in, it's just a dream. Mercedes asked Petra if she was against it and she clarified what exactly she was against. Mel stated that she apparently does not intend to give up on Akito, and Petra replied that she is not interested in him at all. The captain added that he looks like an honest guy and asked if it wouldn't be easier to marry him. Mercedes said that if that happened, she would become a noblewoman. Petra objected. She said she was not one of those. And then the captain understood everything. It meant that Petra had fallen in love with him. Later, smiling, she began to deny and insist that it was not so. She tried to explain, but her eyes betrayed her sadness. Petra decided to change the subject and cut off the conversation. The time had come to finish. Her dream was to reach the commander and the position of company commander. She understood why the captain allowed her to rise in rank so quickly. Mercedes, smiling, said that she no longer wanted to get married. To make a career, your life goal means to wait for the best. Then her gaze broke into memories and the past began to speak. There was a man who died in her arms. She wept bitterly, her heart clenched. Then, like a saving thought, Clara emerged and she wished never to end up the same way. 2 days later, they arrived in Cattenstroke. The protagonist informed Blitz that they had returned, and he asked if he was okay. After the answer, Blitz concluded to himself, everything is fine. At that moment, Fane approached them and said that she was very grateful for their care over the past 3 days. For her, it would become an unforgettable memoir. She was truly incredibly thankful, yet at the same time tears rolled down her cheek. The main character and Akito exchanged glances. At that moment, Clara approached them. She told the girl that she had been here before and then immediately addressed her by name. Clara explained, if the girl wants, she can accompany her to Dresden, and she was delighted by the question whether they would really take her to the royal capital. The knight warned, if she dares, it will be very dangerous. Clara gave her time to think and Kodo asked if it was not too much. Fane replied that she was impressed by what was said, but there is one problem, her father. Later they returned home and immediately sent for her father. The man cried with joy. He could not believe that it was all really happening. He looked at Clara and said that Fina might be a little immature but asked to take her with him. The main character turned to Fina, extended his hand and said he was glad to continue working together with her. The girl smiled in response and shook his hand. On the 5th day of the journey they asked Clara for a favor. It was still very early, but they decided to return to their native world. Meanwhile, Fane said goodbye to her family. Akito asked the protagonist what he would do next. He replied, he just wants to take a bath now. Yoshioka said that now they will relax from time to time and meet in 10 hours. Kota agreed with him. Akito added that getting to his parents' house will not be easy. Kota asked, so they still have a bad relationship. Then they started talking about the situation in another world. They concluded, Clara is still moving in a zigzag and now Fine has joined her. They were riding motorcycles. Akito said that, as expected, Fane was too exhausted to walk on his own feet, so he remembered the cart and after that showed it to the protagonist. Yoshioka said that if you attach this to the motorcycle, you can easily pick up small change without any problems. Kota immediately agreed, but Akito replied, now we need to go to the store where everything is 100 yen. Kota asked why exactly that. Then Akito started talking about how to get rich. The main character asked again, and he replied that there was little time left, we must hurry. Molodik greeted his senpai in a quiet voice and wished him a good morning. This time they will pass through a rather large city, so he warned his friend, let him not forget to take a new skill with him. The skill waterwalking is a unique ability. You can freely move on the surface of water, whether it is an endless sea or a turbulent river. One who possesses this skill easily overcomes water obstacles, maintaining balance and stability even in stormy currents. The man told Koda that he looked too much like a ninja, hinting, like dress in black, but Koda immediately objected stubbornly. He was not a ninja. They went outside and saw two girls. One was tall and slender, the other small and lively. Smiling, they looked straight at the boys, and this caused a slight confusion in them. One of the girls smiled warmly and was the first to turn to him, giving a sincere greeting without unnecessary words, but as if she had been waiting for this very moment. The second girl was glowing with joy. She called them summoned beasts or summoned heroes, but he firmly said that was not true. She replied that they were indeed called from another world and added, they were not summoned heroes, because they were not simply given special powers, and the main difference between these boys and other heroes was that it was impossible to return back. The girls sadly realized, heroes forever leave their loved ones. Clara added that only the living are called and they arrive here from their world, though without their abilities. The boys concluded that there were many settlers here from their homeworld, and every newcomer had to be ready for anything. Then the man became interested in a strange wagon and asked what it was. They were riding in a wagon along forest roads, admiring nature and catching the mood of real adventures. Yoshioka admitted, the carriage shook a bit, but he kept cheerful and it did not spoil the trip at all. Koda asked the girl not to worry, but she replied that she would not put him in danger, like she was his owner. They were riding in the carriage just for fun, and then the young man asked Clara to do him a favor. He asked for some of her time, to set up a small business together in the new world. The boys planned to sell goods brought from the old world to earn some extra money and settle here. Matrona approved the initiative and advised the boys to mention the knight's name in their dealings, saying it would attract more attention from the merchants. She also offered help, promised to write a letter to her influential acquaintance to support the young entrepreneur's endeavor. The friends firmly shook her hand and thanked her, saying they were glad to cooperate and ready to work together to develop the business. The girl exclaimed enthusiastically that the new transport was simply wonderful and even outpaced an ordinary horse in speed, so much so that the matron was quite surprised as well. If the road were perfectly smooth, the speed could be doubled, he said, then invited Clara to join and try riding together. Koda became worried. He thought the girl might be scared, so he politely asked if he should slow down. But she just laughed and asked them to go even faster, and the road turned into a swift flight of the wind. They raced along the forest road, holding tightly to each other, feeling the wind hitting their faces and laughter spreading in their hearts with the joy of the fast ride. Clarison was incredibly happy and excited by this fast, fun ride with a rush of adrenaline and the joy of a shared adventure. Having traveled 10 kilometers from the town of Cutterstroke, the travelers finally reached the borders of the Kingdom of Zaxxon, following the Rhine Road. There were still 14,000 kilometers to the capital Dresden, which meant about 40 and 10 days on the road. Koda counted. It had been 15 days since he became a servant. They had to arrive on time, but who could know what troubles awaited in this unpredictable world, where an ordinary rain could suddenly turn into a real disaster. The team had already covered 79 kilometers, a critical stretch along the noisy Rhine highway. 3 days had passed since they left Cutterstroke, and now the travelers finally reached the largest northern city, Braymond. The young man froze before the mighty city wall protecting Braymond. Matrona told him, 100 years ago the city withstood a 7-year siege by the army of the Northern Kingdom. Now the northern province lives in peace. The former military fortress city has been transformed into the capital of trade between the northern and southern lands. But as soon as they entered the city, they were hit by shock. They were greeted by a crowded, bustling street. A whole crowd of people was actively trading everything in a row. Buyers looked at the goods with interest, choosing the best and most necessary, and at every corner there was a hustle of lively life and prosperity. Clara persistently advised the young man to develop his business in Braymond, in the city where the voices of merchants sound everywhere. There, the flow of buyers and sellers is continuous, ready to make profitable deals and exchange useful connections. She cautiously asked if it was worth immediately moving on to discuss the next steps. When Yoshioka approached Koda, his determination was written on every feature of his face. The young man sat in the restaurant and could not understand why the food in the metropolis was so ordinary and did not at all meet his expectations. It seemed that in this world the standards of taste were completely different. Suddenly the door was flung open, and a courier burst into the hall with an urgent assignment. The girl confirmed that she was the addressee. The messenger stated that he came on behalf of Count Braymond for the official exchange of signatures on documents. Clara immediately agreed to meet the next day and then returned to the men. The Count expressed a desire to see the goods they would show the next day. The time for the meeting had come. Koda checked the list of goods. Soap 3 pieces for 100 yen, chocolate also went well, but with the knives it turned out differently. The knives were incredibly sharp, but the price 8,000 yen seemed to him too high and unjustified. Yoshioka explained, One knife costs about 3,000 yen, so selling the batch will bring revenue of about 60,000 marks. Since in this world there are no analogs of their goods, the first seller sets the price himself and automatically finds himself in a winning position. If the deal falls through and Braymond moves on without an agreement, in the next city the price can be safely lowered. It seemed that the logic here was quite reasonable and well-founded. The matron told them that the count was waiting for them. As soon as they entered the room, the count asked if they were servants from the Ansbench family. The count ordered the young men to come closer and show their goods. They were so nervous that it was obvious. Sticky with sweat, tense and trembling before the important presentation. Panlik again repeated the same words. His voice sounded confident and firm. The attendees listened attentively. Everyone understood how difficult and decisive this moment was, so a tense silence fell in the hall. Koda immediately understood. Before him was Jurgen, the very man with whom they were simply obliged to make a profitable deal. He began showing various things to the nobles, not taking his eyes off their reaction. The reaction of the count made the young man think how calm his interlocutor looked. He immediately realized such behavior could ruin the future deal, so the young man had to choose. Lower the price or take a risk and stay within the same terms. The noble guest extended his hand and carefully took one of the items offered by the young merchant. It turned out to be a knife forged with incredible skill. Barely glancing at it, the man literally froze with amazement. He sharply exclaimed, stunned by what he saw. He had never before seen anything like it. This metal made him even doubt the reality of what was happening. The young seller quickly explained. The metal from which the knife was made is extremely rare and has unique properties. He especially emphasized its resistance to corrosion, highlighting the strength of the product. Then the man showed a special sharpening stone and assured, with it, the blade's sharpness would become even more impressive. Seeing the quality of the stone, the arms expert was completely stunned. He encountered such a level of material processing for the first time. The merchant felt the goal was already in hand. And he knew one more important thing: the local stones were rough and by no means of perfect quality. And now, seeing the count's interest, the man was finally convinced. The choice was made correctly. Then the nobleman took a glass and inquired how they managed to make such exquisite tableware, calling it the work of a true master. The noble gentleman thought that collectors value decorative tableware above all, and Yoshioka quickly realized. Before him was someone trying to emphasize his social status with special things. Code explained to Juijin Sami that the true value of glass is revealed only when wine is poured into it. The man agreed. The young man was right. After all, the wine poured into a beautiful glass shimmered with bright garnet or ruby. The young man bought the wine. He was going to taste it in the evening. The price was laughable, 1,000 yen, but he decided that such a purchase was quite justified. Meanwhile, the count invited Clara to taste the wine with him. The girl gladly accepted the invitation. The wine had a soft taste because it was brought from afar. Because of this, the acidity was noticeably lower than usual. Jurgen slowly raised the crystal glass and took a slow sip, savoring the pleasant aroma of the drink. Feeling all the charm of that drink, the count set about buying the bottle he liked. But fate intervened. The shopkeeper said that this was the only bottle left in stock and refused to sell it. Disappointment immediately showed on the aristocrat's face. The count warmly thanked the young man for the opportunity to taste the expensive wine, calling it a great favor. After all, he had given him the chance to feel the true taste of a quality drink. After that, Koda offered another glass. Receiving the invitation, the count gladly accepted it. But as soon as the young man's gaze slid further, Clara was standing nearby. Without hesitation, he poured her a glass as well, demonstrating hospitality. The next lot that went on sale turned out to be ordinary soap, but it was made differently than local products. Animal fats were not used here because they often give the product an unpleasant smell. The man picked up the soap. The count sincerely admired the subtle aroma of the presented soap. After finishing the presentation of the hygiene product, the seller moved on to the main part of the exhibition, the long-awaited moment. It was time to show the knife. The count, glancing ahead, saw a true masterpiece of weaponsmithing art. He had never seen such an exquisite shape and such quality steel anywhere. Without hesitation, the aristocrat recognized the product as exceptional. Taking a deep breath, the count firmly asked to name the price of the amazing artifact. Understanding how important this was, Koda clearly wrote the purchase amount on the form. Such discounts were unacceptable to him. The item had special value. After thinking a little, the count explained that the price was fairly stated. In response, the seller firmly confirmed the correctness of the indicated amount. Leaving the rich client's house, the young traders felt relief. Their hearts beat faster than usual and their palms barely trembled. Each relived the thrill of the previous trial, rejoicing in the success of the deal. Then large drops appeared, only emphasizing how tense the emotions were during the previous negotiations. The young traders sincerely and joyfully shook hands. They could not even expect that the deal would go so well. The buyer paid a solid sum 225,000 yen, although at first the price of the item was estimated at only 100,000. And having just completed the purchase, the satisfied client could not hold back and directly told the guys that the offered price was incredibly advantageous. They could have boldly asked for much more money. Yoshioka noted, now the guys would have to seriously consider whether they could raise the price of the goods. Within a few hours, the merchants earned half of the monthly profit of the entire Everberg. Avert paid a tax of 200,000 marks every month, so Clara spent this money to meet the needs of the city. The travelers decided to set off the next morning, and one of the guys clarified what the friends would do on their free evening. The girl suggested spending the rest of the day usefully. She reminded the friends about the need for regular training. The meeting place was decided in advance near the city wall, and each member of the group agreed to come there armed. The training promised to be interesting. The whole team gathered for training and worked with full concentration. Equipped with all necessary protection, the fighters began practicing weapon handling techniques, analyzing every movement in detail and immediately correcting them, striving for maximum accuracy. The girl noticed how noticeably Koda's combat skills had grown, and the man explained an important nuance. When he uses a two-handed spear, he loses the ability to apply a special combat technique, the technique of paralyzing the enemy. She also felt that some weapon owners are able to activate magical powers built directly into the weapon itself. So to test this on herself, she tried the power of spear strike firsthand. The matriarch delivered a quick strike and clearly demonstrated the combat technique, then added that the young man must especially watch the tips of his own fingers. It is there that the energy needed to activate unique abilities is concentrated. Imagining his weapon, the young man focused and tried to repeat the maneuver of his mentor. Slowly raising the weapon, he mentally calculated the energy transfer. In a moment, the power passed through him and burst directly to the tip. The strike was accurate, and this finally confirmed that special abilities really exist. Sitting at the bar counter, Yoshioka stated that he wanted to increase revenue. Selling individual items was not enough profit. Koda picked up the idea. It would be great if each member of their team suddenly became rich. Then the guys concluded, to increase income, the assortment needs to be revised. For example, purchasing a batch of elite tea for about 200,000 yen can noticeably increase capital if done wisely. The investment will return manifold. The army's funds have limited resources, about 100,000 yen. But the merchants can surpass this amount and achieve significant financial success. The next batch of goods must be large and prestigious in quality, one that will catch the eyes of wealthy buyers. Koda proposed a bold plan. The group should support Clarison's projects, and helping the city of Everberg will be a symbolic gesture of gratitude. The new campaign promised large sums many times greater than all previous successes. The girl boldly approached what was happening. She surveyed the chaos with her eyes and saw men were lying on the floor in the establishment. Gathering all her courage, the heroine took the initiative into her own hands. She carefully lifted the unconscious boy and said it was time to go home. The drunk hero barely whispered something indistinct. The words jumbled together, and this made it funny, truly funny. He insisted that despite the fatigue, he was still ready to act energetically. But Clara-san interrupted him. He had already done enough. It started to rain, and Clara suggested taking a break. They needed to warm up. The boy sliced bread, laid slices of sausage and cheese on top, and carefully arranged everything on a plate. Then he smiled and apologetically said he had apologized to the girls for the wait. After they ate, they asked two people what the weather was forecasted to be later in the evening. In 3 hours, a snowfall would begin. About 10 kilometers remained to Ehrenberg. They would head there immediately after finishing lunch. At 4:30, Fina asked Koda if in his world his outfit was considered ordinary clothing. He replied that it was from there, so everything looked more familiar. Then the young man asked the girl if she wanted to change clothes because she had only one jacket. He handed the girl his clothes, and she said they were too light and warm as if made by an angel. The boy pondered her words for a long time. When the young man entered Clara's room, she asked anxiously what had happened. These were the man's spare clothes. They might have seemed ugly to her, but they would definitely protect her from the cold. Clara asked the young man to show her how to dress properly, and he gladly began to help. Now the girl felt a pleasant warmth and incredible lightness. It turned out that the clothes were a bit too big, but unexpectedly warm and comfortable. Yoshioka stood by the window and looked outside, wondering how much longer this story would drag on. Everything was happening just as Senpai had said. Suddenly he saw Koda cutting through the snowy road on a motorcycle. Running outside, the boy shouted that it was incredibly risky even though the snow was made of water. It turned out that Koda had activated a special skill, the ability to walk on water. Thanks to this, he no longer needed winter tires at all. Senpai admitted he really often got lucky, but still emphasized in serious situations it is important to use abilities wisely. Yoshioka decided to invite the girls because he wanted to try something new and interesting with them. Fina decisively declared that she also wanted to try the ability to walk on water. But the friends began to persuade her to give up, warning about possible danger. The girl only smiled, remembering how once she had walked the whole way carrying heavy meat on her back and then everything turned out well. The boy doubted, but the company set off on the road anyway. The girl was amazed. She was not pulled into the water at all, as if she were walking on solid ground. But Kota felt awkward. It seemed to him that his skills worked like toys. Even Clara decided to try the unusual, to walk on water. She was genuinely surprised by her own lightness. The water did not feel heavy. The young man noticed. The girl seemed to have changed. She became like an experienced knight, tempered in spirit and body with an iron will. He wanted to see Clara more often, so strong and confident, and she dreamily confessed. She had long wanted to be filmed by the sea. Having completed all the tasks assigned to them, he and Yashika were finally able to return home to their native world. As soon as the boy found himself within familiar walls, anxiety overwhelmed him. Difficult trials awaited him ahead. The rest of the hours the young boys did not waste. They bought souvenirs for the girls. Both heroes froze before the majestic building, exchanged brief glances, and firmly decided to get to work. Yoshioka advised his senpai to take a closer look at a rare antique item in their home dimension. It cost several million yen. That day, they decided to invest in goods worth from 100,000 to 200,000 yen, following the strategy of asset diversification so important in any investment. Then Kota will learn to collect tea sets, and Yoshioka will devote all his attention to exquisite crystal glasses. At the same time, the hero approached Clara-sama and offered to invest 100,000 marks profitably. The guys expect to be able to select truly valuable specimens, and then sell them much more expensively. This should please her and bring a tangible profit. That's exactly how it happened. Having chosen worthy trophies, the heroes received well-deserved recognition. The young man wisely took a special skill card with him and prepared for new adventures. The new skill was called Golden Fingers. The whole essence boiled down to flawless mastery of massage. He could relax any person regardless of age, gender, or health condition. Everyone undoubtedly became a captive of pleasure. Returning, the guys again focused their attention on the main lady and offered to carefully examine the newly acquired jewels. Seeing the luxurious porcelain set on the table, the girls literally froze with admiration. None of them had ever seen such a magnificent set of dishes before. Even the best samples of the royal court could not compare with it. The matriarch honestly admitted she could not even imagine that such beauty existed at all and had not the slightest idea of the true value of these works of art. The guys cautiously asked if it was possible to find a buyer among the girls' acquaintances, or if there was some palace where the owner would definitely be interested in such rare items. She named several influential people who could appreciate and buy such expensive works of art, in particular mentioning Count Braymond. She had met him quite recently. The conversation was about Juagensen. They decided to ask him to write a recommendation that would open access to the elite circle of buyers. Clara enjoyed the gifts and hoped that the guy would finally stop worrying so much about every little thing, and that night she could rest peacefully and warmly. Lying in bed, the girl thought, maybe it was the scent coming from Kota's things that gave her this unusual feeling of comfort and freedom. It had not yet dawned, but Clara-sama and Fina were already among the first to leave the house, while the boys hurriedly went to Count Braymond. But just as the friends were rushing to the meeting place, a grandmother suddenly ran out to meet them and loudly grumbled that they were behaving like headless, making noise and endangering everyone around with their motorcycle. The Count delicately inquired of Madame Ansabanch whether she wished to put the unique tea set up for sale in the capital. The servants confirmed the lady's intention and added with regret that she personally knew only a few members of the aristocratic society, so they appealed to the respected Count for support and influence. At first, the lady really planned to come here personalito pay tribute to the noble gentleman, but official duties forced her to urgently depart for the capital and fulfill military obligations. The original service itself, designed for sale, arrived together with the envoys. The boys asked the gentleman for help. They needed a written recommendation confirming the authenticity and value of the goods. They asked if this was possible. And as soon as the men finished their business with Count Braymond, they quickly caught up with their companions. Moreover, they managed to obtain 3 valuable recommendations at once. This news brought Clarissa sincere relief and joy. Besides, the boys managed to successfully sell many goods and earn an impressive 53,000 marks. Moreover, the young interlocutor reported, the Count dreams of becoming the owner of a wonderful motorcycle and is ready to pay a solid 150,000 marks for it. To the girls, this desire seemed truly fantastic since the Count's money seemed endless. But during the large purchases, Clara-sama kept the dividend payments for herself, hundreds of thousands of marks that came from successful investments. The projected total income reached an impressive 430,000 marks. The counter was in a great mood, and thanks to this, the entire operation went quite successfully. This money will significantly strengthen the defense capability of the country's eastern borders, which is always pleasing, but at the same time confuses the girl. After 6 days on the road, the group reached the village of Battingen. During this time, the travelers covered 211 kilometers, and the distance from the city of Everberg was already almost half a thousand, exactly 430. The travelers discussed the optimal time for the next meeting tomorrow. The young men asked for a little more time to complete all the planned purchases. Having agreed, the girls decided to stay here for one more night, so there was no need to hurry anymore. The horses needed a rest for their legs, so postponing the journey seemed quite reasonable. After discussion, everyone agreed the route would resume at 4:00 a.m. Japan time. The heroes set a record over 530,000 marks, which significantly exceeded even their boldest expectations. At the same time, the volume of Koda's storage increased, and the character's skill improved proportionally. The next visit to the store will require a special approach. Considering the approach and card limit, it is better to use cash for payments. This afternoon, Yoshi will start snooping on the internet in search of good shops, and Koda asked to report immediately as soon as they come across places where they can meet and discuss further steps. While he was thinking about his smartphone, his friend's phone suddenly buzzed with a call. It was Amy. Returning home, the young man found the girl waiting for him and immediately asked what worries her and what topics she wants to discuss. The girl said she intends to file for divorce, so the boy asked her to explain why she decided to do so. It turned out that the girl's heart belonged to a colleague at work, with whom she was involved in a joint project, and the subsequent revelations uncovered the whole truth about what was happening and confirmed the young man's worst fears. Koda was confused by his own calm reaction. He asked restrainedly if there were documents about the divorce and set one condition: the girl had to be ready to accept it so that they could reach a compromise. The man agreed to divorce without any objections. Neither the family capital nor the apartment was needed by him. The only thing he wanted was to finish everything by the evening of that day and move on. Emmy agreed because the initiative to break up the marriage initially came from her. But inside she felt a nasty sensation, as if she had been rudely pushed away and thrown out. He asked her to throw away the rest of the things, and this confused the girl. She did not expect the breakup to happen so quickly. Koda took his things, left, and asked her to take care of herself. But it turned out that all this was a dream. After waking up, he was overwhelmed by a painful feeling of discomfort and vague anxiety. Meanwhile, Yashika entered the room, and this man finally believed that what he had experienced was real. Recovering from his anxieties, the friend announced. After lunch, he would go to Ginza to make important purchases. Until urgent matters took the guys away, they would have to actively prepare to meet future events fully armed. The friends headed to the Ginza district, and buying everything necessary went smoothly and quickly thanks to their friends' thorough prior preparation. As soon as they finished shopping, they found themselves again in the familiar room, which had already become almost a second home. They were lucky to get a unique gift, the Encyclopedia of Plants, which allows you to learn details about all the plants growing on the continent of Urusi. At first, it seemed like an extremely useful skill, but it turned out differently. There was almost no practical benefit, and it turned into another irritating mistake. Later, everyone realized this skill would come in handy when they had to prepare dishes from the local flora. Having gained new knowledge, the friends resumed their journey, stubbornly keeping course for another world. During training, Clara sharply stopped the young man for distraction, emphasizing, such carelessness can cause irreparable harm only to him. Realizing this, the girl insisted today's training must end. She wanted to find out exactly what had happened, so she asked the man directly, what was the cause of all that? Catching her anxiety, Akito decided not to avoid the topic and openly told everything that was gnawing at him. When she listened to his story, understanding grew step by step. The girl felt the depth of the problem, yet still could not fully grasp what was happening. Despite the sadness of Koda, the girl's heart suddenly filled with joy. Suddenly appearing, she said that she liked him, and these words turned out to be true. Clara finally figured out her own feelings and understood the loneliness of a young man does not mean that he loves her. Her main task is to faithfully serve and fulfill her duty as a knight. She placed the well-being of the people of Everberg above her own feelings and devoted herself to the noble mission of serving the people. Having made a conscious choice, Clara closed her heart with strong armor, understanding that the duty of a true knight is more important than love. The boys were sitting at the table and eating lunch. Clara said that today she decided to give Blitz a break, so she suggested, let the man relax a bit and have some wine. This surprised him, and he asked if they shouldn't have trained well first. The girls asked Kot to go with them. He agreed, and said he would take the finished result together with his friend. Senpai did not understand what was happening here, but Akito explained to him. The girl is trying to cheer him up. At these words, a blush appeared on Senpai's face, his heart beat faster, and a warm feeling spread inside from the thought that someone cared about him. He approached Clara and asked her to listen. He said she probably already knew about his divorce from his wife. He added that now alone he felt calmer, quieter, and easier. His words hung in the air, and suddenly a tense silence fell on the temple. The girl felt guilty about that divorce, and believed that it was because of her that the young man did not appear in the other world for so long while they were in a relationship. But he calmed her down, assuring her she was mistaken. Their relationship ended long before he met her, even earlier than she appeared in his life at all. The young man asked if she wanted to join him for a drink. When she answered yes, he decided to show attention and hospitality, carefully poured her just a little wine. From the next day, the team set off on a 3-day journey 100 kilometers south of Ranga Highway. At the end of the route, the group successfully reached the picturesque town of Bregnes, where they continued to explore new places and get acquainted with local landmarks. Senpai quietly massaged Akito's shoulders, trying to relieve accumulated tension. Barely touching with his fingers, he felt how his friend's muscles gradually relaxed. After the shoulder massage, Koda asked Yashiku to lie on his back and asked if Fina wanted to join. But she politely declined. She felt more comfortable observing from the side. The young man noticed that Fina was wasting the chance to enjoy the massage. She kept saying his fingers were working wonders. The girl said that next time she would definitely take the chance to feel the skill of the young masseur. Suddenly, a priest came out of the door and declared that such conversations in the church were unacceptable. Everyone immediately fell silent, but soon the silence was broken again by the girl. She asked to end this prolonged pause and smooth over the awkwardness that had already arisen. She asked Senpai to give her a massage too, and he immediately agreed. The girl began to ask the young man who served at the noble women's court where exactly the youth were going and which roads were open to them. The young man listened carefully to her questions and thought over the future route. He noticed that the girl's calves were quite muscular and tense, even though the massage was ongoing. She said the procedure was quite pleasant for her. Katasan arrived here together with the knight Everberg, whose family estate was located far north of the city of Brahman. Now, thanks to the skillful hands of her senpai, the girl became calmer and more relaxed. Meanwhile, Fina, seeing such a change, noticeably tensed and even showed signs of irritation. Jealousy and insecurity, which grew from the attention given to another girl, burned in her increasingly stronger. Rested and satisfied, the girl asked her interlocutor about her plans for the future after completing service in the matriarch. The young man calmly replied he would think about the future once the time came to leave the service. After the conversation, he confidently stated that the massage procedure went wonderfully and fully met the expectations of both parties. The massage gave a positive effect not only to those who received it. It helped them feel better both physically and emotionally, and also to the masseur, giving inner satisfaction from the work done. Despite the friendly atmosphere, Fina continued to stay nearby, frowning, with a tangle of conflicting emotions and inner struggle. Elka told this man that the young man was not a knight, but a simple servant from the northern territories and in no way related to the nobility like barons. The man asked the girl, did she really like the massage, or was she just pretending and feigning pleasure? His voice was too serious, as if he wanted to check if her reactions were sincere. She answered that of course she was pretending. Elka expected a regular massage but very quickly realized the situation was much more serious than it seemed at first glance. Her nerves were on edge, and she tried with all her might to hide her anxiety, fearing that this man might pose a threat. The ingredients were already waiting on the table, they just had to become part of the dinner. Akito suggested dividing the work. Fina would take the vegetables, and he entrusted Senpai with an important mission to prepare the meat. Suddenly, a servant burst out from the depths of the room and sharply demanded the immediate cancellation of his master's order. The order itself sounded unequivocal, as if the situation did not allow delays. Everyone froze, waiting to see what would happen next. It turned out that several representatives of noble families had reserved private rooms in the establishment in advance. The man did not finish speaking. The door just opened and one of the aristocrats came out. He loudly complained, wondering how much longer his master would have to wait. Then he ordered to call the village knight. Such audacity angered the cat. He decisively approached and asked how exactly that one had called his mistress. It later turned out the man who spoke was an ordinary commoner. Akita warned him, commoners who dare to criticize aristocrats will face severe punishment for their insolent words. The shopkeeper tried to justify himself. He said his friends might not have known, but his master was the influential Baron Kanmashtit Pehasama. The boys could not hold back their laughter. It was enough just to hear such a ridiculous demand. The mercenary, not catching the mocking tone, continued to press and demanded that the lady be brought immediately. The boys could not understand why their leaders should listen to such statements and orders from an ordinary servant at all. They were mistaken in thinking that the noisy commoner makes the decision himself. In reality, the order came from his high-ranking master. A curious visitor asked what exactly was causing all this noise and fuss. The aristocrat impatiently asked how much longer to wait. Meanwhile, the servant irritably kept repeating that the man was ignoring his requests and orders. This reaction irritated the aristocrat even more. He was clearly tired of enduring the delay and lack of respect for his status. The Baron raised his voice and insistently demanded that the lady be summoned immediately, while the boys exchanged glances and whispered quietly. Doubting the advisability of following the order, they believed that such a show of force was too aggressive and had nothing to do with common sense. Suddenly, Clara entered the room and, calmly looking around, asked what was happening. Barinka Mashton Peihai explained that he intended to seize their room, and the atmosphere immediately became uncomfortable, until the participants in the incident realized a conflict had erupted. The woman introduced herself as Ansbench, a knight of Everberg, and declared in a firm voice that the room would remain hers until her teenage years. Turning to the Baron, she inquired if there was a valid reason to give the room to another guest. Baron Konmashtet Peihai confirmed there was such a reason, special circumstances. Koda decided that the Baron was too selfish. He said his position was more important than the comfort of others. The lady, however, undeterred, reminded that she was the first to occupy the room, so there was no reason to hand it over to another guest. Ansbenj announced that the talks were over and left. This made Baron Konmastet twitch with irritation. Left alone, he felt bitter disappointment and indignation because with conscious helplessness he realized he could change nothing. Angrily, the Baron shouted that he was challenging the knight to a duel to seize the room and confirm his noble dignity. These words were a complete surprise to the girl. She did not expect such a turn of events. She was not afraid and challenged the Baron. If he lost, he would lose his noble title. Baron Kanmashted took this as a cunning way to escape the duel and disdainfully cut off, saying the girl was simply afraid. Clara accepted the Baron's challenge and agreed to participate in the duel. The Baron, for his part, also confirmed his readiness. He intended to fight for the room. The rest of the group supported Clara, openly confident in her victory. Next, the Baron outlined the conditions of the duel. Representative servants would fight on both sides, and the fight would last exactly 30 minutes. The area for the clash would be a spacious plot in front of the temple, a traditional place for public events. Akito was confused, not understanding what to do next. Now the responsibility for entering the fight fell on one of the members of their small team. Choosing a candidate became the primary task. The outcome of the fight depended on the future fate of each of them. The man put the girl before a difficult choice. He offered to choose between white and red. The girl, confused, asked him to wait a little. As if reading her thoughts, she really planned to enter the upcoming duel. Koda asked, "What about white and red?" Red meant a fight with weapons, white only with fists. The Baron awaited her choice. The further course of events and the fate of the entire team depended on what she decided. During the choice of the white duel, magic was considered illegal. Magical abilities were treated as a type of weapon. According to the rules of the fight, a team representative was considered defeated if they lost consciousness due to physical exhaustion or voluntarily admitted defeat. Koda understood one thing: entering the arena without weapons would look suspicious and strange, so his comrades decided to use magic. That is why they chose the red duel. It allows the use of any type of weapon. Fina interrupted the conversation and without raising her voice calmly added, "When it comes to ordinary servants, the best form of competition is the white duel, where weapons and magic are forbidden." Baron Khan Mashtet Pehai declared, "If no one objects to the red version of the duel, both sides will meet in front of the temple and be ready to fight." Helga said this quite seriously. If a man tries to flee, he risks his own life. Her gaze became firm and resolute. In this pause, the threat deepened, and every word fell heavily, leaving a feeling of unquestionable confidence that she had the right to act without hesitation. The declaration of the red duel gave the participants freedom. They could choose weapons at their own discretion, any available armament. The Baron publicly acknowledged the young man's courage, praising his bravery for not retreating and for his readiness to meet the challenge with dignity. The aristocrat noted, such an important event as a duel needed to be prepared more thoroughly. Hearing this, Koda anxiously asked who would be his opponent. The Baron indifferently replied that the opponent could be anyone from the servants. Thus, the situation was extremely unfavorable for one fighter. 5 against 1, and the advantage seemed undeniable. As soon as the clash began, the winner was almost determined, and the chances of victory rapidly began to fade. Fina tried to object, claiming it was cheating. But Yoshioka calmly replied that this was exactly why Hesh was here, to show that Hesh perfectly understood the rules and conditions of the duel. Helga suddenly shouted, accusing the enemy of cowardice and seeking outside help. In response, the man rudely spoke about Helga and insulting her mirrored the blow. Elka immediately felt someone had pulled a cunning trick that harmed the Baron. The man ordered the girl to thank the assistant, and after that the two of them began searching for the documents. Clara apologetically apologized to her comrades, admitting that she was the one who got them into a difficult situation, even leading to participation in a duel. The boys, however, reassured her, assuring, "Everything will be fine." The time to start the competition has come. The tension grew as if squeezing the chest and pushing everyone to fight. Akido pushed his senpai aside by stepping back, freeing space for maneuver. While they were spinning up the position, Helga loudly scolded them for carelessness on the battlefield, demanding more diligence and focus. The young man did not waste time. He gathered himself, took a step into his own determination, and activated the magic. A gigantic stream of energy tore through space like a wave and flew straight at the enemies. The magical power that burst from the young talent disrupted the air and menacingly advanced on the opponents. The Baron and the rest of the audience could not believe their eyes when they saw that ordinary servants were capable of using powerful magical techniques. This incident stunned the public all were accustomed to magic belonging only to the chosen and the noble. The cat enthusiastically praised the huge firewall created through Akito's efforts. The young man, smiling with happiness, modestly admitted that he had trained long and hard to show his friends his new achievements. The opponents found themselves trapped. The ring of fire broke free from the control of the elements. The fire closed into a fierce circle, binding their freedom of movement and forcing the enemy to raise their defense. The situation sharply reversed. Now the enemy themselves were trapped. Helka desperately tried to repel the fire attack, but Yoshioka could not understand what exactly was happening. One of the enemy team's warriors vainly tried to overcome the barrier created by fire. Helka shouted fiercely and demanded that he disappear and not interfere. Suddenly, a man from the lady's entourage went on the offensive, attacking the opponents with new fury. His actions were unpredictable and brutal, so they changed the course of the battle. Enemy soldiers were hit by a powerful electric attack. The source was Coda. The discharges struck with bright flashes, enveloped their bodies, scattered sparks, and momentarily disabled them. The Baron was stunned as soon as it became clear. His young rival also knew how to use magic. The young man asked Yoshioka to stop the attack. Having received serious injuries, the enemy lost the threat. Taking advantage of the pause, the heroes gathered around the Baron and firmly advised him to abandon any further attempts to seize their room. The aristocrat underestimated ordinary servants, deciding that experienced knights stood before him. But as soon as he saw the truth, he accused the heroes of treachery and called them cheats, the irony being that the first to use trickery was the Baron himself. He started the fight using forbidden methods. The attempt to push opponents away from important negotiations turned into another manipulation. The man drove the guests out of the large room and took it for himself, possibly due to oppressive memories stemming from that lady's order. The fate of Baron Kanmesh Tadpehi hung by a thread. The threat of imprisonment for illegal appropriation of another's property became quite real. So the team had to move to another room. They found temporary shelter in the stable. Senpai was massaging Akito's back when a horse approached at lightning speed as if it needed rest or attention. Defying stereotypes, sometimes the stable really turns out to be not the worst option for temporary housing. The next morning the team left the temporary shelter and set off on the road, 42 kilometers behind them, and they reached the city of Lacan Heights. 6 days had passed since the last call. Before returning home, the men stayed in the room for a while. The clock showed 14,008 and Koda was actively pondering where exactly they would go. Akito said, "Tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock, they will be called to another world, and for the men, returning to the office after a whole month of absence promises to be a real challenge. Given the inevitable transition to a parallel dimension, it was important for the guys to close all current affairs and fulfill obligations that remained unresolved." Turning back to his workplace, the young man immediately faced a real problem. Familiar tasks suddenly became unsolvable puzzles. What once seemed hard work now looked like an entirely impossible matter. The boss suddenly flew at Hinohara and started scolding him for not handling the work today. His tone was so harsh it sounded like an invitation to resign. Completely depressed, the young man quietly apologized and promised to immediately fix the situation by finishing the task. A colleague stood up and stood next to the young man, immediately addressing the boss and began explaining the situation. The young man was going through a difficult period, had recently separated from his wife. At first, the boss spoke sharply, but as soon as he heard the details of the employee's personal tragedy, his tone softened a bit. The manager realized the difficulties the employee was facing and that life is not always smooth. Challenges catch up with everyone, so he insisted let him not rush. As soon as Hinohara stepped out of the office building, he was overwhelmed by a sense of significant relief, as if a burden of problems that had tormented him for many days was lifted from his shoulders. Akito talked about the room, comparing it to the era of Shula. He wanted to freshen up. Koda went to the bathroom to wash away fatigue and dirt. The young man asked his senpai what to do next, but the senior colleague could not understand which specific action was meant. Yoshioka was on the edge, tired of constant pressure and all these difficulties. He decided to resign, wrote a resignation letter, and loudly said, "The work in this organization is too hard and unfair." The friend understood his despair but stubbornly urged him to stay a little longer, insisting that the next deal would bring colossal profit over 60 million. The conversation seemed to press from within. The interlocutor did not know how to calm his friend. The long-awaited moment arrived. Exactly at 8 p.m. the portal was activated and the heroes were transported back to another world. So far no one has guessed that the countdown to the next skill selection has already begun. The skill name is Get, and it grants a unique ability to attract objects up to 20 meters away, only those that are moving and weigh no more than 5 kilograms. The proposed use of skill stirred lively interest among the men. Akita decided to test its effectiveness. He pointed to a pair of shoes in the corner and ordered to immediately apply the skill. When they managed to master the skill, hope and optimism overwhelmed them. It was as if they had found the key to preserving freedom and independence, not allowing themselves to return to the previous reality. They squeezed through the portal and found themselves in Lupern, only 32 kilometers from Lakine. Fina quickly mastered motorcycle control. Now she confidently maneuvers through city streets, easily overcomes obstacles, and enjoys the speed and freedom her iron horse gives her. But today she looked too tired, so most likely she is now sleeping soundly and recovering her strength. The guys sincerely apologized for the late call. Clara said that as long as they are nearby, the girls will sleep more peacefully and soundly. The guys offered dinner right now and asked if the girls would join, saying they specially brought wine that they particularly like. She was delighted. After that, the guys quietly entered the sleeping girl's bedroom and expressed gratitude for how much she helped them. Essentially, she saved the situation with her involvement. A little later, they quickly prepared dinner, and together with the girl, the three of them comfortably settled down, relaxed, and sipped glasses of their favorite wine. Akito handed Clara a tasty roast beef sandwich. The girl smiled warmly in response, thanked him, and sincerely noted that the dish was simply incredible. Clara noticed how Koda was looking at her attentively and smiled happily. She asked if something special had happened, but he only assured her that everything was fine, nothing like that had occurred. Yoshioka explained, they had only covered a small part of the way to the kingdom, and in the evening, according to him, they definitely should rest well to regain strength before the next stage of the journey. Fina was still sound asleep, quietly snoring in her cozy bed. The friends were talking among themselves, recalling how hard she had tried throughout the day. Clara was beaming with happiness. She finally managed to sit on the motorcycle, fulfilling a dream she had cherished so much. However, the sad horse Blitz stood nearby and was bored. Attention had shifted from him to the motorcycle. The young man began patiently explaining to his friends, Blitz is a very proud animal, used to getting maximum attention and care. When this is absent, she becomes capricious and stubborn like a spoiled child suddenly left without parental supervision. And the knight only added, the horse's character very much resembles the character of its owner. He too sometimes becomes too clingy and demanding. Clara objected, raising her eyebrows in surprise, nothing to be surprised about. After all, although Blitz outwardly looked like a brave fighter, in reality he often showed a capricious and independent character. Clara confirmed her agreement with words about the similarity of the horse's character and the behavior of the matriarch, noting, she also likes to look stern and far-sighted, hiding her true rebellious nature behind that. The young man looked at the girl and decided to ask a question. Caudus's question was as follows. If in this world the aristocracy has the ability to use magical abilities, does this automatically mean that every single member of the nobility can freely use them in all noble families? The Mother Superior objected. That's not the case. The mere fact of belonging to a noble family does not give a person the ability to control magical forces. And even family ties do not guarantee that any particular aristocrat can use the gifts of magic. The girl added, magical power in members of noble families weakens generation after generation. This is especially evident when younger children appear in the family. The older ones usually get a larger share of the family's abilities. At the same time, she emphasized, the absence of talent in no way takes away a child's right to be called a member of a noble family. So the descendant of this dynasty formally remains noble, but the next generation can quite well become ordinary citizens. The Anspanch family was officially founded by Clara's father, so if the boys dig into the ancestors of Anspanch, there should be other descendants of aristocrats there. The Anspan family had one oddity that the girl heard from her own grandmother. This story turned the young man's soul upside down, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Without lowering her tone, the girl added, her grandmother is an incredibly bright and strong woman, full of colossal inner energy. And she also told that her grandmother was so physically strong that the young heroine could not even leave a small scratch on her skin despite all efforts. The boys listened attentively to every word, impressed by what they heard. The story began long before the lands of Everbird joined the kingdom of Zaxxon 60 years ago. Back then, there was a region where small peoples known as Gil lived, and it was from there that her grandmother's roots stretched. It turned out that she was the daughter of the local patriarch. The inhabitants of Gil were allowed to live with self-government, yet they were still obliged to pay taxes to Zaxxon, so tax collectors visited there several times a year. One of the listeners suggested that one of these collectors might be the girl's grandfather, and as it turned out, no. He rather played the role of an escort, helping to collect the required payments. She admitted that she knew almost nothing about her grandfather, only that he was an ordinary man without special talents and without outstanding abilities, just a person whom memory does not cling to. But then, as soon as the beautiful daughter of the patriarch appeared in public, the grandfather suddenly revealed himself quite unexpectedly. Out of nowhere, he gathered courage, boldly approached his future daughter-in-law, and immediately proposed marriage. Grandmother said that her grandfather's proposal left behind only an extremely bitter disappointment. The girl was very upset that such a timid creature dared to make such a bold act, as she considered her husband's words frankly ridiculous and senseless. Despite the obvious dissatisfaction of the young lady, the persistent fiancé did not retreat. Then grandmother decided to listen to the explanation of this strange man. She demanded to reveal the reason for her son's decision and justify why he took such a desperate step. Grandfather tried to justify himself, stating that he fell in love with the girl at first sight. Such frankness only irritated grandmother even more. She set a difficult condition for the young man, hoping finally to get rid of the annoying suitor. Grandmother agreed to accept the hand and heart of the suitor only on one condition, that he could defeat her in a duel with rapiers. This detail greatly amused the young men. They learned that the narrator's grandmother had won martial arts competitions in the city of Braymond for 5 consecutive years and had started winning since she was 13 years old. So the woman was confident, in a one-on-one fight no one would defeat her. And so the day of the duel came. Akito interrupted the story, not understanding what she meant. Their duel ended instantly. Grandmother confidently delivered a lightning-fast strike. The opponent fell in less than a second. The defeated grandfather quickly left, promising to return soon. After the crushing defeat, Grandma no longer takes the suitor seriously, thinks he will disappear forever. But Grandpa, as it turned out, was a rare man. He kept his word. Exactly 3 days later, he returned once again, determined to try. The results of the following battles repeated again and again, but the ardent admirer stubbornly kept his promise. He returned relentlessly every 10 days and later weekly, trying to prove that he had the right to the hand of his beloved woman. 2 whole years passed. Daily duels became a usual tradition for the peasants, a kind of spectacle, a real event. And one day, finally, the fateful day came when Blade of the future groom hit the target for the first time and won the victory in an honest duel. Akita stated that achieving such a result was possible thanks to many years of persistent training and his grandfather's constant attempts to surpass himself. Now, he has rightfully proven that he has grown into a worthy rival for his chosen one. Clara said her grandmother confessed. She said she was just tired and accidentally messed up the throw, but her grandfather took it as a real victory. The story then unfolded thrillingly. It turned out that the grandmother truly had a colossal reserve of magical power, and her abilities were such that they exceeded any expectations of those around her. However, it is important to clarify. At that time, the lands of Hyla were not actually part of the state of Zaxxon, so even with her impressive abilities and merits, grandmother could not in any way claim official aristocratic status. That is why she chose a representative of Zaxxon as her husband, the future grandfather, whose son later obtained the status of a citizen of Zaxxon. It turns out that the father managed to inherit a significant portion of the magical abilities of her mother, and this brought him the honor of being knighted. For Clara, this became a special pride and respect for the achievements of their family. The matriarch inherited a significantly greater amount of magical power from her grandmother than she did from her father. So among other aristocrats, she stands out with special abilities. Akita quickly understood where such great magical resources come from. It is all because she inherited the blood of the Gil people. The young man pondered this. That is why Ria is able to summon him to this world. The lady was sincerely glad to reveal the details of the origin of her own power and was grateful to her grandmother for the entrusted story. Clara was thoughtfully guessing why her grandmother once could not dodge the blow. Yoshioka said that the final scene of the family story was incredibly touching, one that literally hits right in the heart. It turns out that in their world such things are usually considered manifestations of love. Fina sped forward on the motorcycle and pulled a cart behind her, where the whole team was sleeping carefree. The first gust in the lake parted before the girl. It filled her heart with delight and wonder. Clara explained, "This is Lake Biden." For Fina, it was simply gigantic. She had no idea that a body of water could be so huge. The opposite shore of the lake bordered the Duchy of Australia, which once belonged to the Saxon Kingdom. Australia gained independence and national sovereignty relatively recently, only about 100 years ago. Before that, it was subject to the rule of the King of Saxon. Now the Saxon Kingdom is involved in a fierce military conflict with the neighboring state of Portont. Clara worries that the fighting could soon spread to the neighboring Duchy of Australia. The travelers safely reached the town of Hallsdorf, which lies nearby Dane. Tomorrow morning they want to cross the lake and reach the city of Bregnes. If the guys had set off on a regular boat, and not on such an exotic vehicle as a motorcycle, the journey would have been much less exciting. But the magical skill of moving on the water surface still worked. The guy noted that dragging the motorcycle by the whole team would have cost Clara a pretty penny. Thousands of marks would have to be paid for transportation. But it turned out that the motorcycle was a great investment for her. It gave the group reliable transport and a bunch of impressions. His companions sympathetically picked up. The same scenes and events would have made the adventures too bland and boring. The senpai quietly fell asleep, and the group lost the magical ability to move through the water and began to sink rapidly. Fortunately, there was a small islet nearby that gave the travelers a safe refuge. Men pulled with all their might a heavy cart with a motorcycle onto dry land, overcoming the resistance of water and sand. As soon as the boys finally opened their eyes, they noticed something strange and suspicious from afar, so they immediately postponed their rest and gathered to figure out what was happening. The night was dark, but suddenly ahead, at a distance, flickering lights of a ship flashed. It was heading straight to their island. If there really were criminals on board, everything would become deadly dangerous. The crew decided without hesitation to stay away from the shore and hid in the thickets of bushes and trees. The pirate, having inspected the deserted beach, announced to his comrades, "There are no guests and no sign of a boat." The boys who were lying in ambush whispered quietly. They felt that the pirates were waiting for allies. It looked as if someone was filming a scene for a movie. The boys had no choice but to hide even deeper and wait further, not giving themselves away by sound or movement. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a sharp cry of a sailor. He stumbled upon the boys. With a loud hiss of threats, he ordered them to leave the hiding place immediately. Quickly assessing the situation, the boys realized they were surrounded by pirates, and breaking out alive would be very difficult. The captain looked at them sternly and asked if they had any connection to the Harrison crew. Frightened and confused, the boys began to explain quickly. They said they were just tourists, traveling for pleasure and adventure. One of the pirates asked the captain what to do with the captured crew members. The captain indifferently ordered them to be killed and their bodies thrown into the lake. Meanwhile, the pirate warned the boys, "Understand him correctly, because fate brought them here not just by chance, and he had to act harshly." When the pirates approached, the teenagers declared that such harsh words were unnecessary and immediately went on the counterattack. They unleashed a powerful stream of magic on the enemies. After they defeated the pirates, the boys joked lively, complaining that they had underestimated their opponents a little. They had vainly thought they would handle them easily and quickly, and now they enjoyed the pleasant feeling of a successful fight and rejoiced. Everyone remained whole and unharmed. Akita said that the senpai was tying the woman too slowly. Kota calmly waved it off and explained, "The delay happened due to pure chance." Then the captain approached the boys with an offer of help and promised a generous reward, half of the total deal amount. The captain's accomplices put forward their version of the deal: release them and both hostages will become useful allies. The woman will willingly fulfill all their wishes, and the man will join them. Akita looked at the frightened prisoners and kindly advised them to stay calm. They looked at him pleadingly, tearfully begging for mercy. The young man looked at his friend and timidly asked for advice on what to do next. After listening to the senior comrade, the boy said, "He poorly understands the laws of this world, so it would be better to hand both strangers over to an experienced mentor whom he personally trusts." Claire met the prisoners with strictness without any tricks and informed the young people that they had done well. It turned out that the pirates had a secret cargo, precious magical stones, and they were in a hurry to sell them on the black market. And the reason is simple. Recently, the Spirit of Australia noticeably raised the purchase prices for magical crystals, so the smuggling was going non-stop. Yoshioka curiously asked why the magical stones were so expensive. The girl answered and laid everything out clearly. The stones are mainly used as combat ammunition, hence a hint at preparation for a large-scale military action. The Duchy of Australia produces a meager amount of this resource, so every additional batch becomes crucial to strengthening the country's defense. The confiscated magical stones turned out to be real treasures. For brave service and timely delivery of the confiscated goods, the boys were given an impressive cash envelope and an official letter of thanks from Lord Golfstorff himself. But that letter certificate was not just a piece of paper, it was an official certificate of military achievements, giving ordinary soldiers the right to expect promotion to corporal or platoon commander. But an even more important piece of news emerged. Lord's personal ship agreed to transport the team directly to the capital Bregnes for free, saving a lot of time and effort. Clara said that things were not going well for Akito. Many difficulties still lay ahead. Kodo, on the contrary, optimistically waved it off, saying everything was fine, and the journey promised to be unforgettable because his friend had long dreamed of going to sea. Yoshioka, with his mouth wide open, watched as the ship suddenly accelerated and was honestly impressed by its speed. Girls entered the narrow cabin and immediately saw a young man. He was comfortably settled on the bench and already immersed in a deep sleep. Fina barely smiled, cautiously noting that the man fully and without any reservations devoted himself to this matter from beginning to end. The mother ruler sighed quietly and asked her friend to bring water to refresh the cloth-dampened, exhausted face of the tired traveler. Realizing how close and frank everything was, she involuntarily became embarrassed and realized the room was tiny and there was no one here except the two of them. Her fingers quietly slid over the sleeping man's face, barely touching the skin. Slowly approaching, the girl felt her heart wildly beating in her chest. His warm breath brought them even closer, and she passionately wanted to touch his gentle features with her lips. Waking up, the man asked in surprise what brought the girl to his hut. Blushing, she quickly said she wanted to send him for a glass of drink because she was tormented by thirst. Koda promised to go for the drink, then sympathetically asked if she had any symptoms of illness, specifically fever or chills. He ran his hand over her forehead and asked if she was cold, after which he offered to make her a cup of hot cocoa. Leaving the decision to the young man, the girl sighed with relief, thanking the ice spells for not letting the boy feel the heat coming from her. Thanks to Yasioka's magical abilities, the journey was uneventful and the ship arrived at the harbor of Bregnes in just 3 hours, whereas it usually took 12. In the evening, the boys went for a walk along the vineyards. They let their little horse stretch its legs and breathe fresh air. The climate here suddenly turned out to be warm and pleasant, making it ideal for growing quality grapes. Clara suggested, tomorrow morning they would arrange a tasting of the famous Bregnes wine and treat their companions to the first sip of the fresh harvest. The girl gently asked the young man if something important had happened. He wanted to tell the truth, to confess that her enchanting gaze had captured his heart, but he could not express it in words, so he preferred to remain silent. Kingdom of Zaxxon, the largest seaport of the Bregnes. A girl appeared before the high-ranking official and asked permission to use a cruise ship for an urgent military mission to reach the capital of the Kingdom of Zaxxon. Baron Bahart, the head of the port of Bregnes, invited the girl to rest and wait for the flight, scheduled for the day after tomorrow. He suggested staying in the port dormitory. Lady Ansbench thanked the Baron and ordered Kota to bring him a bottle of sake. It was a special Japanese drink sake, known in the region as much as whiskey. In the afternoon, on the eve of departure, Baron Bahart arranged a meeting with a cheerful guy named Ingo. He gladly introduced himself and was sincerely happy for the opportunity to get acquainted. Kota saw the warships of Astria and asked if the war had started. Ingo replied that there would be no conflict until the mercenaries arrived. Akito emphasized, clashes with two states at once must be avoided. Probably Uiberg was already prepared. The boy said that the war would begin on Mayu Island, the Saxon fortress on Lake Biden, near the shores of Australia, like a knife in the enemy's throat. The men guessed that the main clash would unfold without Ebeberg's involvement, but local skirmishes were still inevitable. The young sailor could not hold back his emotions. He asked not to treat the upcoming events indifferently, because he himself would set off to Mayu Island next month. Akito apologized for his rudeness and offered the fighting boy a magazine with an attractive woman. As compensation, he wanted to lighten the mood and smooth over the awkwardness of the conversation. Receiving the gift, the boy literally blossomed with joy and confessed that he would take care of the publication, carefully preserving the image of the beautiful woman, a symbol of luck and protection from troubles. The next morning, the boys stayed on the barges and took part in training exercises. They were puzzled why all this was happening so far from the city walls. The sailor explained, the whole plan was a training exercise. During the test firing of magical cannons, the soldiers prepared the cannon, activated the magic, and a powerful shot rolled across the entire area. Akito watched the magical artillery in awe, could not recover from its power, and compared the volley to an incredible charge of gunpowder. Ingo explained that the cannons are loaded with different magical plates, the earth one with stone cores, the fire one with fire, the water one with streams of water. He had never seen an air plate before. Watching the magical plates work in action was too vivid to be erased from memory. It became clear why the state of Astria strives to stock up on magical stones. They can turn ordinary weapons into formidable instruments of destruction. Exhausted men were catching their breath on their bunks. Akito was drawn to the army, while Kodo decided to remain Clara's loyal assistant, and both confirmed each other's choice by finding a mutual compromise. The next morning, the warships set off, heading for the royal capital Dresden. Since the guys were on the crew on a paid basis, there was plenty of work. Kodo was busily washing the deck, and Yoshioka diligently helped the ships prepare food. The day passed unnoticed, and in the evening the team reached an intermediate point, the city of Runhausen. Although the distance was only 162 kilometers, the ship flew it at an incredible speed, leaving the passengers delighted with the pace of the journey. Akito was stunned when he came across an unusual species beastmen. It turned out they were specially brought from distant Emiliac, the western continent, to serve the rescue boats. The beastmen were paid very little, but after 4 years of service they were released and allowed to live a normal life among ordinary people. One of the beastmen complained that he could not catch fish. The river flowed too fast and hunger gnawed from within. Hearing this, the young man threw the predator a caught fish and said it should be eaten because the prey was already there. The beastman thanked Koda heartily, addressing him with a respectful title, Mr. Dogman. As they passed houses and streets, the young men noticed that the level of infrastructure development in this city far exceeded that of their native Uerberg. Gazing at the already developed city quarters, the young man wondered if someday Uerberg could also reach such progress. But Akito admitted this could not be achieved. Everberg is far from roads. Delivering resources is incredibly difficult. The only way out is to expand the Lagos labyrinth, but it is too small. The men vowed to do everything possible to ensure the prosperity of their native land, Clara. And then the matriarch herself appeared and asked why they were even talking about Everberg. During a glass of beer, the girl praised the servants for their sincere desire to help her. Declaring herself a rising aristocrat, she emphasized she would always remain faithful to her land and never leave it. Koda swore to develop Edinburgh. Clara expected him to stay with her until his service in the capital was over. Akito, holding his breath, anxiously asked if they would be released as soon as the service ended. Clara smiled warmly and said she was ready to allow her friends to accompany her as long as they wished. For to her, they were not just servants but true, dear people. At the same time, she frankly admitted she had no right to keep them against their will if she did not pay them a decent price. The boys answered in unison, assuring that they would jointly contribute to the growth and prosperity of Eberberg, while urging themselves on with thoughts of higher earnings and personal success. The young man promised to make every effort to develop Eberberg. That same evening, the friends discussed plans to improve the city and did not hide their hope that it would prosper. After deep reflections on their place in this world, the children mastered a new magical skill, rejoicing together with the pet rabbit. The boys thanked Finny for the rabbit. Akito immediately realized Everberg will open up a lot of opportunities for the agricultural sector. Official duties and Deadsea were sent back. The young man asked the senpai if it was possible to transfer people to another world. The seraphim in this room strictly replied, "It is forbidden." He warned violations of the ban will be punished. And then he mysteriously disappeared, and the guys admitted that he seemed too scary to them. The guys decided to have a snack with delicious eeled leftover from the previous fishing trip. There was still about an hour of free time before the draft. The men exchanged glances and shared thoughts on how to support the Eberge economy, promising to share their plans later. Koda bought books at the library for 9,000 yen, the very same ones that later could bring him millions of marks in profit. The man asked what the idea in Yoshioka was. It was a steamboat powered by combustible alcohol. It could bring a lot of money specifically for research. Among the acquired books were publications directly related to the invention of the young man. But despite everything, the boy carefully hid another thought in secret and explained. The cover of the third book most likely hinted at this hidden discovery. Koda decided to master a new skill. The newly acquired skill was called Dog Nose. The owner gained a phenomenal sense of smell as sensitive as that of hunting dogs. His comrade jokingly nicknamed him Dog, hinting at his enhanced abilities. While the team was strengthening elsewhere in the small town of Ronchosen, an important event was just beginning. Akito brought Clara coffee brewed from Ethiopian JSLS beans. After tasting it, the girl enthusiastically noted the flavor. She had never drunk anything like it before. He suggested to the lady to open a coffee shop in the capital with elite coffee and tableware supposedly. It would bring a good income. The idea of a coffee business was a complete surprise to the girl. She had never before engaged in such entrepreneurship. A friend, listening attentively to their conversation, could not resist asking what kind of entrepreneurial initiative Koda intended to implement. Her brilliant invention was the concept of a printing press. It allowed mass reproduction of any necessary information. The essence lay in a device capable of reproducing texts, images, and data countless times. Since there were no competitors in this field yet, the project had a good chance to start successfully and bring significant income. So they decided to act immediately. The very next day, they began construction of the first printing workshop in the capital Dresden. The team arrived at the royal capital Dresden. Clara was to receive a position in the palace guard, an important step for her career. While the lady was greeting the secretary, Bacon Kalbergsky appeared. The boys were asked to watch over the security of the luggage and at the same time oversee the horse stalls. After some time, Clara returned. She sincerely apologized for the slight delay and thanked for the support and understanding. Next to her came Anna Peterson, a young girl, daughter of the famous Baron Peterson. She accompanied her lady as a knight's apprentice. Annual courses prepare candidates for knighthood, instilling responsibility, duties, and knightly etiquette. Emma officially introduced herself and named her faithful assistant. The matriarch announced that they were heading to the southern region. The girl, not knowing what a motorcycle is, called it a heretical device. The cat explained, "It is a bicycle that rides on water." She compared the motorcycle to a work of evil magic and rejected progressive ideas. A young man was challenged to a duel and Clara, wasting no time, tried to stop the quarrel. But he began to say that he was not a teacher. Unable to contain her emotions, Emma angrily accused the young man of deceiving his patroness Clara. And when he tried to avoid conflict, the girl rushed at him, waving a sword and shouting accusations at the top of her voice. The young hero acted instantly. With protective spells, he subdued Clara's aggression, carefully turning off her consciousness with soft magic. The moment came to apologize to the lady, but she took the incident calmly, explaining that the healing procedures would benefit the student's nervous system and reduce her fiery character. In the southern part stood the garrison base. Akito asked the senpai to take a closer look. The statue stood as if it were a living person in a spacious room. Fina explained, it was dedicated to the Seraphim Archangel, a hero under the protection of the god of spacetime. Clara asked if the student had woken up. The maid replied that the girl was still unconscious and causing a lot of trouble. Emma declared Kudu a pagan, saying that because of this he could be forced to pay a fine, do community service, or even be enslaved. The lady calmed the children, explaining, "They are spatial beasts called by the god of space." He had never appeared to them in person, but the girl still believed that he existed. Emma finally woke up and again attacked the man, reproaching him for lies and manipulations with Clara. This time she will not forgive. An incomprehensible energy enveloped the figure of the girl, and her body immediately began to tremble strangely. Nearby, the statue of Seraphina the Archangel, towering above everything, suddenly came to life. The stone features moved and the wings barely twitched. Suddenly, Seraphim filled the space with an atmosphere of trembling. The entire team froze in absolute shock, watching as the motionless figure transformed into a living person. Silver hair fluttered in the wind, the slender body moved from its place, revealing an aura of power and grandeur. The guys asked why he appeared. Seraphim had two demands from Hino Harasan and Yoshioka-san. Emma could not believe it. Before her stood a true god called Spatial Being. Serving the strong knight for Emma was a great honor. She entered the secretary's office, her heart filled with pride for her role in defending the fatherland. Emma entered the office and immediately noticed a luxurious lady whom the secretary introduced as Clara Ansbench, an experienced knight of Weberg. The girl respectfully greeted the student. She was truly glad to be studying under such a competent mentor and dreamed of absorbing her experience and wisdom for many more years, until a team of assistant servants of the lady, including the very same Katu whom she immediately hated, was brought to the student. Emma could not believe that the man she hated was actually a summoned spatial beast, and this discovery confused her, leaving her in complete shock. Seraphim asked Hinohara to print the northern scripture on the printing press that the young man brought into this world. He compensates for the costs of developing innovations in the capital, and the second task is related to publishing the newspaper. Seraphim called the man an educated Presbyterian, and he only realized this now. Seraphim entrusted the young man to prepare a newspaper about various aspects of Nordism, considering the weight of cultural heritage. The young man agreed, clearly realizing how important it was. Seraphim wished the boys success and blessed their future endeavors, while the spatial god watched over them closely. Already the next day, the men were promoted to corporals for their service at Lake by Dent. Their ability to use magic could raise them as high as knights. And the status of a knight automatically meant removal from the ranks of personal servants, so the young men risked losing the chance to accompany Madame Clara. At that moment, Emma approached them. Emma knelt on one knee and humbly asked for forgiveness for her recent outburst of aggression. But the heroes politely refused to apologize. Their duty was to take care of Mistress Clara. The boys asked the girl if she knew anything about where the Marquis of Belian was now, but Emma had no idea who that was at all. The Baron cancelled the reception of the delegation from Everberg. He got carried away with a gambling game with Marquis Belian, where lands and horses were at stake. The Marquis spoke with the recommended seller, the Braymond accountant, who introduced him as a skilled businessman. The esteemed aristocrat agreed to inspect the goods, daring to do so thanks to the positive reviews of his friend, the accountant. But his natural passion for gambling took over. The guest allowed the servant to show him the goods so he could entertain himself between games. Koda successfully sold the goods and thereby laid the financial foundation for opening the store. Akido suggested thinking about how to choose a good location. The boys began to think over the main part of the task from Seraphim. The friends also remembered the additional one, the development of original fonts for the future newspaper. The idea caught Clara's attention and she gladly joined the creative work, although she understood that she did not know that much there. Clara suddenly felt a genuine interest in the development of text design. She delved into the features of fonts and learned the rules of their combination. The girl showed remarkable learning. Abilitas mastered basic computer skills in half an hour, but maintaining confidentiality, participants must not tell anyone about the presence of the laptop, keeping the technology secret from inquisitive eyes. Thanks to the dog nose skill, Cat Clara caught Clara's pleasant scent and the whole room instantly filled with warmth and coziness. Having finished the design, the girl sighed from fatigue. The man praised her for her efforts and offered her something to drink or a massage. Hitsar, barely blushing, looked at the young man in surprise and cautiously asked if he was violating subordination by allowing himself physical contact. The servant immediately froze sharply, realizing the mistake he had made, and sincerely apologized for the intrusiveness and inappropriate familiarity in addressing. Clara obviously meant something completely different. The young man explained that he would now clean his laptop and then prepare delicious lemon tea. Seeing the photo on the screen, the girl could not understand what exactly was in front of her. Quietly and patiently, Koda explained, the image is called a photograph. The young man told Clara in detail how it works. Photos are taken with a special device phone, which allows transmitting images directly to the laptop screen. The virtual museum tour continued. The screen showed a temple. The matriarch truly rejoiced in the new knowledge, feeling how the boundaries of her understanding of the world expanded. With undisguised joy, the young man showed the girl how easily and conveniently photos are scrolled on the laptop. She carefully followed every step, impressed by modern technology and at the same time fascinated by the variety of images. Coda brought her tea with lemon. Clara looked at the screen and suddenly turned pale. Her face twisted, she faintly staggered forward. The lady noticed the girl, the former object of his young affection. He explained that he had no feelings for his ex-wife, but most likely, in such a short time, everything could not have completely subsided. The servant served the lady warm tea with lemon and suggested drinking it before it cooled. Clara asked Coda to massage her shoulders. They hurt after a long time working at the computer. The girl sits on a chair, head bowed forward, the young man nearby, hands outstretched, cheeks reddening and thoughts focused on one thing, to touch Clara and massage her. His fingers tremble from tension. The girl pulls her hand back, grabs the boy's hand, trembling, and places it on her shoulder. The hero tightens the reins and tells her that he is starting. The boy involuntarily freezes when Clara blushes and shudders. He apologizes, fumbles for words, and asks if she is in pain. Clara decides it's time to pull herself together. The man massages the shoulders of the seated girl. At first she blushes with surprise secretly, then smiling thinks, Clara. A light green glow flashes and greenery spreads around her. She feels clear about how wonderful it is. The girl whispers thoughts and addresses the cat by name, and it shudders. The boy freezes in place when Clara tells him she loves him. She says if he wants, he doesn't need any permission. Then she continues to say what will happen if the boy stays with her, and the boy finally utters her name. Suddenly Clara leans forward. The man, whose mouth still hasn't lost its surprise, reaches out to her from behind. The girl falls asleep right on the table in front of her. The hero stands behind her and silently gazes. In his thoughts, he says her name. A group of people has gathered under the houses. The hero, 2 girls and 2 boys. One of the boys shifts his gaze and thinks, from the second month their duties should officially begin. He thinks it will happen now. He will be sent back to Japan, and during the day he will work as a regular realtor. The young man bows to Clara and briefly says, hello. The girl shudders, blushing and immediately hiding her gaze. She responds to his greeting. The man suddenly turns around and sees his comrades looking at him. One of the girls has blushed, the other is frowning. The boy in glasses with crossed arms smiles and looks intently in response. Inside him, anxiety grows, how they will look at his face. He remembers how he covered Claire with a blanket while she was sleeping on the table, and how he convinced himself that nothing happened. Supposedly, he was just giving her a massage. The hero sharply turns and glances at her back, thinking that this awkwardness will just finish him off. The young man, Clara, and another girl stand in the middle of the room and look at her. The boy thinks about how he and Yoshioka will pay rent in the very center of the city just behind the walls. The blonde smiles happily and says she always dreamed of living alone. The boy thinks, in the kingdom of Zaxxon, you can live alone only if you have a lot of money, while most people in Dresden are used to sharing rooms. The boy shifts his gaze to the thing in his hand and thinks that the rent is way too high, so he will have to share a room with Yoshioka. The girl exhales in surprise and opens her mouth wide. Blushing with lips stuck together from shock, she imagines Clara and that boy lying together and suddenly thinks, could it be that they secretly spent the night? She remembers how the 2 of them looked at each other, blushed, and then decides that in the morning they behaved strangely. The girl glances at them and notices they are looking at each other again. She gets nervous, blushes, doesn't know what to do. These thoughts make her heart beat even faster. Next to some residential building stand 2 cars. The man sits at a round table and thinks, today for the Lord of the Kingdom of Zaxxon, the most important things are clock towers. He notes down a list and concludes the towers have not yet been built. At the same time, he buys parts and estimates what will come of it. He writes the budget on paper and closes the notebook. The hero thinks, tomorrow there must be one thing that he will definitely do tomorrow. On the table lies a resignation letter, and the adult man stopped, his gaze fixed on the sheet. He addresses the young man, speaks sympathetically about his situation, and the latter promises, by the end of the year he will adjust the salary. The young man looks at him and involuntarily thinks that the boss perceives this as an element of separation, so probably he should apologize. The young man noticed how Yoshioka handed the resignation letter to the man. Then literally everything inside him turned upside down from distress. The hero stands in the room next to Yoshioka and comes into contact with a magical item, pulls out a skill card. The card speaks, stick art, stick semi-mastery, and explains that the hero is already a master. He is capable of creating sticks from 90 to 120 cm long, using realization magic. The young man beams with joy and declares that this is the first skill strike. Coda focuses for a second and assembles a stick from nothing. He spins the baton and practices strikes with precision and force, while the hero only smiles, watching every movement. Coda says if you combine the stick with the gecko's hand, something truly interesting will happen. Yoshioka looks admiringly at the young man's talents and calls him a mage, and the hero reminds, he has the ability to poison. The crowd has already gathered in front of the building. On the porch, an old woman looks intently at Clara and solemnly introduces her as the new boss. Clara introduced herself to the team and immediately declared that she takes responsibility for everyone. She is glad to meet them and smiles, as if this is the beginning of something great. The men from the squad do not hide their admiration for Clara. Their gazes stick to her, and their reactions show that she made an impression. An adult woman thinks aloud. Captain Beckler's rank is higher than Clara's within the military hierarchy, but considering her aristocratic origin, Clara herself holds a higher title, 38. This is the most complex part of aristocratic society. Clara turns to the girl and firmly says, the first task must begin. The squad carries lanterns and walks through a stone corridor. Water flows underfoot and people in it move working with sticks. The girl with short hair speaks about the sewage department with a harsh, cutting intonation, and the hero, turning to Emma, asks directly, what happened? Emma nods. Clara, like an aristocrat, should not get involved in such matters. Kyuta quietly sighs and thinks. Emma respects Clara, and it seems this is quite common in Japan. The company moves through the tunnel. Clara walks ahead holding a lantern. Behind her are Emma and Kota, and then the rest. The hero thinks that the man Emma respects is not so concerned about all this underground. Bubbles float on the water surface. The boy imagines that Clara sees the slime being cleaned, a job that, it turns out, can be called good, so he rejoices. The smell turned out better than he thought. An adult man turns to Kota and asks what he is like the new squad commander. The boy thinks that, like the other soldiers, he also respectfully calls him Oyasin. The hero thinks that Clara can be incredibly detached and sometimes too sweet, but he does not dare to say this aloud. Kota turns to Oyasan and says, when the time comes, Clara can be quite harsh but still remains a great lady for her people. Oyasan turns to Kota and replies that he understands. Here in the sewage tunnels, very few vagrants live. The man says that not only adults lost their parents but children too, and that most captains will force them to leave. And if they are driven out, they will have nowhere to wait out the winter. Near one of the walls of the sewage tunnel, a group of children prepares food for themselves. Kota turns to the old man and says that, in his opinion, Clara would not object to leaving them, and yes, this may sound subjective, but she is not the kind of person who commits such cruelty. The man finally says that everything is clear and smiles with relief from the heart. The door opens with a bang and the squad goes into the very depths of the sewer, descending the stairs. The boy with glasses tells Kota that he is fine even with his nose-dogger skills. Kota replies, it smells better here than in human toilets, but the military base on the mountain smelled much, much worse. Emma raises her hand to her face and covers her nose. Clara calmly steps forward. Oyasan looks around and addresses the people in the squad, ordering them to watch their step. The floor here may collapse. The hero asks if there are other inhabitants here. He replies that it is better not to stay long because bodies are often found right here, so they need to be careful. Yoshioka gets nervous and asks him not to talk about it. Kota asks what happens when they are found. The old man replies, piranhas eat them in the water and the workers just throw the bodies into the water. The hero says that this is a rather depressing job. The man objects, for a soldier it is just right and it is better than the battlefield. A squad member ahead calls the captain and lowers his hand down. The squad runs to the place and sees a bubble, inside which are bones. Oyasan says that it was just a stray animal. He turns around and sees Kota. He is squatting, looking at the floor. Oyasan asks what happened. Kota replies that there are stains on the floor. The man says, it seems the life and belongings of the beggar were stolen. The young man clarifies if he is still here. Oyasan replies that, unfortunately, this happens not for the first time. Kota feels something and turns to Clara, asks if she used perfume. Clara replies no. Kota thinks to himself maybe he is just imagining it, but the smell comes from somewhere deep in the tunnel. The flame burns, someone holds the meat with tongs and grills it over the fire. The hero addresses the people by the campfire, says that it will probably be difficult to find the criminal in the sewer. Clara replies, sorry, I cannot determine the name of the deceased. Aoyasin turns to Kota and asks what he is doing. Kota says he is heating stones, then wrapping the stones with cloth like this. The old man raises his hand, a stone wrapped in fabric. He turns to the rest of the company and says they should also try making such warm stones and warns, be careful. Everyone happily starts wrapping the stones with cloth. Kota thinks, even so the poor fellows will be able to warm up using less fuel. The hero turns around to hear someone calling him. Next to him is a man with a short tail. He extends his hand and asks if he can take a stone. The code stretches, extends, and stretches. Agena hands him a stone. He says it really warms. Oyasan turns to the man and asks if he is Halger, saying they haven't seen each other for a long time. He replies that he recently went to the East District and returned to the South District. Halger presses the stone to his face and smiles. The boy thinks that he is a treasure hunter. Then he reflects, treasure hunter is someone who risks making their way through rivers and sewers in search of money and property. Oyasan says that Halger has another side. He is a neighborhood informant. They ask him if he has information they do not yet know. He replies that it is not such fantastic information. The cat asks him if, by any chance, he does not know the name of the beggar downstairs. Clara loudly addresses him and asks what this trance is called. He answers, the man's name is Coons. According to him, Coons was a man in his 40s, worked on a construction site, and it is said that those who lost at gambling and got into debt spent a month hiding in the sewage drains. The boy asks if anyone saw who did it. The man says there were no witnesses. When he admits that he managed to get Kun's clothes, the fighters immediately turn their eyes to him, and the boy lifts his shirt and examines it carefully. Holding the shirt in his hands, he notices 2 holes and involuntarily wonders, was he stabbed from the front? The expedition took turns and cleaned the sewer for the next 4 days, but the work did not move forward at all. In the office, Clara sits at the table and says to Cody, who is standing opposite, "Today's meeting can be concluded. The investigation has already been closed, and she was waiting for this. It just happened faster than she expected." She adds that eventually every man wanders somewhere, and the intention of the top management was that the staff could not be separated for so long. Cody replies dryly, "This is a failure." Clara sharply inhales, turns around, and spitting out embarrassment, asks in a tired voice if he wants a massage. She looks at Coda with surprise and immediately blushes, then quickly turns away. The young man silently looks at her and wonders if she regrets her confession. He turns back to her and says, if she needs anything she will not hesitate and will ask. Sometimes, however, there may be cases when he cannot help, but he will do everything possible within his power. Clara blushes, smiles softly, and says she knows this. He is always so kind. The boy replies that it will be so. He is always on her side, and whatever happens, he will still be near. Tears appear in Clara's eyes, and she quietly asks, "Is it true?" The man freezes in shock and looks at her, then says that even when military service ends and she returns, the girl will smile through tears and still ask if he would mind. The hero replies, "No, I am your called being." Cody reaches out and wipes tears from Clara. The girl and the boy look into each other's eyes for a long time, then hug tightly in the rays of the sun. A crowd gathered in front of the building. After long days of service, when the squad was cleaning the sewage, they were finally given leave. Right there, in front of everyone, a woman shouts that today is the day of the martial arts tournament in the Southern District. Clenching her hand into a fist, she adds, "Everything depends on the great achievements that grow from daily training." A man from the crowd grumbles that he heard nothing about this and that everything seems too sudden. Nearby, another man replies that the woman secretly trained her team, and Koda and Yoshioka listen to the conversation attentively. An arrow pierces a bale of straw. Koda exclaims joyfully that he hit the target. An unknown man tells him that he is too loud. Meanwhile, the woman shouts at another fighter because he is grinding his teeth, and Koda laughs. He hit the target again. The boy turns to his friend and asks how he feels, then nods at himself. He is one of the 15. The one with glasses raises a finger, winks, and immediately replies, he is one of the 10. Koda raises his hand to his mouth and declares that he used wind magic. Yoshioka replies, "I figured you out." The young man says that he got 5. His friend shrugs. It was expected from him if only he knew the aesthetics of the hidden sage. Koda opens his mouth in surprise. The crowd raises cheers. The girl below is incredible. The blonde holds a bow in her hands and looking forward with satisfaction as if already seeing the result. Yoshioka says that this is fina and that this is exactly what to expect from someone who was once a hunter. The girl draws the bowstring again. At exactly noon, each squad goes out to fight with 5 fighters armed with training weapons. The hero says that they did not belong to any squad, so they did not get a turn and it was meant to be so. An unknown person names the 5. The woman says that 5 of them gathered into a squad and orders them not to get into trouble during the fights. The first round of the tournament started. 5 heroes stand on the court and a crowd of spectators has gathered before them. The woman smiles crookedly and Koda thinks, what nonsense to get this far and still keep going further. The young man turns to Emma and asks if the captain is allowed to participate. She replies, only those who are not nobles and cannot do magic are allowed to participate, and the captain usually does not join. Yoshioka says he cannot use magic and that they are in a losing position. He raises his hands in a pleading gesture and asks them to get away. The hero shifts his gaze to the knight in front of him. He stands in armor and the thought spins in his head that he would like to use the stick art skill. Emma turns to Hans and says angrily, even if he has to lose his life, he must win. Hans, frightened, agrees. The crowd gathered near the ring. They shouted that they had not seen them for a long time, but finally everything began. An unknown person shouted about a weakling and pointed, saying that he looked helpless. The scarred man turns to the knight and orders him not to get distracted. The woman captain smiles crookedly and says that this is training. Clara peers at the ring in the crowd. A man barks at the knights to start the fight. The knight suddenly lunges forward and strikes, shouting that the one who starts first always wins. His opponent, grinding his teeth, dodges and an adult man shouts. Hans strikes the knight, immediately falls to his knees. The man freezes in place, all sweaty and stunned, while the crowd around laughs and shouts that there is a winner. The hero shouts that it was incredible and the captain grits her teeth in anger. Hans turned out to be unexpectedly strong. He even defeated the next opponent. The guys support Hans and he shyly thanks them. The woman pushes the shoulder of the new knight with a scar as he steps out. Hans is exhausted. He falls from a single blow. The knight lunges at him again. Somewhere a cry flies. That was cruel. Hans lies on the ground and his opponent stands right above him. A member of his team calls his name in panic. Koda orders to help Hans and they carry him out of the ring. The enemy turns to the hero and asks where their squad is heading. Supposedly, then the fight will have to be cancelled. Koda pulls on his helmet and replies that there is no need for that. The man with the scar asks what he will do next and declares that now is his time to run away. Koda thinks wildly. Thanks to his 6 blows of courage, he is boiling with rage. The hero stands opposite the knight. Nearby, a crowd shouts whether he will fight with a stick and if he understands that this is a duel. Clara looks anxiously at the ring. After preparation, the hero and the knight immediately rushed into battle. The duel flared up from the very first step. The man with the scar could not hold back. He was struck by Koda's speed. The young man confidently and skillfully began wielding the stick, his weapon. The enemy fell to the ground, glared fiercely at the boy and gritted his teeth, but in a moment the hero kicked him in the face. Blood flowed from the man's nose. Corporal Hinohara was declared the winner. The woman from the squad shouted that the boy was cheating, something was wrong with his spear, and he even kicked it. Kodo replied that it was just his confidence in the handle, let them choose any weapon they want. The woman asked if he was trying to show off. The hero thought that this skill with the stick was incredible, and if developed, it could be extremely useful. Nearby, a fight with the second opponent had already broken out. Corporal Hinohara was once again declared the winner. The boys praised the boy for a good job. Gonskun was completely fine. It seemed that Yasioka's regeneration magic had worked. But the young man noticed. The commander's mood had changed. No, she had the look of a soldier. It is the time of the general, who understands it will be difficult ahead. The battle has already been declared. So far, nothing special is happening. Kodo understands this woman acts cautiously, therefore this time he must start first. Kodo rushes into attack and the woman blocks his strike. The boy instantly realizes her strength is incredible. The boy caught the thought. She commands not only with words. The battle rages between Theme and Kodo is truly enjoying it. He feels his skills getting better and better, so he just needs to keep going. Suddenly he notices something and connects the puzzle. This is exactly what he needs. He ran the stick between the woman's arm and body and tightened it. The commander fell to the ground and sighed as if in defeat. Warrant Officer Hinohara was declared the winner again. The young man extended his hand to the woman and thanked her. She smiled in response. She accepted his help and firmly shook his hand. He, in turn, was happy and delighted with every moment. So in the end, they won the tournament. The prize was 5,000 marks, so they treated themselves to seafood and then came a day of rest. For some reason, they were summoned to the Royal Capital Guard headquarters. The man greeted them and admitted that he had also been following the tournaments and did not hide how impressed he was. Clara thanked him. The man invited them all here because he had a special mission for them, a request from General Bash, who had witnessed the tournament. Clara bowed and said they would carry out the orders. They would all accompany Saint Grosso. One of the girls was happy about this offer, though it seemed as if she might still suspect something that made her uneasy. The Count's knights led them to Sama Juliana. The man asked them to stay aside and not crowd around Juliana. Clara responded as if it was understood by everyone without extra words. Kodo, however, thought that this man was not to his liking at all. A girl appeared in the doorway, hurriedly apologized for the wait, and the whole hall froze at her beauty. This was Saint Grosso. Juliana announced that today they would set out together. Her name was Juliana, and she was the second daughter of Count Zevri. Although she was a saint, she did not have healing magic. She called it a holy cause because she often engaged in charity. The girl handed the man a cup of soup. He thanked her and tears immediately glistened in his eyes. Kodo stood nearby and vigilantly watched the saint. Clara approached and asked if there was anything about this mercy that he did not like. He objected, nothing of the sort. He said, if you take up charity, do it anonymously. You don't have to be a saint to help. The girl was so surprised she was taken aback. Juliana said that she had already finished everything. The man came up, took the cauldron, and briefly said, so we can go. Kodo noticed, the girl smells wonderful, but still something in him suspected something bad. At night the carriage rolls through the streets. Kodo asked if they were not being persecuted. Yasioka replied that it seemed everything was fine, but vigilance must not be lost. Think the 12 million deal worked as expected from a contender for a great aristocrat. Yasioka noticed how much was happening. Kodo said they needed to give Claris-sama a little more time to find the shop. The friend asked if the hero could send a letter to Ryu. He replied that he would be grateful if she gathered herself and supported everything. Suddenly Kodo sharply stopped the horses. Yasioka asked if they were being attacked. The hero apologized and said he had a place he needed to go. The comrade immediately understood that he meant the saint's home, so he called him a stalker. Kodo explained. The girl smelled the same scent, the scent he had sensed at the murder site in the sewer. Maybe a saint is a killer. Yasioka denies this. She is only 15 and Kodo has almost no evidence, so he has to find out for sure. The friend replied that he understood everything and asked his comrade not to take any risks and to take a radio with him. The man began to climb the wall. He just can't get this incident out of his head honestly. It's not about how the tramp died. He's just too curious about the truth regarding the girl who was called the saint. Suddenly someone sneaked up behind the hero, pressed a knife to his neck, and ordered him not to move, then also commanded his accomplice to remove the mask. Kodo cannot allow them to see his face. Otherwise, he will endanger Clara-sama. As part of the Royal Capital Garrison Guard, he is not allowed to be exposed. The young man is convinced he is keeping calm, so where does this urge to act come from? Could the reason be his skill in bravery multiplied sixfold? He shocked the man holding him with an electric current. The man fell, and the youth managed to grab a weapon people didn't even realize when exactly. The opponent became more lively. These guys are professionals. Kodo asked them if they were thieves. What will they do now? The girl recognized that voice. Moreover, she also recognized the magic he just used, senpai. Kodo removed his mask and said that this was the same lady to whom he once gave a back massage. The girl replied that it was her Elki, and the young man stood with his mouth agape, stunned. Standing on the bridge, Kodo asks if he should introduce himself again. Elki says no need. He is the servant of Clara Ansbench, the Knight of Avaberg. She has already heard that. They met only once during this journey. The girl is a member of the Royal Palace Order. When he met her in the city of Budendorf, Senpai and his friend were dueling, and she was working to expose Baron Set's lawlessness. Kodo decided she is a spy. She replied that there is nothing remarkable about it, just a shadow ghost. Elki asked the boy what he was looking for. She guessed, spying is his hobby. The hero proposed in exchange she would say what she does and he would tell about himself in the same way. The girl answered confidently in the same tone as the boy but reminded him, they have a numerical advantage. The young man said that she was also too confident in herself. Elki clarified the boy's specialization and asked if he could paralyze all 5 at once. He rubbed his head and said he would tell everything, and it started 3 days ago. He was surprised when he first saw the saint. The girl resembled his long-lost younger sister. He wanted to show respect once more, but realized he could not. Elki stopped him. Did he really think such a story would work on her? The boy was surprised that she figured him out so quickly. The girl said, even under his current circumstances, it was still suspicious and suggested that he was crazy. Then he interrupted her and declared that this time it should be enough. The girl did not understand what he was talking about. Suddenly something attacked the shadows as if they were pierced by electricity. Yoshioka stood behind Kodo and instantly used fireball jutsu. A man asks his friend when he managed to bring black clothes. He replies that he brought themin that will be enough. Yoshioka throws out the question of what they will do with these guys. Elki is beside himself. Later they found a place to hide them, but it was quite cold there. Iliki-san might catch a cold. Kodo agreed and said he had something for her. Yoshioka warned his friend better not do that to get to her breasts, but he finally declared that he was not going to do exactly that. He wanted to cover Elka, but she suddenly stood up and said he needed to be faster to touch her breasts. The young man began to justify himself. He said he was just going to cover her with something, not a blanket. Since they were already here, the girl asked them to tell what they were doing and promised she would also tell what she was doing herself. The boys looked at each other. Elki and her companions are members of a secret organization belonging to Count Nanberg, Chancellor of the Kingdom of Saxon. It seems she is a member of the Shadow Knights squad. Since this time the goal was to investigate the behavior of Juliana, the contender for the title of Princess of the first Prince of France from the Kingdom of Allies. They were watching any lovers. That is exactly how they caught him. Elk asked what they had already found out. The other replied, they have been doing this for 3 days, but so far nothing strange has been noticed. She told him everything she knew, so now it was his turn. The young man told her about the murder that happened in the sewer drains and added that the scent of Juliana was also at the crime scene. Elki informed someone that the smell of Juliana has not yet disappeared from the crime scene. Even if he told the truth, who are they anyway? Hinohara and Yoshioka are from Clara's unit, Garrison Royal Capital Guard of the Southern District. These are corporals who possess magic and special skills, and none of them sound human. She had no idea that they would speak so frankly. Kodo asked if she really thought they would take her life and later feed her to the servants. She replied that she was ready to be taken against her will. Kodo assured her they would never do that and that he was not the kind of person capable of such a thing. Yoshioka and Hinohara exchanged a few sharp phrases and the girl briefly said, "It's time to go back." Kodo apologizes for everything but has one more thing he must tell her. Let them know if they come across anything else. In return, they will also share information. She explained that her room on the 2nd floor is the farthest east at 15th Theater Street in the Southern District. If they need to keep in touch, they should leave instructions for her there. Kodo noted that going outside at such a late hour is quite dangerous and offered to escort the girl, but she replied that she could manage on her own. Yoshioka just summed up. In the end, they still didn't find out anything certain about the killer. He thinks it's time to go home and finally get some sleep, but first, one thing needs to be done. The boy orders Halger to stop hiding and come out. He peeks out from the bushes and immediately realizes he has been noticed. The dog sense skill was triggered. Kodo understood immediately. That man heard everything. The boy thought it was unfair that so many had eavesdropped on him. He won't say a word about him to Elka. Halger looked surprised at the beast of the Shadow Knights. Only a few people in the world know that name. Kodo said he had a request for the man. He was interested in any information about Sengrassel. He gave the man 3 coins and the man promised he would tell everything he could, but only on the condition that he received something in return. Then he asked why this boy was so obsessed with the saint. The hero doesn't understand why Halger needs to know this. It is very likely that the saint is involved in how someone's life is taken, and the man understood this too. He thinks this man is cool, so he'll give him some advice. Better not to dig too deep, especially into the story about the royal court. 2 days passed without any progress in the case, so they returned to Japan again. Clara told this guy that more than 2 hours could be spared for vacation. Yoshioka replied, "Nothing complicated, just take a bath and pick up some groceries." 2 hours, he said, would be more than enough. Clara assured that she had been in the bath only once when she set out for the Lamar Empire during the pilgrimage to the Holy Land. So much time had passed that she suddenly wanted to soak in the water too. Kodo was standing and choosing something in the store. She recalled when Leah was injured and he applied medicine, she recovered very quickly. Maybe this lotion will do the same there. Yoshioka felt here one could earn even more money. He would take what was needed right off the shelves so Kodo could go the other way. They piled up a whole bunch of packages. Yoshioka declared that now they would become too rich again, and his friends supported him without hesitation. Suddenly Seraphim appeared before them and was about to say something. Yoshioka apologized and promised they would get rid of everything. The man replied that there was nothing wrong with what they were doing, they could do as they pleased. He asked Hinoharu if he had sent a letter to Leah. He nodded, yes. After that, Yoshioka asked her to come to the royal capital. The man fell silent for a moment and asked the boy if he still thought he was called here by mistake. Kodo received a gift the moment he was called here. He was still a summoned beast, but what does Leia have to do with it? The point is that Leah is a girl on a mission to become a member of the hero squad as a Phoenix recruit. At first, she was supposed to be trained together with Phoenix in the Loga's labyrinth. The young man asked if there was anything he could do. Seraphim answered simply, let him continue doing the same, trying to publish holy books and newspapers. And for Leah, a summoned creature was being prepared. But at this stage, Leah's growth as a breaker will be slow. Perhaps she will have to rely on the boy to help her grow. The boy said they would do everything they could for her. The man beamed with joy and vanished without a trace. Kodo was thinking about how to help Leia join the heroes, so Yoshioka explained, Seraphim means he will return when his time comes, and then he will be asked right then. But first, a new skill card had to be obtained. The skill name, Dummy. It can create a clone that repeats simple movements and pronounces 100-letter words. The clone can disappear at the creator's will and vanishes on its own as soon as a strong hit occurs, or 10 hours pass from the moment of creation. Only one can be created at a time, and with increased mastery level, the number of clones grows. Yoshioka sincerely highly appreciated the double mastery level. Suddenly Katath one he was standing before disappeared, and the real main hero touched him on the shoulder and said he was here. Yoshioka, startled, fell to the floor and told Senpai that he absolutely had to wear ninja gear. Kodo decided this skill will definitely come in handy. Kodo reports everything is ready. He had long been nurturing the idea of a skincare business, and now he dared to ask the girls what they thought about it. One of the girls looked in the mirror and her face was glowing. The girls were delighted. They asked to state the price and Kodo was stunned by how enthusiastically they reacted. The services are really very effective, but the main target audience is slightly older people, so the girls asked Emma's mother for a favor. Emmy's mother squeezed her cheeks and asked if it was true. The cheeks turned out to be soft, like a baby's. She had never felt such smooth ones before. The woman asked her daughter to let her feel the cheeks, then turned to Kodo and asked if this method would work on her. He nodded and she immediately asked, apply the product properly. When he removed the paint, the boy told the woman to look in the mirror and the whole room involuntarily froze, looking at her in surprise. She was stunned by her own younger face. Kodo jokingly said that the boy had overdone it. In response, he heard, this is the skill level of Golden Fingers, and the hero realized, in this world, the beauty business is in full swing. From the next day, Yoshioka will be free from military duties and will go to the store for shopping. After the last match, the captain really had a great time but now fully devoted herself to training. Kodo fought with the general and Hands approached and asked to train together. Although the hero is not yet as skilled as Clara-sama in footwork, he likes the feeling. Every day he becomes stronger. After the shower, Kodo sat on the bed and contacted Yoshioka via radio to ask how things were. He replied that being freed from several servings of pea soup invigorates him, or is he trying to make Kodo jealous? Then he clarified about the mission. He said that jewelry stores suddenly got rich and now have a whole bunch of wealthy clients. He even bought a cheaper ring to understand the craft, but the quality was so-so. Kodo understood everything and ordered his comrade to continue the investigation. Then Yoshioka remembered what he wanted to ask. Senpai is looking for clothes for a party. If he keeps wandering, the boy advised the Eichner store on Polia Street. Kodo has the whole day free, no duties, so he wondered if Clara-sama would invite him somewhere for a walk. If so, it would be their first date. He asked Yoshioka to say if he knows a good place for dinner, ideally, with lots of wine. Was he really going to get the girl so drunk that she would lose her head? Yoshioka replied, no, he would not do that. The young man entered Clara-sama's office and immediately told her that it was time to eat. He asked if she had plans for the second half of the day. The girl replied that she really had no plans. Then the boy asked her to go shopping for clothes with him, heard that she was supposed to be at the party. Clara-sama confirmed his words and added, thanks to Cutie she has money, so she can afford a new dress. And the 100,000 marks that Clara-sama invested in them turned into 10 million marks. Kodo asked her to say if she wanted to visit somewhere, he would be near Bido serve her. The girl suggested they go together, saying they would spend this time together anyway. At these words, the boy noticeably blushed. He quietly said that this was exactly what he had planned. The girl looked away and said, soon they will set off for a ride in the carriage standing at the street corner. But before that, the guy offered her to eat. The girl agreed they definitely needed to have a little something to eat. They ride in the carriage, and Kodo asks what her preferences in clothing are. She replies that she hasn't worn a dress for a long time, usually she doesn't manage it very well. The hero assured her in any dress she would look just right. They came to that very store, the boy helped the girl to come down. They took each other by the hands and both blushed, but something called to them and both immediately turned around. It was Saint Grassel. Clara asked the girl if she had also come shopping today. She said she was just walking beside her father. She already has everything she once desired. She asks not to be called saintly and will not say that she has grown into such privileges. Koda wondered if that girl really had been in the sewer. Juliana wished them a good day and smiled warmly at the boy. He blushed, he did not know what exactly was happening to him after all, he was not a child. Then he caught Clara's gaze and suddenly shuddered. The girl asked if he was really interested in such girls. The boy tried to convince her otherwise, but she closed her eyes and said she understood. In the end, they returned to the barracks without dinner. The boy was eating, and Hans could not resist asking what had happened. Hadn't he said he was tired of pea soup? Kodo declared that he was a worthless man. Even if she had used charm magic, it was not fitting for him to blush so brazenly next to another girl in front of Clara-sama. Here the boy finally realized which spell it was about. He abruptly got up and announced that he was under a spell. That is why he was watching that girl so intently. Hans still did not understand what was going on. The girl approached the boy and he asked if everything was all right with the dish, Clara-sama. She replied that she had not eaten a single bite, and added that she needed him to come. She had something in her office in about 15 minutes. 15 minutes passed and that man knocked on the office door. He reported that the corporal was already here. Clara allowed him to enter. He entered the office and immediately saw Clara in a dress. He froze, the look struck him speechlessly. The girl asked what he thought about the dress her mother had given her. The boy was silent. It was hard for him to say anything, and Clara would have started to worry if he said nothing at all. Kodo finally gathered his thoughts and said that she was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in the world. It doesn't matter whether she is armor or a message. No, her beauty is not limited to appearance alone. Inner nobility goes far beyond mere looks. The girl confessed to the boy that she was very embarrassed and asked him to simply, as always, give her a compliment. Kodo realized he had gone too far and decided to correct what he said, at least in terms of what he meant. The girl recoiled and said that was all, apologizing for taking up his time. Suddenly the boy crouched down on one knee. The girl froze, shock overwhelmed her completely. The young man asked for the girl's hand. And in the very next moment he kissed her hand. The next day the general informed Clara. At 12 o'clock she and her squad must depart for headquarters. Is this some kind of emergency? She replied that, as always, they would help with security, condemning bandits. A gang of convicted robbers is a mysterious band of thieves that recently turned Zaxxon into ruins. They attack the rich right within the castle walls and have caused a lot of damage. What distinguishes them from other ordinary robbers is one thing: they leave a verdict accusing the sinners. That is why they are called, so they accuse those they consider guilty of sins. This month an incident occurred. A nobleman was attacked and his entire family was slaughtered. Since then, the army has tightened security measures. Kodo is standing outside and talking about the night patrol on a cold day like today. And what are these picky gangs about? Halgerson greeted Mr. Hinohara. The hero inquired what had happened. The man replied that it had nothing to do with the saint and at the same time brought some more information. Today the sewer system is used not only outside, it has also been laid inside the walls. The young man asked where and when, and the other replied, I haven't told you everything yet. Usually underground passages behind the walls were used for crimes. Getting into the sewer is not easy. There are strong iron grates and equally strong locks. There were no signs of forced entry. It seemed they used a master key to open some locks. Moreover, one of the beastmen stated that traces of blood still remained in the air. The young man asked what had happened. It was the day after the murder of an aristocrat who supplied special substances. The young man paused for a moment in thought and then thanked the man for telling him this. The street buzzes with people. Kodo says, by order from above, he had to deliver a letter to one of the neighbors. Elki-san works too. The girl first looked ominously at the boy, then smiled and greeted him. The man immediately understood how she blends in with society, and from this it became clear that it suited her. Elki asked what he was doing here. He replied, supposedly it was just a coincidence, a simple accident. Then he inquired about the progress of the investigation into Juliana's case. Elki replied she is the purest and most innocent of all the saints, but although that saint has 3 servants. It turned out that she was very close to one of the 3. Secret relationships to conduct serious business, and even with her servants, apparently no less. The girl felt that he approved of her sacred love, but the boy refused. When Juliana marries a man from another country, she can be placed under house arrest for 6 months just on any suspicion of pregnancy. If during this time her belly starts to grow, it could turn the whole country upside down. So she is constantly under close watch. 3 suspicious maids, the first Lara Bard 31, she as Juliana's mentor stays close all the time. The second her companion knight Camille Huberger 24 years old. The third suspect servant Karina Angler 17. The man demanded proof. She replied that one of the problems was Karina. He suggested it was love between women. It seemed there was nothing unusual about that. Elki stated that this servant was a man and assured she saw it with her own eyes. It turns out the saint forces him to behave like a woman. But what could that mean? Because of this, the girl has a request to the hero. The man warns women, beware of suspicious men. Recently, some strange robbers have appeared on the streets, so women need to be careful while he is away. Juliana watches the carriage with her father, and it disappears into the distance. And then at night, the girl entered the room. The mentor and she exchanged glances. Soon the woman hits the boy in the stomach. He falls to the ground, writhing in pain, and asks why she did it. He barely manages to come to his senses when she steps on his face. The boy does not understand what exactly he has done. Laura tells him that he has made a mistake. He starts shouting again that the plan is going perfectly. The night inspection of Kamazal Temple has already ended. Leela stepped on his foot again, and Juliana said that today her father left the castle. It would be wrong to ruin her father's joy. Huberger began to apologize and declared that he would accept any punishment. The girl asked about the temple, and Lara replied, they need to stop the night attacks for some time, so she suggested postponing the plans for the day. Sveta agreed, but in return she will go tomorrow, and the woman could not allow her to do that. The girl did not understand the reason. She was the one who created the condemned bandits and had not seen human deaths for so long. Noticing the expression on the mentor's face, she agreed to just look at the moon that night. Yoshioka repeated the boy's words about Elkison. He asked the hero to investigate the saint's case, but was he not worried that it might look like betrayal? Kodo agreed with this. Yoshioka asked if the boy had already thought about honestly confessing to Clara-sama. He shook his head, then his friend asked what he would do next. The boy replied that he decided to investigate the saint's case. It seems she really can use magical magic more precisely, the kind he so desires. And if not, then he is just a playboy, and because of this it feels as if his heart has been turned inside out. Yoshioka said that there is no need for an investigation here. He is sure it is true. But I tell you, senpai, he did not spend that much time with the saint. Kodo claims he met her only twice. There is a limit to how many times one can truly fall in love with the same person. At first he did not think about the saint at all, but step by step he began to feel increasing sympathy for her, and this became clear immediately upon his arrival here. He was drawn to and troubled by her because of her charm. But he was unlikely to have fallen in love so deeply just with her appearance, although Clara-sama was sure of it. The cat cannot say anything more. The boys said goodbye to each other and went their separate ways. Kodo, it seems, had overdone it. Even Yoshioka admitted it was the magic of the talisman, and only they really kept him afloat. He needs to sober up faster. Suddenly he found himself on the walland, only then realized that he was actually sobering up. He repeatedly thinks that he cannot resist her magic while tipsy. Lula orders him to get up and fixate precisely on her. Karina suggests Juliana wear the following because it is cold outside, and she thanks the servant. The knight warned the girl, this place is dangerous, but she unleashed her charms and asked to be let in just once. Lara tried to stop her, saying it was dangerous there and they needed to go back. Juliana ordered her to stop and the girl obediently stopped. Sveta approached the edge of the wall. She was still trembling at the thought that the boundary between life and death had not disappeared anywhere. She stood on the cliff and was literally bursting with boredom. Then she noticed Kodo and he noticed Juliana. The girl said that she was incredibly pleased to meet such a handsome man and decided that he was probably the servant of that beautiful woman of the night. The boy was cringing with guilt. He excused himself by saying he was just warming up. The knights began to approach the lady and asked why she was doing this. She cast a spell and ordered them to stand still. Kodo finally climbed up. The girl told him not to worry and asked his name. The boy introduced himself and she decided that the name was strange, so later she started asking questions. She asked if he hated her. He replied that she herself was a saint and that everyone loved her. So why does he reject her art? The boy said that art was the magic of charm. She replied, the people around her usually fall head over heels in love with her, and she doesn't even have to lift a finger thanks to her special trait, but despite this she cast a sacred spell on him. This happened the next day after they came with that female knight. The man did not understand why she was doing this. She explained she did it because she was very close with the knight. The man was still recalling memories of that day. He clenched his fist and called the saint a swear word. The girl continued to insist. From his attitude it was clear the magic did not work completely. Juliana pronounced his name and asked him to become her husband. Shocked, he couldn't even close his mouth. Juliana invited that boy to join her. The man looked at her dully and strangely, then lowered his head and tried to say something. He voiced that it was she who took the life of a man named Kantz in the sewer drains. The saint smiled. She replied that she did it indirectly, although in reality she wanted him to die. The boy did not understand where such passion came from in her. She said that over some insignificant trifle she wanted him to die because he was too stubbornly pursuing her. So this is how it looks. But the facts are still not enough even because an ordinary soldier would not pursue the daughter of a count. Now he needs to find a way to break free from the spell. Kodo stepped closer to the girl and declared that he wanted to fight her. At these words, the girl's knight shuddered. She flared up with anger but still stopped him. She asked why he wanted to fight. He replied that it was because she was playing with his heart. If he wins, he wants her to remove the spell. Juliana came closer and asked, why did her magic suddenly enchant him? She called him an interesting man. The boy turned away and blushed. The girl understood everything immediately. When she returns, she will carefully consider this proposal. First, he would appoint his representatives. She could not fight one-on-one, and if her knights acted on her behalf, would the hero object? 5 against 1, that is already too difficult. The hero does not object to her format, but instead wants her to agree to a red duel. The girl grabbed the boy by the shoulders and declared that now she wants him even more. As soon as he loses, he will be hers. Then if she wins, he will become her servant, but if he wins, he will remove the mask. He is sure that such conditions will not bother her. Juliana smiled slyly. The knight told the boy that everything was ready, so he could attack whenever he wanted. The young man stood up and the man decided that he was afraid, although he himself was so eager for the red duel. Kodo drew the sword from its sheath and ordered to attack. He threw the sword, it whistled past the knight and electrified him. The princess and the mentor froze, shocked by what was happening. The men do not understand what happened. Could this boy really know how to cast spells when he pulls out the staff? The young man immediately went on the attack. He pressed with the shield to both defend and parry blows, and whispered to his frightened comrade that everything was fine. The knight ordered his colleagues to approach closer. Supposedly, the boy would not be able to use magic that way. Kodo did not lose his composure. He rushed to the lamp that was dispersing the darkness and broke it. The knight stared into the gloom, searching for the boy. He disappeared into the darkness, but they still found him. One noticed that he was standing with his back to them and suggested striking from behind. But the next moment, one of the knights was pierced by an electric shock, and the hero again seemed to dissolve into emptiness. The boy realizes his attacks are too obvious. The knight began shouting that he took them for mockery, but still they were still holding around and did not retreat. At that moment, the man pierced the young man through, and he remained alive and unharmed. The man did not have time to understand what happened before he was hit by an electric shock. His comrade interrupted with a warning, "Be careful. The boy uses strange techniques." He sharply turned his head and saw two Kodo. They insisted that his attacks were too obvious. Mastery in creating clones, but which one is real? The man waved it off. It doesn't matter. You just need to defeat them. The man asked to attack, but Kodo hit him with a stick. He fell. The last knight, still standing, declared this was an unfair fight. The young man agreed and removed the clone. At night, the fury went wild. He launched an attack. Kodo pressed his staff into the ground, turned on it, and struck the opponent right in the face. All enemies were defeated. He approached Julian and announced that victory was already his, then ordered her to remove the magic. He raised the staff at her and declared, since she broke her promise, it is obvious to everyone what will happen next. Laura snatched the staff and ordered that boy to stop. He struck her with an electric shock and she sank to the ground. The saint was left alone. Kodo said that if they broke the promise again, he would throw her out of here, and that was final. The girl trembled and asked if he really hated her. He replied that he actually hated her, and the girl immediately hung her head. She began to cast a spell, and the young man suddenly felt lightness in his body. So the magic had already released. The girl said, "I will go." She was walking and wiping tears, probably because Senpai did not pay attention to her. The saint was initially someone she did not care about. Easy to say, hard to do. Elki greeted the boy and asked if he got into a small fight last night. He clarified, "Did you see what happened there?" She replied that she was standing in the shadows and watching everything. He had already settled his affairs, and because of that got involved in the story revolving around the saint. So he will not be able to cooperate with Alcassin in their investigation. That is exactly what he wanted to say. The girl states, although she thought he would manage, there is no need to talk about cleverness anymore, higher Shatter Knights. But still, he did not let her get to the moment where she starts to seduce him. The boy was stunned, and then the girl sat down and cut in that it was a joke. It was unlikely that she would manage to overcome the saint's magic. The young man blushed. The hero walks down the school corridor and suddenly notices a crowd. Hans told that boy that there is a guest here and that he wants to see him. The man entered Clara's cabin. She greeted him, and Julian was already sitting in the cabin. She really wanted to tell him something. The saint stood up, bowed, and apologized for what happened at night. The boy asked if there was anything she needed for him, 38-3 to do. That's true, but first she insisted, let him accept the cake she made herself. It was her first experience in baking. She learned from a maid, but the hero refused to take the cake. The night girl stated that behaving like that with a lady is quite rude. The boy bowed and replied, if he has no other matters, he will leave. Juliana stepped away from the boy and whispered that last night he was too angry and seemed tense like a string, causing her heart pain. She couldn't hold back. She simply fell madly in love with him, so she hugged the boy. Clara and the girl froze in shock. The boy began to justify himself. They misunderstood everything. It was just a misunderstanding. For the first time in his life, he truly realized what a terrible shortage must not be allowed. Clara screams and asks, if he had lost, she would have lost him too without even knowing what really happened. The boy lowered his head and apologized to the girl, but the main thing is he managed to return to her. The young man thanked the girl. She still lived in his heart, and it was thanks to her that he was able to resist her spell. Kodo fought with 5 soldiers of Juliana. Clara asked why. He answered, it is necessary to mark the effect of the spell she cast on him. And what would have happened if he had lost? He answered, then he would have been under the control of the saint. The next moment Clara laid his head on her lap. She said that he was hers and would never give him to anyone else. After Yoshioka returned, they went back to Japan. They had only 21 hours left before they were called. During that time, he transferred his powers to others and made a few purchases, and the carrot he received became a vision of truth. If a question can only be answered with yes or no, he will be able to determine if the interlocutor is telling the truth. Yoshioki noted that this is very frightening. The hero agreed and said that this is demonic technique. If a person believes in false information, it is much harder for them to surely understand whether they are lying. The boys returned, the girls met them. One of the girls said that the saint came in the morning, and it would have been bad if he had appeared here earlier. Clara noticed, now she was among the guards, so she could not meet in person. Emma spoke with her, and that guy thought that after all Emma was really obsessed with this saint. The sergeant was ordered to take the saint through the base territory. She was also shown his room. The young man quickly ran to his room and opened the door. It seemed everything was fine, but the young man suddenly smelled a floral scent. The boys started rummaging through his wardrobe and eventually realized the girl had stolen his underwear. Juliana was looking at the boy's underwear, and Karina immediately said that for someone like Hinohara-sama, she was too small. The fabric stretches and the underwear has already become too big, so Hinohara-sama will be able to wear them without any problems. By the way, this lingerie is simply incredible. Juliana asked Karina to make something for her. The girl asked the servant to put on these panties and Karina was surprised. Sveta was simply curious about how it looks on a man. Karina immediately understood everything. Juliana began to pull off the servant's underwear. A little more time and March came. It was during this period that they returned to their world twice with Yoshioka to finally leave the company. At the same time, he acquired 2 more skills. First, swimming, he not only stays afloat but can dive to a depth of 100, holding his breath for 10 minutes. Second, air step. Like a beginner, he runs in the air, creating air masses and flies up at least 2 steps. He wanted to hone both skills, but Dresden is a city without simple opportunities, so finding a place to practice was difficult. There was a knock on the office door. Emma entered and asked if he had agreed. The young man did not quite understand what exactly she meant. Yesterday, the Chancellor's envoy came to Emma, visited both her and her mother. And it seems the Chancellor really wants to meet this boy. The man bowed his head before Her Royal Majesty Anna's. Isn't this the very one Elki-san spoke of? Francois considered her his first choice for a potential life. It seems Francois favored Julian. Anissa gave the order for the man to stand up. She asked where he was from. He replied that he was from Japan. Anissa could not understand where she had heard about this place. He had been there more than once, a large old city known for its god artifact named Buddha. The girl noticed that the man spoke like Yuichi. There were 3 heroes who came from Japan. Anissa heard that Yuichi came from Nara, so she asked where he was from. He replied that he was from the province. Mr. Shinai was also a foreigner summoned by the country and he denied it. If he had been summoned, he would hardly be able to travel like those brave heroes. The young man suddenly realized they were being watched very closely here. The man inquired what they planned for the evening and heard the answer. The woman stood up and simply disappeared somewhere. The advisor only said that this should be discussed after dinner. The man agreed. He was led into some room and a moment later the advisor returned to him. The young man suggested getting straight to business. Not long ago he noticed Madame Peterson at an event. She was so beautiful that he almost thought what if this was another person. It was then he learned about the mysterious charmer Shawnai, who organized makeup procedures. After the procedure at Emma's mother's, there was probably a voice left so talkative. The consultant asked directly if it was possible by his powers to make that woman even more beautiful. He replied that yes, possibly, but first decided to explain. To lengthen hair and improve its quality, enhance skin shine, and remove excess weight, these abilities allow him to freely adjust body contours. The man declared that this was incredible and asked if this meant every ugly girl could be made beautiful. The boy nodded. But what is the price? If they want to change everything from bottom to top, they will have to pay more. The man named the sum 300 million marks. Expensive, but such a figure would be impossible if he were not confident in his technique. The man agreed, but the payment will be made only after Mr. Shani completes everything to the end. To change her skin, he will have to touch her. And that means she would be defenseless. During the process, he must touch her body and individual parts. Do they use this? He replied that he has already managed to convince him enough. The effect of the procedure depends on the will of the person, but as he heard from the princess, she does not like it at all. Why does she feel that way? The man lowered his head and said that Juliana Serverit is also a candidate for Prince Francois' wife. And after the trial, the saint became unfit. There is really logic in this. Since the princess had to be the main candidate again, she lost confidence in herself. Francois never mentioned her. The man suggested changing her hairstyle. It would be enough for him to touch her hair and she would immediately feel the effect. That would be nice. The man asked for a minute to convey this to her. Beauty procedures began. The maid stood nearby and watched attentively. There is quite a pleasant smell. The man asked the girl if she felt pain. She replied that she feels energetic. She lacks a bit of volume in her hair, but if he adds a little magic, the new roots will be able to breathe fully. Oh, how lucky he is with these divine fingers. After drying, he announced to the princess that now she has beautiful Zaxxon hair. He asked to bring a mirror for her majesty. She looked in the mirror. Kodo asked if she was satisfied with it. It was only part of the powers that the goddess of beauty Aphrodite gave him. A few drops fell on the mirror. The princess cried. She thanked that boy and said that she felt the heart lost somewhere in childhood was returned. She returned to the Lord and said that she entrusted him with the rest. She asked to be shown the rest of his techniques. The young man would gladly do it. Since the princess directly sought treatment, he continued to come to the royal palace every day to perform cosmetic procedures for the princess's body. The girl apologized to the boy for making him come to her every day. The boy replied, in fact, he was waiting for it. The princess felt the same. In 2 weeks, the ball begins and is in full swing. The princess entered the room. She looked stunning. Everyone was impressed. The man sharply turned to Kodo and stared at him in surprise. The girl silently watched as the carriage disappeared with Kodo's departure. The man reminded her that she was a princess. She should forget about her status. Anissa understood this. Yet he quietly saw shunning off, not letting her guess about it. He replied that he wanted her to sit quietly until he left. A lot of time has passed since the day he returned to Japan. Clara Sama called them for 2 days in a row, so he acquired 2 new skills. The skill of edible wild plants, perfect for gathering wild mushrooms and wild plants in the forest, and also best suited for collecting magical royal herb. The night vision skill allows seeing through darkness, even with minimal light, ideal for night missions. Kodo was walking through the city at night. Suddenly he felt a strange smell. It was the smell of blood. He rushed to where the pulling was, and immediately saw a fight. 2 men were beating one boy. Kodo asked them why they were doing it. But as soon as they saw that man, the people got scared. He approached the victim and asked how he was feeling. The boy thanked him and said it was scary to even imagine how things would have turned out if he hadn't come. Were they bandits? The man replied that they were Presbyterian extremists, so he was from the Enlightened. He began to deny and stated that he did not belong to the Ebon faction, and the hero didn't even know what the Ebon faction was. The young man asked why they attacked that boy. He answered, it was all because he was an engineer. His name was Oliver Bach. He was sent to the army to improve magical cannons and repair the castle gate. Kodo finally found exactly the specialist he was looking for. He began to pat the boy on the back and said he understood, so it turned out he was an engineer. Oliver thanked the boy and decided to move on. Suddenly Kodo turned on a flashlight. Oliver asked what it was. He replied, it was a device from another world. And he added that he himself was also from another world. He asked Oliver to go with him for a while. He could show something more interesting. Oliver said it was incredible. Kodo explained that they developed this printing technology, and now he wanted to print Scandinavian writings. The man asked who asked them about it, the cardinal of the temple or maybe the pope himself. Kodo replied that it was Seraphim. What an audacious story, and he still insists that he is not lying. The hero proposed to the engineer to cooperate with them, and he immediately agreed. This was supposed to be a divine revelation. Refusing such an opportunity is true foolishness. Kodo noticed. The guy is really skillful, he cannot stand lies, and even Yoshioka saw this without any of his skills. After that, they talked with Oliver about his duties and about how exactly they would work on the development of the printing press. Then he left everything in his hands. Yoshioka told him how things were going in the shop. It seemed everything was going quite smoothly. Kodo poured Clara some tea and told her how they managed to start all this. Besides, he decided to hire a maid because he had many rooms. Clara understands. Kodo is a rather busy person. He can't even invite her to his room anymore. The girl took his hand. The guy didn't even realize what was happening. She replied that it was nonsense, she just wanted to do it, that's all. Clara-sama lost her mother at a very young age. Her father was too strict, not the kind to coddle. It seemed he had to invent an excuse just to pamper her somehow. The guy asked if Clara wanted a makeover. The man said he would go. Clara-sama confirmed this. The man asked if there was a place she wanted to go. She replied that she wanted to walk around the city a bit. Today Clara-sama will be Katasan's companion. First, he has to apologize to the whole world. Katasan is incredibly happy. They decided to take a walk on the way home. The heroes were walking and talking when suddenly someone turned towards Hinohara. A girl named Bianca smiled and said she was pleased to meet him. She also added that she should have interviewed him for the maid position, but the guy forgot that it was supposed to be today. Clara told her to come in. The three sat at the table, drank tea and talked. The young man explained her room is on the 3rd floor. He thought carrying water upstairs would be quite difficult. Would that suit her? She agreed to do her job with maximum sincerity and promised she would do everything to meet his expectations. So she asked to be hired. Clara asked the girl if she had family. She replied that her husband died 5 years ago. Since then she has lived alone without children. She is originally from southern Benilia. When she got married, she moved here, so she has no close relatives. The guy uses the skill truth detector. Lies do not pass. Clara asked the guy what he thought. After that, she suggested working here for a few days. He agreed and said she could come starting tomorrow, asked to do everything possible. Bianca rushed upstairs and warmly thanked the guy. But suddenly she faltered and quickly said she would come tomorrow and do everything she could. Clara and Koda exchanged glances. The man stopped the woman and opened his safe box. Then he pulled a hot dog out of his pocket and handed it to Bianca, saying that he had a bunch of stuff with him, let her take it. Tears welled up in the woman's eyes. Clara tells her to eat this tonight, and tomorrow she will be ready to work. Bianca cried and Clara smiled gently. In the evening, 2 men were walking down the street and noticed Bianca. She started crying while eating what Kota gave her and suddenly noticed something. She began to pray to the space-time god Seraphim, thanked him for bringing her to Hinohara-sama and the mistress, and believed that thanks to this she could live one more day. The woman bowed and left, and the article smiled after her. Kota entered the room. It had already been thoroughly cleaned, and now it shone with cleanliness. There are areas that Bianca still can't reach, but she eagerly looks forward to working here in the future. The woman apologized for using the pen on the table without permission to write this letter, as this pen is a real gem. The heroine does not dwell on the thought of why she is not coping, but even 150 marks may turn out to be too little payment for her services. Since then, he has been exchanging letters with Bianca, and very soon they will meet at night. Emma glanced at the door and declared that she is a real soldier. She is supposed to lead the squad. The cat asks her to rest. The only bad thing is that Yoshioka is not nearby, but he stays at the hotel to start their business. That's how it all turns out. He will take the main role that Emma was supposed to play tonight. The men were happy. At night in the city, on the streets, the most diverse people come out. Their work begins with questioning everyone who looks suspicious. They also break up drunken fights and wake up drunks who have fallen asleep. A man asked a drunk if he could get home by himself. The drunk nodded, "Yes, I can. Even if the fine is 3,000, it's not worth it. Soldier troubles are unnecessary. It's better to send them home." The guys insisted that at night Corporal Hinohara really saved them, and Sergeant Emma will definitely drag him to the garrison. The heroine thought that she was not such a bad person, she just hadn't thought about the situation ordinary people have to face. One of the soldiers addressed the corporal. He said that they caught 3 girls of easy virtue. Prostitution on the streets in Dresden is prohibited. The fine for this is 2,000 marks, the decision was announced. The girl begged, "Please don't send me to prison." If they were not charged, they were sent to prison or, if circumstances required, released. This is an unwritten rule. Soldiers who catch criminals decide what happens next. One of the guys asked Hinohara what he thought. He looked at the girls, was about to say something but suddenly caught a familiar face. It was Bianca. They were walking down the street, the man in front, the woman behind. Bianca asked if she had already been released. The man shook his head. No. They reached the house and the woman invited him to enter her old home. The hero stepped over the threshold and froze in shock. Inside, everything was old, shattered, as if a storm had passed through here. Bianca ordered him to sit down and he only mutely suggested, "Maybe we should go home." The The woman came out to the boy undressed just like that, without unnecessary explanations. He turned away and asked what she was going to do. Bianca replied that she couldn't pay the fine, so to avoid paying, she asked for permission. He was pleased to hear this request. The man shouted that he didn't come here for that, and he went with her only because on the way back she was not detained. The woman cried and whispered that she didn't want him to find out about it. The cat asked to go and rest. He was counting on her because she was supposed to clean his house the day after tomorrow. Bianca truly regrets it. She asks to be let go and the young man insists, let her explain why. The woman begs the man to leave and not touch her. And he cannot just leave her in such a state. What if she does something irreversible to herself? Coda suggested holding hands. The woman stretched out her hand and the boy quickly threw his coat over her. He told her to sit down, firmly took her hand and apologized. Bianca's hand is rough and cold. It sends shivers down the skin. The boy activated the first level of the fingers of God. He asked the woman if she was in pain. She replied that she felt warm. The hero asked her to tell more about her hometown. She said she comes from the southern region and in her thoughts imagined the sea and the sun. Bianca-sama threw him so many stories that her parents had a shipping company and their own ship when she was 17. She fell in love with a sailor, ran away from home and married him. The man was not very skilled at his job, so he poured out his misery in alcohol and beat her day after day, and 5 years ago he died. She has to go outside several times a month to survive. If only she had a stronger body. But no, what she says won't change anything. She is okay with this as long as she is still alive. The man asked if she really intended to commit suicide. She replied that if Hinoharu-sama used her to satisfy his desires, then she could feel something again, but he did not do that. Perhaps the reason is that she is not attractive. She confused his human attitude with something else, and at least then she would have died happily. Coda suggested they walk just a little. Standing by the canal, he tells her that night he learned so much about her that his heart tightened. She seems to have already come to terms with the hopeless future ahead. He means that he does not want her to end her life. The woman immediately clarified the reason. He answered she liked it. Bianca blinked in surprise and the guy just smiled. He said he cannot make her happy because he has someone he loves, but he thinks he can help her become happier. Bianca cut in. The some Hinajara-like kindness reached her heart, and yet she is tired of living. The man put his hand on her shoulder and asked, take a deep breath. The woman listened to him, and suddenly something strange happened to her body. The young man cured all her illnesses, so she still wants to die. He asks her to help him with work. She asks, what kind of work is it? Coda replies that it is the work of an angel's assistant. He takes her by the hand. He thinks that Bianca will witness a miracle and she will like it, and he of course will pay the salary. But is the miracle that they walk on water? Their gathering of people is already a miracle. The hero asks again if she will help them with the work, and Bianca clarifies. Does he really believe she can handle it? She is now walking on water and has no idea yet what the boy will answer. The woman smiled. They were standing in the middle of the canal and the moon was shining on the water. Coda barely slept. All night he talked with Bianca, and her eyes shone brighter each time he mentioned the printing press. It turns out he has a person who will really help with both newspapers and the spa. Coda greeted his comrades, but the girl flashed past him and said she had to go. The boy caught hands with a question, what happened? He answered, rumors are going around. He was seen in the city with another woman and it looked very bad. The boy seemed paralyzed by shock. People looked at the boy strangely. Clara-sama, who knew about Bianca, understood what happened, but he still encountered cold looks for a long time. The young couple stands on the street corner in front of a 3-story building. Thanks to Yoshioka's successful efforts, they managed to rent it for a shop and work on interior decoration has already started. The plan is as follows. On the first floor, tableware clocks and the world's first coffee shop where visitors can read newspapers. On the second, a storage room. On the third, workshops and bedrooms. The girl lingers her gaze on the sign with the company name Amida Shakai. This name brings back memories of the mountain the hero first climbed right after arriving in this world. The guys calculate the initial 100,000 marks invested by Clara-sama have grown into millions. Clara is truly a valuable investor. The man opens the door with an inviting gesture, so the girl quickly goes inside. They are greeted by Yoshioka and Bianca. Yoshioka, smiling, says that the building is currently empty, but he will gladly give them a tour. Clara admires how everything is already so well arranged. Yoshioka gratefully bows in response to the praise, and the girl also notices Bianca now looks much better. She responds awkwardly, as if implying she cannot recognize the fishing line. Clara explains this by saying that they are seeing her live for the first time. Then Bianca recalls the voice and confidently states that she now recognizes her as the hero's wife. Yoshioka looks around with a confused expression. He does not understand when Clara managed to take the man. He says this out loud. The heroes are confused and the girl explains, this is only a guess. But among other things, she mentions she sees it in dreams and someday it will definitely become reality. The hero abruptly rushes to interrupt the conversation and turns back to the girl. He declares that Bianca will live on the third floor. Clara agrees, trying to steer the conversation elsewhere herself. The scene ends with Bianca's smile. She is happy to have finally met him. In the car speeding along the road, the hero once again replays the following in his mind. What happened next? They return to Tokyo on business. They bought laptops, a printer, and a solar panel system for electricity production. Yoshioka turns to the hero. He asks him to return as soon as possible and mockingly emphasizes. Supposedly, he has already found a beloved wife who is waiting just for him. The boy feels something unpleasant tighten in his stomach from this joke. The bespectacled man mutters that he is completely serious. The hero is a little angry but must admit, he is truly incredibly happy. Suddenly the phone rings and Yoshioka picks up the receiver. He turns to his senpai with anxiety, but at first does not understand what is happening at all. Glove says that a letter has arrived from Emerson. She asks what happened after the hero left the company. Yoshioka himself clarifies what he should do, and after a pause the senpai replies, respond to the girl as gently as possible. The heroes stand in a secret room near apparatus. Koda holds a magic card in his hands, and Yoshioka crosses his arms behind his senpai's back. The technique they are going to use is called Transfer Portal. It allows placing 3 portals anywhere and walking back and forth between these points. The distance becomes limitless, but only 1 main portal and 2 additional ones are allowed. Once the portal is installed, it cannot be moved for 24 hours, and no one else learns about it. Up to 4 people can take the transfer portal, 3 must touch the user. Koda is delighted he finally acquired the teleportation skill, so he immediately connected the apartment and the company's headquarters. A week passes, rain. The heroes whisper about preparations for printing and how everything is going. Koda is sad that everything is flying by too fast, and he has no one to entrust with writing articles. Clara asks why not post an announcement at Royal Capital University, and they agree. It's really a good idea. She adds that it would be good to find an aristocrat who would introduce them to someone among his acquaintances who can read and write. Clara heard that many younger heirs have problems with employment. The hero says that then he will have to deploy a wide recruitment network, but it is worth trying. After that, Koda enthusiastically returns to Clara. He asks if she likes what they are doing now. It turns out the guys are sitting on the sofa and she is trimming his nails. She answers thoughtfully, probably yes. She looks away, blushes, and Koda silently watches Heron feels something tighten in his chest. Suddenly, a voice comes from behind the door. Somione tries to enter, tremblingly apologizing. The door opens and Emma appears in the room. Clara, already rising from the sofa, immediately asks what happened. Emma jumps up at the excited exclamation. She brought terrible news. According to her, the Portan army broke through the border and stormed into one of the cities. All the guys who were there look stunned. They ask her what exactly the situation is. Emma replies, the data is not yet confirmed, she only heard it from her father. The troops holding the border retreated to Romanburg, but the enemy still does not cease the pursuit. She adds that the defense has been destroyed, and now fierce battles are taking place in the urban areas. Romanburg is a city that served as a defensive base near the front line. Currently, the fighting is concentrated in the western and eastern parts of the city. This city has strategic importance. The Kingdom of Saxony decided to push the front to the Borderite by the Nissel River. Clara, frowning, summed up, the kingdom will send reinforcements, so we must be ready for the heroes to end up there too. The cat looks out the window at the city roofs in the rain. He is curious about how to observe what will happen next, and it seems that something important has just begun. The soldiers line up in a row and listen to the commanders. This is Dresden 1st Power Unit, the name of the new unit created by the hero. Clara is already giving orders to the regiment. The main task now is to deliver supplies from Zaxon to the frontline area in the districts of Romanburg. 4 guys all already in uniform leave the parade ground. 4 Eyes notes they are unlikely to be sent to the front. Koda replies that he is pleased to hear that. Clara is completely serious. She looks ahead and, thoughtfully choosing her words, says that they still do not know exactly when the enemy will strike. From their current headquarters to Romansburg, about 20 kilometers. They hold positions here, but the area still does not seem safe. Night falls on the land. All 4 come together again. Clara asks Emma to send her letters to Uhiberg. Her military service was supposed to end in August, but it may turn out that the terms will be extended. Emma is ready to carry out this assignment. Kido, according to Clara's instructions, will remain in the royal capital as a liaison. At the same time, he will continue to run the shop. Glazes agree with this. Kyuda and nearby she as her servant. After this, Koda returns to Japan and buys everything necessary, including drones. He walks down the bustling street and again catches a notification on his phone. He stares at the screen and freezes. It's not a letter from Yoshioka, which he was hoping for, but from Emi. The girl writes that she has filed for divorce and is waiting for a response. He sadly stares at the screen somewhere far away. Emi sits in her empty apartment. Around her are half-unpacked boxes. Her face and hands tremble. For her, 8 days have already passed since Koda decided to divorce. But for the hero, 3 months have passed between these two worlds. The time difference is huge. Emmy opens her eyes and looks at the phone. The screen flashes. Koda writes to her that he agrees. After a short pause of silence, Emmy begins to cry. She gets up from the table and pushes the chair aside. Then the girl picks up the frame with the photograph. In the photo, she is together with Koda. Emmy throws the frame into one of the drawers along with crumpled trash. The scene shifts to a brightly lit Japanese bar. There, two of our people are already sitting. Glasses asks Senpai if his new portal can transfer people between worlds. Koda says he tried, but nothing worked. Yoshioka adds, it would be convenient to go back and forth between worlds without requiring a summoning each time. The hero agrees it would really be bad if something happened to Clara. Glasses mutters that it's still too early to give up. He is surprised by Koda, who wolfishly devours food and asks again what he means. Skliasi reveals, the boy will continue to develop more and more different skills. Koda happily summarizes the chance that he will be able to come and go as he wishes is not yet lost. Overall, he is capable of mastering all possible abilities. The machine ejects the card and dings so loudly it hurts the ears. On the card is the name of the new skill, Water Creation Beginner Level. It allows creating up to 1 liter of water. Yoshika thoughtfully squints at the card and notes, the skill, to put it mildly, is not among the most useful, and indeed, there haven't been any useful ones for a long time. Despite this, the hero smiles slyly and says that he can still imagine how to use it. Clara sits down at the table and finishes the papers. She picks up a large stack of documents, rattles them on the table, and asks the guy if he has plans for the evening. Tomorrow, the hike finally starts. Koda, placing the cups on the table, says that he thought about taking a relaxing bath. The girl ironically clarifies. He mockingly invites her to join, but as soon as she inquisitively asks if he really doesn't mind, Kot understands he's gotten into trouble. It is already late evening. The boy is sitting in the bathtub and looking confusedly at one point. Clara rubs his back. He thinks how pleasant it is when she cleans his ears, trims his nails, and washes his body. She apparently really likes taking care of him, but not enough to enjoy it. Yet he does not object. Suddenly, the girl blushes even more from embarrassment. The man apologizes for his involuntary reaction and says that anyone in his place would have done the same. Clara only replies, it's okay. She understands everything. He says that he feels safe with her and that he will definitely wash himself. Clara approaches closer and suggests simplifying everything. He objects. It will take me a little more time before Koda realizes. She has already had to learn a lot from her cousin. Finally, the day of departure has come. All members of the supply squad load supplies onto horses and carts. Among them is Koda. Suddenly, someone politely calls him. The man is covered by the shadow of a tall fencer in white armor. He sneaked up from behind. He has a scroll with orders in his hands. He asks where the captain of this unit is because he was told to deliver this document to the captain. Koda only thinks what a giant this stranger is. Clara appears. She introduces herself as the captain and the new character hands her the scroll. Clara reads the order, then addresses the stranger with understanding, calling him a hero. She thanks him. Looking at the blonde and the giant with freckles, Koda recalls everything he once knew about the heroes of Zaxxon Kingdom. There should be 3 more summoned from Earth. He notices such attention and, asking friendly, inquires whether the young man has ever seen a hero. He replies that he is indeed from Earth and that he is a citizen of Japan. The swordsman leans forward out of pure surprise and disbelief. Suddenly he smiles widely and bursts out laughing. He presses the boy against himself in front of the stunned Clara and introduces himself. This is Gary. It turns out he is an American who is sincerely in love with Japan, and Koda is shocked by this surprise. Next, without letting go of the young man, the swordsman loudly exclaims as if to the whole hall. By the way, he himself would gladly have been born in Japan, and not just anywhere, but right in Akihabara. After that, the American, who turned out to be a Viaba's user, shows a toothy smile, while Kato, cornered, can only grimace awkwardly in response. 2 smartphones were connected to a compact power bank, and both started charging. Gary settles astride next to Koda and happily chatters. He had no idea he could charge his phone again. He is beaming, good thing he didn't throw it away. Gary also told his story. It turns out that before becoming a hero, he worked as a manager at a DVD rental store in Utah, USA. He is just an incredible nerd, and now he has finally managed to realize his dreams. Koda asks the boy when he came into this world. He answers, about a year and 2 months ago, then he asks the same question in return. The cat smiles and says that with him everything is a bit different. He is a summoned monster, so he can enter this world only when he is called. The American is amazed, so this means that Koda shuttles back and forth between Japan and Zaxxon. That's right, the boy agrees. The swordsman loudly exclaims, rejoicing that it is true. Placing his hand on that boy's shoulder, the American wants to ask the confused cat for a favor. Evening is approaching. The wife stopped with the camp after a 5-kilometer forced march. A freckled young man excitedly tries on his new down jacket. He tells Koda, who is standing there, saying he is in earthly clothes himself and this jacket is very warm. The hero politely accepts the thanks. Suddenly someone shouted Takuda. He turned around and saw an American in a t-shirt running towards him, waving a smartphone and shouting that he had already made a list. The Japanese man, confused, asks Gary if he is cold. He says he just became a hero, immediately felt along with strength, his sensitivity to cold and heat disappeared. Now his physical power is about 50 times greater than before, and moreover he can use a lot of magic. Koda emphasizes this is very different from his abilities. The American reporter adds that the same applies to other heroes, and in general the abilities are quite diverse. Gary trustfully tells the young man that his best skill is called Magic World. The Japanese man wants to learn more about this ability. It turns out this technology transforms trees and stones into antennas and transmits signals. Koda now understands where the news about the army's defeat spread so quickly from. But they have more important matters, in particular the list that the swordsman made for Kayada. The boy apologizes that he got carried away. The drone flies into the space between the trees. Koda pilots the UAV. The boy looks at the control panel screen and tries to check that everything is clear and working without glitches. He returns to Clara with the news they can continue. The girl nods and agrees, and as soon as they start approaching the destination, they become increasingly cautious with each step. But that man immediately notices. The closer they get, the sharper the smell of blood becomes, which he already senses. Finally, they, together with the people from the supply convoy, reach the damaged church. Now it is used as a field hospital. Koda goes inside. The scene is terrible, many wounded lie on the beds, blood is everywhere. The man speaks calmly and politely as if this is a usual matter. He warns the doctors about his arrival. He is called Hino Haru from the 1st Dresden unit. He says he has come to inquire about the wounded soldiers, those who are to be transported back to Dresden. The doctor wearily turns to him and immediately, without unnecessary ceremonies, asks, "Where is their equipment?" The man apologizes for the overly detailed explanations and says that they brought quite a lot: alcohol, bandages, opium tinctures, and so on. The doctor cuts the conversation short. This is already enough, and calls an assistant to start disinfection. Then Hinoharu adds that he has 236 wounded soldiers whom he wants to bring to safety. For this, carts with equipment are needed, but there are not enough. Koda, surprised, asks again if there is at least some healer in the infirmary. The doctor sadly shrugs. All healers are already at the front line. And even if they manage to bring some, their capacity would still be limited, a maximum of 5 people per day. Koda measures in his thoughts how much better Yoshioka is than ordinary healers because of his abilities, and what exactly he can do. The doctor approaches Koda again and sharply reminds him, there is no time to waste. They will have to transport 180 people with the most severe injuries, and the healthiest must march on foot. Koda understands, due to uneven roads, pulling the severely wounded by cart would be deadly dangerous. It is much more proper for them to be treated here. But it would be worth it for him to use healing magic to show his best side, and then he would be left here, at the front line, until the very end of the war. Then he decides he will be separated from Clara because she is the supply unit commander. Koda tries to figure out what to do now. While the boy catches this thought, he immediately comes up with a plan and grabs onto it. Koda runs outside and enters the tent. The commanders lean over the map, glance at it, and ask what happened. The young man tells Clara that he wants to ask her for a favor. She looks at him puzzled but attentive. Then this boy is transferred directly to the company headquarters. He opens the door, it creaks, still fully in combat gear. He is greeted by a set table. Yasuka is drinking wine and eating sweets with 2 ladies. One of them is Bianca, the other is a stranger. They greet him, welcome him back, and he only asks them to continue eating. The glasses return to Senpai and ask if he has already completed the mission. But no, Koda has already returned and came to Yashika with a question. However, before the conversation, he wants to find out who this unknown girl is. It turns out she is Krista-san. She will be taking care of everything here. This is how the explanation appears to the newcomer, why this man with glasses ended up nearby. The girl politely bows and states her name. She has been here since yesterday. Koda says, "Nice to meet you." Yashika clarifies what exactly Koda wanted to ask him, and he again turns back to the boy. They find themselves again in the secret room. Koda turns the device's handle and a new card slides out of it. On it is the skill name, Magic Bomb. It creates bombs by releasing magical power, and the owner can detonate them remotely within a time frame from 10 seconds to an hour at their discretion. Yasuka, putting on a robe, asks the hero if he really needs help with medical matters. The hero replies he does not want to be recognized. So he asks his friend to be quieter and hands him a mask. Yoshioka says that he recently learned long-range healing magic and wants to try it. Koda is enviously drawn, as if his friend is too talented. Clara stands in a clearing. Soldiers of the supply unit surround her from all sides. They do not understand what she is doing. Is the girl simply calling animals? No, they have not yet realized why she needs all this. She spreads her arms and bursts with magical light, as if illuminating not only the space but also the intention. Ahead, in a magic circle where flashes and other special effects blink, two figures become visible for a moment. They are called the Hippocrates brothers. Wrapped in robes and traditional Japanese masks, they arrived here exactly as the contract stipulates. The summoner wanted only one thing from them. Clara loudly announces what exactly she wants from the monsters. Let them heal all the wounded soldiers. The mask asks if Clara agrees that they will use 2/3 of her magical power. She does not object because the soldiers need healing. To be completely strict, this is a lie the guys made up so they would not be summoned too often. In the image of the Hippocrates brothers, the cat and the man in glasses show several more special effects. They tell each other that they will do it. Then turning to Clara, they confidently say that they will lend the girl their powers, and Clara rejoices hearing this. The guys stand in a circle, surrounded by fighters in uniforms, and scare them just by their appearance. Clara declares that she leaves this matter to the two of them. The wounded groan, writhe in pain, and suffer in the hospital. The beds are crowded, the wards are overflowing, there is no room to drop a pin. There are too few doctors, they are overwhelmed with work, and they can no longer handle the load. Fox Mask says to Demon Mask that he will cleanse every room with his range magic. Demon Mask replies that the most important thing is to patch up the more serious wounds, and adds a silly saying to Gozru. He still insists that he will try to heal each one individually. But the problem is that in this state, they have to speak roughly the same for greater authenticity. Yashiki's Fox Mask begins to cast a spell. A glowing orb flares up in his palms. He spreads his arms and directs the magic in different directions. The patients, exhausted by their wounds, feel relief. The demonic cat mask approaches a girl holding a bandaged arm. He asks her to allow him to examine the wounds. He grabs the mangled arm and begins to recite a spell. The wounded woman, stunned, looks him in the eyes. Under the influence of magic, the arm is completely restored. The girl happily looks at her now healthy arm, and the demonic mask quietly whispers that she should wash all the blood and dirt off her face, then it will be more fun. But she does not even think about calming down. In complete delight, she rushes to the doctor and hugs him tightly, then begins to dance from excitement, proclaiming that a miracle has happened, and this frightens the chief doctor so much. Foxmask is already far ahead, and his efforts make the mortally wounded get up from their beds, eagerly examining their own wounds, healing right before their eyes. The demon mask heals someone's wounded knee, and here it is whole and unharmed, peeking out from under the bandage. It was believed that the Hippocrates brothers treated each wounded soldier for 3 hours. Clara thanks the animals she summoned. They come out to meet her. Demon Mask tells her to be well until they meet again. He hands her a pouch from Earth. So Koda gave the girl medical supplies he bought in Japan even before they were summoned. These medicines would be extremely useful in this world. Clara again casts a magic circle. Two so-called brothers burst into the sky with bright flashes right before the eyes of the stunned soldier and fly away, bidding farewell to the conscript. She watches them with gratitude. Finally, the guys gather together and sit down. The whole masquerade has collapsed on them. Boots lie nearby. They drink from cans and grumble about how this little story has exhausted them. Now there is a chance that Clara will end up on the front line as a healer. Koda has already talked to the girl about this possibility. The young man immediately reveals a bypass route. When asked by the man in glasses, he confidently lays out the plan. First, it is necessary to determine how many times the brothers can be called, and then the treatment of soldiers will organize affairs at the front. Suddenly, Koda remembers something and rushes to the device so as not to miss the moment. He starts turning the handle. The card that fell announces, Skilled Dancer Intermediate Level. The user will be able to dance simply stunningly in various styles. And even the card promises, stars will shine around this dance and the moon will sigh upon seeing it. The cat thoughtfully mumbles that he actually doesn't dance that often. The guys find themselves again in their headquarters. Clara greets them with a welcome back, praises them for good work so they are pleased to get back to business. The heroine smiles and says, just as expected, now she will be sent to the front line. So it happened. Now the hero stubbornly thinks that he will protect Clara's summer. The girl with both conscripted young men stands straight before the command. From today, Clara is entrusted to lead a special medical unit. News about how Clara is again rushing forward and acting on the front line was reported to the general staff with the magical words of the American Gary. The decision to change the composition was made quickly, even too quickly to have time to look back. Along with Clara's promotion, the cat and the cat also became major sergeants, and they were treated as if he were an official person. Leaving Emma responsible for supplies, she and Clara set off to Romanburg. The action shifts to the front line of Romanburg. The girl uses magic to summon beasts, and one of the officers watches her closely. The so-called Hippocratic brothers come out wearing masks. General Ankiathet is the name of this officer. Addresses the girl by her surname, Madame Ansbench. He asks if these are the monsters rumored in the army. She nods, yes. The heroine returns to the boys standing right in front of her, holding her arms crossed over her chest, and asks the brothers of Hippocrates to heal the soldiers' wounds. The demon mask says they agree, but instead takes the person. The general makes a hand gesture and extends it to the character at a distance of one who looks like a cat. In a moment, the boy disappears from before the eyes of the surprised General Anke. The commander was caught on the spot, eyes wide open, and could not utter a single word. Because the figure that disappeared turned out to be a clone of the cat, it was created only to distract attention. After this, everything shifts to healing. Yoshika spreads his arms and with one healing spell covers the entire infirmary. For now, Koda leans over the next wounded person and says, "Brother's miracle works, so the patient must show the will to live as soon as possible." Here he, as they call him, they refer to him as summoned beast. Two frightened soldiers drag a third to him and beg, "Do anything, just don't help him take care of this man." They lay the lifeless body on the bed and try to wake the young man named Leo. One shouts that Leo is dead and will never wake up again, while the other chokes on tears. No, this cannot be. Leo cannot die. Everyone is sobbing over the boy's body when suddenly a demonic mask flies into action. It screams a promise to bring him back and begins casting its magic over him. But for a moment, Leo opens his eyes, suddenly sits up in bed and asks where he is. His joyful companions burst out with loud exclamations. Demon Mask agrees. Leo will be able to leave as soon as the treatment is completed. Leo says that soldiers should not refuse to carry those who have fallen. Even if they look dead, there may still be a chance to save them. And he adds that he will do everything with ASCII. Koda asks if the young man can read. It turns out yes. He immediately confirms this. Then Koda continues, the boy needs to go to Mrs. Clara and join her banner. Everything will be fine. He has a recommendation from the Hippocratic brothers. Leo once again in a weak voice asks to remember well. Mask tells the soldier that Mrs. Anne's bench is in urgent need of an assistant to deal with the paperwork. She asks him to hurry. He is ready to take on this new task. Ignoring his comrades who try to stop him, Leo runs away with all his might. Now he is sure. He has received a new life and does not intend to waste it. After these events, the army and the soldiers of Saxe felt inspired and marched to the Nisel River more vigorously, forcing the kingdom of Portman to retreat. Shortly after, they signed a 3-year truce. Since then, Koda has been called to a challenge 4 times, and he has gained 4 more skills. First is the skill of poison detection. The owner can sense poison in food the moment they touch it with their hand, chopsticks, spoons, forks, knives, etc. Second, Master of Wood Shopping allows cutting wood effortlessly. Chop and stack 3 times faster than an ordinary person. Third, the intermediate level of horseback riding allows sitting in the saddle, as if you are an experienced rider even on bareback horses. Finally, Lockpick allows picking various types of locks. Bad actions are strictly prohibited. For outstanding service, Clara was promoted to Baroness and granted new territory. The award ceremony was attended by Koda and Yoshika. The hero can also be appointed a knight with the power of a baron. If this happens, he will become an official subordinate of Clara, so he will no longer be able to marry her. The hero thinks maybe it really would be easier to earn some money and buy a title. But even then there will be no benefit, even if he gets a ranking in the tournament. Yoshika says that when Clara's territory expands further, she will need another new servant. Koda hesitates, then replies, this will not be a big problem. In this world there are truly many wonderful people. And for example, right now one of them is politely addressing the hero. Leo Koda wants to ask him to go with Clara to Dresden. The young man says that the Hippocratic brothers, to whom Clara turned, saved his life. So now he only has to repay this debt and, most of all, he dreams of testing his abilities under her leadership. Leo Koda understands everything. There is not a single lie in these words. The young man truly wants to do everything in his power. He firmly shakes the boy's hand, and thus Leo Koda joins them as a new ally. The sun rises over the boys' headquarters. They are talking about a comrade who joined them and feel how his help is incredibly inspiring. Clarendon is she who is speaking. No falls silent for a moment, overwhelmed by doubts. The girl lays her head on the cat's shoulder and this makes him feel quite embarrassed. The Baroness says she wants to enjoy the capital together with the royal, just the two of them. The hero turns to her, draws her attention, and she asks again what happened. He replies that he is now incredibly happy, and the chapter ends with the girl's sincere smile. Zaxxon again and again, until one day they return to Japan even before the ceremony where Clara will receive the title Baroness. The hero has no idea what kind of skill reward he will get this time. This is a skill for memorization. It allows learning text by heart up to 10k characters. Similarly, one can memorize numbers, perform informational transformations, and also rewrite and store these numbers. Yoshika says that the hero can now memorize a short novel. He replies, that's already too cool. There is someone else in the room. Turning around, they notice the pale figure of Seraphim who greets them. 2 boys bow as they walk towards him. A lot of time has passed since they last saw each other. Koda thinks that he might even be annoyed by how little the boys do with the newspaper. But reading the young man's thoughts, Seraphim dispelled his doubts and assured him he is truly impressed by how much they have already managed. Seraphim says he just needs to tell them both something and the boys are surprised. It turns out that while these two were on Earth, Leo went to Dresden and now she is with Clara Ansbench. For the friends, this is a real shock to hear such a thing. Seraphim asks the boys to carry out several of his assignments. Coda tells him, ask for anything. In general, Leia needs to be introduced as the heroine of Gary, so Seraphim says. The wheels of fate will probably finally start moving. Coda would gladly introduce her to Gary. He says this immediately, but recently the girl lost her beast. That became the obstacle. Seraphim bows his head. He understands everything. He really had many ideas but could not find a worthy beast. But there is a way out. He looks mysteriously at the treacherous boys. Returning to Yoshioka, he offers to become Leia's summoned beast, and Yoshioka freezes in shock, loudly exclaiming, celebrating this unexpected change. It turns out this thought has long been gnawing at Seraphim. Akihito Yoshioka, a man who skillfully fights monsters, so this is exactly how the creature imagines him. But the boy still has a question. Earlier, he was summoned simultaneously with his senpai, and if he becomes Leia's bonded beast, how will he be transferred to this world then? Doubts fade. If he agrees, the young people will be completely separated. Moreover, he even decided to grant himself the privilege to choose the place of their repatriation. Glasses asks if he is in Zaxxon. Will it be possible to receive a call if Lee is also in Zaxxon? And the answer is yes. Wherever he is, he will be summoned to where the girl is. Eventually, the boy thinks, is there any point in becoming her summoned creature? There is. Leia's ability calls in a special way. It increases his strength tenfold, and the boys are pleasantly impressed. Yoshioka thoughtfully creates flames and runs through in his mind what possibilities open before him. He decides to agree. He just needs to figure out the work at Amida, and that will not be a problem either. In Saratham, there is another request, and it is extremely urgent. The boys involuntarily tense up. 3 days later, in the morning, a new entrance to the dungeon will open in one place of the underground sewer passage right under the royal capital. This is incredibly dangerous. Of course, the appearance of the dungeon is inevitable, and Gary and Leah decided to take on this situation. Clara and Spanch also have to intervene to help the boys, and the Temple Maidens will become their allies. After all, Seraphim wants the boys to do everything possible so that Gary can clear the dungeon. The guys agree, and the creature disappears completely. A pillar of light emanates from it. Company headquarters, Leia meets them and greets them after a long separation. Coda says she is glad. She managed to come here, and she is happy to see Coda again. And little Zot has already grown since the hero last saw him, and he thinks so too. While Coda entertains the baby, Leah turns to Yoshiyuki. She heard about him from the Seraphims and asks to borrow his power. Akihito had already agreed to respond immediately, and this also allowed him to test his own strength. So he was glad for this new opportunity as well. Later, Clara and Leah will call the guys separately. This way they can compare and clarify exactly what they know about the time difference in both worlds. The action shifts again, this time to a room. Coda, who has not been alone for a long time, approaches the machine to get a new card. This is the Fire Servant skill. It allows summoning a mouse servant. It can release weak fire magic from its body and obey simple instructions. The hero immediately tests the new ability, waves his hand and summons a swirling flame that takes the shape of a mouse. The boy is happy another way to fight back has appeared. The young man approaches the summoned beast, dines before it, and then declares that he counts on it. The dungeon needs to be cleared. It's worth trying. The events unfold in the royal palace's conference hall. The ruler in white robes, thoughtfully folding his hands, listens to the Templar maidens and asks what exactly the Seraphim said. They answer without haste. Hero Gary needs to lead the group as soon as the dungeon appears. Knight Clara Einsbunch and Legeist will go with him. Meanwhile, the Knights of the Temple will prepare a blockade of the territory, and they will do this under the leadership of Rosetta Urbano. Rosetta Urbano is standing right here, and the politicians, trembling, turn to look at her. Yoshika inadvertently lets slip that the girl is extraordinarily beautiful, and because of these words, the politicians begin to pay attention to him. In such a serious situation, they are clearly not pleased. The heroes are completely confused. Events flash through their minds. It was thanks to Gary that they were invited to this meeting, but the Chancellor still does not understand who Coda and Yoshioka are. The ruler solemnly announces the verdict. The dungeon blockade remains the highest priority. Then, without further ceremony, he asks how many soldiers are needed to work in the dungeons. One of the politicians indifferently raises his hand and calmly clarifies. The maximum width of the sewer collectors is 8 meters, and the passages are less than 4 meters. The ruler scratches his chin and squints thoughtfully. He understands that troops cannot be brought into the sewer, so the heroes are needed right now. At the table, one of those present dares to object. He says he has his own doubts about Lee. After all, Lee is a summoner, so the church took her under protection. The speaker defends the interests of the clergy. He is in a robe. But they object. They say it is wiser to hire knights to guard her. The apologist insists that Lee should stay in the church because Seraphim himself ordered it. But the opponent cuts in. Lee is new, so the soldiers will be able to better study the battlefield and use her there. The dispute flares up and the argument turns personal. Coda listens and thinks, because of the looming danger, these politicians are fighting over Lee. At that moment, Clara speaks up. She declares that Lee Geist came from the territory of Evaberg from her, the Baroness's possessions, therefore the girl is under her protection. No one finds anything to reply to Clara. Coda bursts into the conversation and declares that Lee Geist acts according to the will of the god of space and time. She should not be dragged into anything or attached to any organizations. The politician turns to the young man in anger and shouts, "How dare he, a mere soldier, express his thoughts in such a place?" The Ukrainian replies, "The will of the god of space and time remains the will of God." The aristocrat becomes even more furious. He calls him insolent and orders the guards to immediately remove this man from the meeting room. The temple attendants object. This is unnecessary because Coda is a beast summoned by the god of space and time and appointed by Saratham himself as a guardian angel. At these words, the disputants suddenly lose their fervor. The bald aristocrat steps back and apologizes in a trembling tone. Coda now thinks that the temple maidens already knew about his nature back then, but the boy has already gotten used to it. Time passes and Rosetta Urbano waves her staff, invoking a magical spell. This happens the day after the meeting. All the main participants have gathered under Rosetta's protective dome. They have demonstrated their strength and assembled a team. Its composition is as follows. Hero Gary is a master of the two-handed sword 2 meters long. He boasts, in a one-on-one duel he is the strongest. Banch Clara Ann is a knight. She can essentially use any weapon and maintains a perfect balance between offense and defense. Moreover, she is the best master of ice magic in the country and a master of long-range magic. Rosna Urbano is a temple knight, flawless power in holy magic against monsters and the undead. Leah is a summoner. Although her powers are less than the others, she is still capable of summoning Aikido, who temporarily maximizes his magical power and becomes the strongest in the group. Sage Aikido Yashioka, master of both offensive and restorative magic, appears a meter away from Leah. And finally Kota Hikoharu, a man with skills like night eyes and a dog's nose, the best scout in the group. He sits apart from everyone, hugging his knees with his arms. Really, now is not the time to sulk, he thinks, spinning his new fire mouse. Manner, the girl sits at the table and asks the maid if it is true that the Minister of Military Affairs scolded Hiko Haru-san. She snorts mysteriously, plunges a knife into the steak, and at the same time chatters about how interesting it would be to find a way to kill the minister. The easiest way is to crush his throat so he can no longer speak. The maid raises her gaze. The lenses of her glasses cover her eyes and she says, "It was strange to learn that Hikagaru is a beast summoned from another world and also a guardian angel helped by Saratham." The girl at the table is moved. She thinks, if so, then the gods themselves sent her a young man and she is incredibly lucky. The maid watches this with the same tired, feigned indifference. Soldiers march on the cobblestones. They march in even rows, fully armed. This continues somewhere outside, right on the street, just under the window. So the entrance to the dungeon will open exactly at midnight, and at 8 a.m. the battlefield will be filled with soldiers. Coda spends all his free time with Clara. He squeezes her hand, tries to calm the girl, and strangely, he is the one who calms down. She swears that she herself will not die and will not let him die. Young people are hugging tightly. Finally, the whole team gathered in the sewer tunnels. Clara asks Lee to call her beast. Lee immediately agrees. She begins to pray, and in the magic circle appears Akita, quietly hovering above the ground. Yashioka joyfully grabs this feeling. Power flows through him, and he smiles broadly. Clara stared at the clock screen. It counts down to midnight, and now finally the appointed time has come. A giant portal suddenly grows in the high wall, from which lightning strikes the ground. From there bursts a whirlwind of terrifying monsters. They roar and gnash their teeth. Gary takes a fighting stance and shouts that the monsters are already coming. The team prepares to meet the onslaught rushing straight at them. Akido pushes Gary aside and asks him to stay behind while he and Lee perform large-scale magic. Lee replies that everything is ready. Yashioka confirms and asks to remember how they trained together. Both concentrate, then the man in glasses sharply waves his hands, and a whole swarm of magical needles bursts toward the approaching horde. Glowing needles fly down the corridor straight toward the monsters. They pierce the creatures through and destroy them one by one. Thousands of needles stop the pack of monsters and wound them incredibly badly. But Akihito is not finished yet. He releases another stream. 5 minutes pass and the team looks at the result with surprise. The corridor is completely empty. Leah and Yashika have destroyed all the attacking monsters. Some already say that it's over, but Rosetta reasonably concludes, this is only the first stage of the operation. Even Clara agrees Akihito and Leah have already done something unique. Gary inspects the passage. Now it's safe and the heroes can enter. They don't have time to realize how everything happened so quickly. And Gary, with a mysterious smile, says, it was Aikido who did all the dirty work. Coda hints Rosette should use holy magic to create a barrier in the hole, and Clara, please plug her anus with ice. The knight suggests that everyone set off and Rosetta agrees. The hero thinks it turned out a bit disappointing, but at least it's good that everything went exactly like this. The fire mouse rushes through the dungeon. They negotiate and carefully step between tiny reflections of crystals under the circles of magical light, talking about treasures in the dungeon. Some wonder how many there are, but Clara knows that's how it should be. The girl explains, this is why soldiers are sent here and also very often travelers. Coda asks if aristocrats can also equip expeditions. Yes, but it requires a large contribution. The man in glasses explodes, pleadingly demands that the Baroness post bail so that the young man can pass through the entire labyrinth. The aristocrat replies that she will let him in only when he wants to. The young man says that he wants to get into the dungeon at any cost because it's an incredible adventure. Gary, tightly hugging the man in glasses, says he understands him. They do not yet know that in the future everything will go wrong, as Yoshioka wanted. The boy and his conscript Leo were recognized for their achievements for neutralizing the labyrinth. They were knighted, but he will have to become Clara's servant or at least a baron to gain access to the research. The American offered Yoshioka to join his team of heroes and later to go on reconnaissance. For the Japanese, such an offer could only be a dream. The problem for Koda was that, like Yoshioka and others, he became a knight without territory. And now he received a salary every year 200 marks. The young man leaves the palace in new clothes already at night. Clara greets Sir Hinohara, who was just made. But he asks her to call him Koda as before. Clara replies, now he is no longer her servant, so he cannot be called that. He is a true knight and he is senior to the Baroness. However, the young man objects. He says Clara did not summon him. He again asks to continue calling him Koda. This surprises her and puts her in a deadlock because of such stubbornness. She agrees but wants something else in return. She wants him to call her by her name too, simply Clara. The boy tries and immediately feels embarrassed. She encourages him, yes, that's so cool. The conversation is awkward but at the same time strangely warm. Their relationship with Clara is just beginning, and the hero thinks about this as they walk hand in hand toward the sunset. Koda saw everything both good and bad during the defense of Romansburg, when magical tools were put into use. He understands technological innovations bring both gains and losses, and in everything he believes in there is a balance. The hero mentally utters what he supposes. The seraphim will want them to exchange thoughts and gather everything possible to develop themselves in this world. The girl addresses him respectfully. He replies, as soon as he returns, he would like to learn more about the Presbyterian way of thinking and already starts his motorcycle. Without hesitation, the girl agrees. The engine roars and smoke bursts from the exhaust pipe. The hero slowly drives into the city, pulling a heavy cart behind him. At the estate, everyone noticed the new state of affairs. Hinoharu himself finally became a knight. An aristocratic lady from the palace says that from now on they can have official relations in front of the whole world, and at that moment she dreamily rolls her eyes, barely suppressing a yawn. But for this to happen, Hinohara must learn more about her. The girl tells this to her maid, who awkwardly nods in response when asked directly. The girl servant with glasses enters the room. Her name is Lara. She addresses the aristocrat. It turns out a report came from the observation point. The girl will have to take it into account in her plans. Their target is Koda, and now he is heading to the territory of Clara Ansbench, Evaberg. The young lady is impressed. Why is he doing this if Hinoharu no longer serves Clara? She walks around the room and says that if Koda is appointed the local knight, then he should no longer serve Clara. The girl finds this funny after all, she still uses him like that. The servants listen attentively to the angry lady. She approaches the window and wonders what Clara wants. The aristocrat freezes, staring out the window, so Lara decides to approach and ask if the lady is all right. But suddenly she turns sharply and voices a plan to kill Clara Ansben. The servants are almost choking with admiration. They have never been offered anything like this. Laura asks again if she heard correctly. She says that right now is the perfect moment because Hinohara is not near the Baroness. We need to act immediately and very quickly, the girl concludes. In any case, the women think this woman is deceiving Hinohara. If Clara dies, then his eyes will finally open. The cunning mistress of the palace wants to set the court knights against the Baroness. But Lara interrupts the plans. She turns back to the girl and says that Akito Yoshioka is still with Ansbench. And again she asks distrustfully who he even is. Finally, the girl remembers. Yoshioka is a powerful mage who destroyed the dungeon with monsters in one strike. The image flashes vividly in her memory. Lara insists that Ansben is a strong enemy on his own, and if Yoshioka is against them too, they will have no chance. The girl frowns. The aristocrat does not understand what to do. She is confused. For a moment she feels that all is lost, then she falls silent, eyes wide open. She smiles wickedly and squints, muttering that a wonderful idea just came to her mind. The servants petrify under the dark aura of villainy radiating from her. Koda, having set up the portal, joined Finn. Somewhere he speeds on a motorcycle, bathing in the rays of the setting sun. Finn sits behind the boy on the motorcycle seat. She asks if she can live in her parents' house. He doesn't particularly object. Clara will stay there until 3 a.m. The girl asks if Koda wants to return to her as soon as possible because the Baroness is staying in Dresden. She looks at him slyly. Kota replies that everything is fine. He installed a portal at Clara's estate to return home as soon as possible. The young man keeps everything under control. She suddenly says that their house has a lot of rooms. The boy turns around and asks what she means. There is something unclear in her words, something he cannot understand. She answers simply, "You can't immediately say what will happen when you are in love. If he misses his chance, he will feel very bad." Kota sighs with relief and grumbles that the girl hasn't behaved so boldly for a long time. Now she makes him worry. The motorcycle tears forward and he comes to the conclusion he must get there as soon as possible. Finally, they arrive. The motorcycle stands near a country house. It was evening, and cicadas were piercingly chirping in the silence. The father of the family smiles and addresses the hero in a friendly manner. He says he is infinitely grateful to Hinohara for what he did for his daughter. Finn's brother does not believe that this could be true. Now his sister wears a military uniform and Finn admires her diligence. She confirms everything with such joyful relief that Kota immediately concludes that is exactly why he asked her to wear the uniform. The cat says it's time to return to Dresden. The head of the family is surprised. He does not want to let the young man go back at such a late hour. It is inhospitable here. He sharply raises his hands and suggests, "First use the knife and only the next day leave." Finn cuts the conversation short. She replies that everything is fine. Kota came to Everberg from Dresden so he can move using magic. They are impressed by this and think that now Kota seems to be a nobleman. The young man confirms their guess. The old ones fall face down to the ground and tremulously mutter that they are terribly embarrassed. Shame is practically oozing out of them. Kota freezes. He asks them not to behave like that, especially since he has not yet been officially appointed. And they insist Dresden must be incredibly beautiful. Ibo wants to see the city. He has not been there yet. His father pulls him up and sharply orders him to pull himself together, but Kota interrupts the conversation. He supports Ibo's desire. And then he suddenly suggests, let everyone go to Dresden. All three are surprised by his kindnesses, if another side of this boy has suddenly revealed itself. When everything finally ends, the young man opens the door and enters the lobby of the company building in Dresden. Clara welcomes Kot at the company headquarters for dinner and immediately concludes. Everything did not go as quickly as the young man had planned. He apologizes and explains. The delay happened because he was transporting Fine and her family, her father, mother, and brother Ibo here to the city. Clara nods, understands without unnecessary words. The boy politely asks Bianca to make more tea for four. She replies, "No problem, but the living room does not have that many chairs." Then he concludes that it is best for them to go upstairs, and everyone unanimously agrees. Yashika says that then they should also go upstairs, and Kota apologizes for the inconvenience. Kota looks around and searches with his eyes for one person, asking Hans where Emma went. After all, she was there when he left. Hans replies that Malady is in the saint's house. She was invited to a tea party organized by Giuliana. Kota is happy because he does not yet know about the aristocrat's betrayal, and says that it is wonderful, especially considering that Emma supports the saint. Hans agrees and adds that the girl was even nervous about it. The man thinks, did Juliana decide to shift attention to Emma instead of him? He knows that she is Yandir, but if Emma likes her, it means she cannot be a bad person. At this moment, Emma quietly, almost shyly, drinks tea from a large cup at the estate. Next to her on the sofa sits Juliana. She calls her by name and says that she has long dreamed of being friends. These words literally paralyze Emma with surprise. While Emma swallows the tea, the saint takes her hand and gently asks for permission to ask one more question. She shudders and turns around, frightened. The noblewoman explains she wants to check if Hinoharu is really the summoned monster of Clara Ansbench. Emma replies that yes, she has seen the summoning ceremony with her own eyes not once or twice. Juliana asks if there is anyone else who could summon Hinoharu. Emma is not sure. She says she thinks that Clara is the only one. The lady extends a short wait to the girl, steps away from the table and goes into the shadow. There Laura stands patiently and Saint admits, the plans have changed. The girl was going to poison Clara, but now another chance has appeared. If Clara's disappearance does happen, it could also drag Hinoharu along. Lara confirms her fears without any embellishment. The aristocrat calmly, almost mysteriously, smiles and says that now she has a better idea. Lara bursts out with a frightened question, what exactly does she mean? Juliana's smile does not fade. She only, without changing her tone, asks the girl if she knows anything about the subscriber's training. Ibo presses his cheek to the glass case and holding his breath peeks inside. Everyone in the bakery trembles at his manner of behavior. Passers-by tinkle with laughter at the rustic loser, but his sister Fane sharply pulls the boy up, shouting at the top of her lungs. Evening approaches, the boys sit at the table and eat. Ibo is terribly greedy and his sister pulls him again in front of the smiling Yashioka. Fane turns to his father to say, Ibo must behave decently, but he still stands in place confused. Clara tells the military woman that it does not suit her to be so strict. And 2 nights and 3 days of vacation have already passed quite successfully. The Finn family thanks for the time spent here, Before leaving, they bow to the hosts. They add that they are ready to do anything in return, but the Baroness just waved it off. There is nothing to worry about. The company is already glad to have such a friend as Fine nearby. Koda says that he will send them back right now, and the whole family is getting ready to head to the teleporter. Only Edo stands aside. His sister calls him to go with the family. The boy whimsically shouts that he wants to work with his sister in the capital. The parents are worried, and Finn is also shocked by such behavior. She insists, at least unlike the boy, the girl can read. He replies that he killed his first bear 3 years ago even before his sister, but she insists, reading is a duty. The parents shout at them. The father exclaims that enough arguing, they behave disgustingly, but Koda cannot stand it and intervenes. They really need people. Ibo and the father cannot understand what is happening. Smiling company representatives say that now they are looking for as many employees as possible to have time to properly prepare for the opening celebration. The villagers are delighted. A little later, after a short conversation, Ebba received a 3-month probation period. The cathedral shines in the sunlight. Juliana ascends to the hall and greets Priest Baffle, sincerely apologizing for taking some of his precious time. He replies with a friendly expression, saying that everything is fine and he would do anything for a saint, so he asks Juliana to continue. The noble lady's servants sit outside in the carriage. They say that Buffle is a disgusting person who turns temple servants into slaves, and that he should be condemned by all possible means. This is such nonsense, mutters the maid Karina, that both of them allowed Juliana to meet such a priest alone. Lara claims that all this is only to show how seriously Juliana takes the matter. The maids can only support her words, and the friend agrees. Baffle was already hatching an evil plan. He looks intently, scrutinizing the girl. She, for her part, says that she has, among other things, something to ask, and Baffle asks again, what exactly? The noble lady asks the priest if he knows what a training collar is. He replies that there was once something similar in the temple treasury. It seems to be an item that subjugates the summoned animal. Baffle asks why the girl needs this information, and she looks mysteriously at Baffle. Then the saint reports she invested money on the Western continent following the trend. They say that starting next year her profits should increase, but there is one problem. The evil summoned beast fiercely tramples the ground and sows misfortune in the fields. The priest smiles predatory. Finally, as he thinks, he understands what exactly the holy training collar yoke is for. She states that the locals worship this captured beast as if it were a god, and it will be better for the locals if it is destroyed. The priest says that Juliana is truly a good person. He sharply leans forward and takes the girl's hand. He squeezes it. The aristocrat does not resist, and this ignites a terrible bantulka. The priest says treasures are kept in the temple vault. Even at the saint's request, no one has the right to take anything from there. She plays despair. Is it really impossible to take even a step for the sake of faith? She insists that she will do everything if Batha helps her. The priest tenses. Is he really capable of going that far? Then he adds, actually he can enter the treasury, but first he wants to see how far Juliana is willing to go for this. And he begins to touch the girl. His intentions are becoming increasingly indecent. The girl stops the priest and asks him to wait. She will give her virginity herself if Baffle brings the collar, but later. He freezes in shock. Really, is this actually true? She only nods. I agree. Then the priest clenches his fists with excitement. He will get the artifact as soon as possible, but Julian will have to wait a little. Horses' hooves clap-clap on the cobblestones. Lara praises the maid for successful negotiations, thanks the servant. He looks away out the window. She says as soon as everything is done, payment will come at the request, and when that time comes, she will have to submit to Buffett. As soon as these words left her lips, those present trembled one after another with anxiety. Evening again at the company headquarters, everything gathered and cleaned as it should be. The palace hall is crowded with people, mostly aristocrats. Clara enters and greetings pour in from everywhere. The thing is, Clara was recently granted the city of Bams. It is a mountain town near Bram. It relies on salt, fabric, and meat production. The population is over 2,000 and taxes are significant. It all happened thanks to her knight, Action, and the Baroness became the ruler of Bamsa. Applause is heard. The dining servant Ebo approaches with wine, carrying glasses on a round tray while guests converse among themselves. Koda also sneaks among the merry guests. He drinks just a little wine and is immediately asked if it is really that tasty. This is Count Brahman. The young man nods and asks after him, does the aristocrat like it here? He replies that he enjoys the food and wine served to him. It turns out the gentleman has already come to talk with Madame Anne's Banshee D. His hometown Bram and the city of Bams are very close. He extends a glass, offers a drink, and hopes for strong relations in the future. Koda says they must do everything possible to understand each other. And with the Count's support, both territories will continue to actively develop strictly according to the young man's plan. The Count says he just received a postcard from Madame Ansbonk. He dips his hand into his pocket and extends a card to the Japanese man, luxuriously decorated, like a trophy. Koda feels curious and asks the Count what happened. He replies he would like to have his own. It would be nice. Koda nods. Since the request is from Brahman, everything will be done as quickly as possible. The young man introduces the aristocrat to his engineer Oliver Bach, who developed the printing press. The Count can ask directly, without any roundabout maneuvers, and by the way, he is not the first to try to obtain this technology. The boy leans against the wall, finally free from his social obligations. The moon is already high in the sky. He thinks everything is going quite smoothly, at least for now. From tomorrow, he leaves the royal capital and sets off to Bams Clara's new territory. Since Fine is his only assistant, he estimates how busy he will be with work so that he can at least be alone with the girl for a little while afterward. Here Leo appears. When the young man directly asks what happened, he replies, "Now the royal herald Joachim will enter." And Gerald enters, clears his throat, Koda falls to the ground and mumbles an apology. Then Gerald solemnly proclaims the royal decree. The essence is this: Sir Kodo Hinohara was appointed a member of the dungeon research team, and now he will have to join Hero Gary and others in this work. The man is utterly astonished by the news, but finally begins to piece together the puzzle and understand what is happening here. So in combat strength he may be inferior to Gary and Yoshioka, but he has a bunch of skills useful for exploration, searching, storage, night vision, dog scent, fire rat, and much more. The herald greets the knight with the prosperous road that is opened for him. The boys see off the messenger with their eyes, and Leo, who understands nothing, smiles and tells Koda that he greets him. But as soon as he catches the appropriate glance, he is pierced by shame and he begins to apologize. Koda sends the boy to get wine and he, like a madman, rushes away. The hero stands up, looks out the window, and sighs deeply and heavily. In the end, he wants only one thing: to return to his dear Clara. Aristocrats whisper among themselves at the social event. Koda stares into the glass of wine and remains silent until he is distracted. Someone announces that they heard the news. At that moment, a hand in a cuff rests on the boy's shoulder. This is Gary. He brings his face closer to the Japanese man, smiles, and asks if he will go on the expedition with everyone. Gary trembles at the thought of traveling with Koda, but Koda does not share his enthusiasm. Yoshika approaches and states that he fully understands his senpai. He draws a parallel with a business trip that happens at the most inconvenient moment. He sincerely feels sorry for the boy and says this with a smile. Koda turns around and surprises the American. He apologizes, steps back, and explains that he first has to report to Clara and check the schedule. The American nods in agreement. He awkwardly scratches the back of his head and pushes a question to Yoshioka, as if asking whether he said something wrong. The aristocrats burst into applause. The hero walks between the rows of aristocrats, receiving greetings and thunderous applause, and thinks that getting into the hero squad is the shortest path to success. But there is no sign of success here. The hero, having approached Clara from behind, calls her by name. She turns around and says that since he is already a knight, he no longer has to address her as Clara-sama the way a servant would address his lady. Koda looks at her and freezes. He immediately realizes, now he is in a formal public place, so he must behave decently. Clara, suddenly catching his attention, asks directly, isn't Koda her fiancé? And if so, let her speak to him differently, at least call her Clara-san. The Japanese man freezes for a moment in shock, and then, finally understanding what is happening, manages only to cry out softly. The aristocrat who approached him says he is terribly surprised to hear this right now. He was just about to introduce the hero to his younger daughter. Koda is sure for the 30-year-old divorcee this will be too much. Clara quietly and conspiratorially approaches Koda and whispers that now is the best moment to announce this. Koda does not understand what exactly the girl means. There are indeed many aristocrats here who came to introduce themselves to him, Koda and Akido. The Baroness is sure. They came precisely to introduce the boys to their children. Clara leans toward the young man, says she will not give him to anyone, and wants to convey this to everyone as soon as possible. Both are shy. The boy looks at the girl very openly and thinks that he just wants to hold her in his arms right now. The stewardess straightens up, loudly raises her hand, and orders everyone to listen to her. From now on, she wants the guests to join and enjoy champagne and wine from another world, and at the same time, so that she can introduce some of them. Knight Koda Hinoharu is our hero. Many in the hall already know him, but the girl dares to ask permission to introduce him once again. She says that the Knight Koda is her fiancé. The triumphant exit immediately explodes with applause, and the hero bows low, touched by such attention. Wine is poured into glasses. Koda drinks next to the Baroness and she says she heard he will go to explore the dungeon. Without Koda nearby, the girl will feel lonely, but he cannot refuse the imperial order, so he agrees. However, he adds that with his portal he will be able to return every night, and her sighs and enthusiasm, that's why. The young man's words made her happy. He adds that Gary can even establish a connection immediately for both, and as soon as the heroine calls him through this connection, the guy will rush to her without hesitation. But this is not enough. The Baroness can at any moment simply call him. After all, he is not only her fiancé but also her summoned beast. She freezes with delight. Koda moves closer to the aristocrat and announces that he is actually not going anywhere. Clara is puzzled and at the same time delighted. She tells the young man not to spoil her too much. She will not be able to be constantly nearby, and she says all this despite feeling terribly uncomfortable. The hero makes a promise to himself to quickly explore the dungeon, return as soon as possible whole and unharmed, and bring with him all these moments. Before stepping into the dungeon, Coda created a portal to Clara's new territory. The territory of Bams is located significantly closer to Everberg than to the royal capital. Therefore, he should have used the portal to Everberg first. Moreover, it was about 150 kilometers from there, so the way back from Everberg promises to be relatively easy. The action again shifts to the company building. As soon as Coda returned, he goes inside and declares that he is here again. Clara, who is standing literally nearby, welcomes him back. "It seems you returned safe and sound," the girl concludes without looking away. The hero nods and clarifies, "Isn't it time for him to leave already?" Clara looks at him and asks if the boy will rest because she says he is very tired. But the boy has an ability that allows him to recover quickly. She again shifts her gaze to the young man but still tries to take care of him, gives him something to quell his hunger after the long journey. He only sighs. Clara abruptly stands up and quickly leaves the room. The man turns around in confusion and asks if something happened. He gets no answer. Near the door, the girl turns around and orders him to wait. He only nods. Of course he will wait. Fane leads him to a chair and forces him to sit. She says everything is fine and he immediately obeys. Leo confirms that she is right, then asks how things are in Bamsey. Coda reports now he will be right here in Bamsey. Yay. Fane also has to go to Bamsey. She needs to prepare something. She asks if she can go in uniform. No, on the contrary. He replies that the girl is pretty, then asks if she has finished her service in the Royal Guard. She answers that she does not want to be looked down upon. Leo says it's time to finally find a job somewhere else. Coda gently pats him on the cheek. The young man is nervous, but will still work at BAMS as a bailiff. The bailiff has the right to collect taxes and maintain order, so his duties are not easy. He will need about 2 subordinates. He is not a bailiff yet. There is no need to worry. Leo tells this guy that during today's inspection, they need to have a detailed conversation with the mayor while he is here. He thanks the cat, and at that moment, the young man hears a loud knock. It is the sound of a door opening. Clara enters carrying a tray with something covered by a napkin. Coda runs up to her and says she cannot carry it alone. Tin calms him down. Everything is fine, he just needs to sit down. The girl pulls him into a chair. Clara, still holding the tray, silently watches all this. The girl places a tray in front of the boy. There is a surprise hidden there. He says he feels bad for making her work. She replies, "Let him not worry and eat faster." The cat unfolds the napkin and finds sandwiches underneath. Sandwiches lie evenly on the plate. The boy finally dares to bite a small piece of one of the sandwiches. The girl excitedly asks what they taste like about the sandwiches. The boy replies that they are really tasty. The cat clarifies who made them, Bianca or Krista, neither of them. Clara points to herself and declares she made these sandwiches herself. The man freezes in amazement. After a brief pause, he turns back to the girl in shock. "I cannot believe that such a thing is even possible." She says that's right. She always dreamed of learning to cook, and now she smiles because her dream has come true. In fact, she wanted to try something more complicated, but Aikido said that one must learn gradually. Clara apologizes for it being so simple. The man assures the result is truly incredible. Clara literally shines with delight. He says he sees the Baroness made sandwiches and made them with special love. He is happy that the aristocrat prepared them just for him. The girl turns back to the cat. It became known that Clara did this every day. The man listens with surprise to Fane's story about how the aristocrat once cut her finger during the first attempt and how Aikido had to heal it with magic. Clara explodes. She shouts that it was a secret, outraged by Fane's talkativeness. And the hero gently replies he understands everything. When he looks at the sandwiches, he notices. As soon as he eats each one, he feels the same as she did at the moment she faced her own demons face to face. Because this sandwich is filled with Clara's love from now on, his heart and mind will be filled with energy tenfold. He takes a sip of tea from the mug. He thanks the girls for the treat. The sandwiches were simply wonderful. He literally shines with gratitude. Clara promises that next time she will cook something else and asks if he wants to eat more. The man thanks her again and adds that he is truly a happy person. Clara addresses him as her fiancé and calls him her silly fiancé. The man thinks that this is exactly why he is so happy now. Leo and Fane exchange glances in the background. Above the company building, cloudy. The action moves to Clara's new territory in Bombay. Stalls trample wheat. Someone walks right through the crops deliberately, carelessly. Peasants grow wheat the same way as on Earth, he says, turning to his companions. The methods are the same wherever you are, he concludes. The farmer trampling the grain introduces himself as Leblanc, a luxurious Bomza. He thanks the guests for waiting. Clara looks at him intently. A half-worn building in the city. Inside, the guys talk with the mayor. They discuss the future with the city ruler. Since there is a neglected building in the city, Its reconstruction will turn into a police quarter for Leo, and while the work continues, the contractor will live in the mayor's house. Meanwhile, the hero notices 3 girls are watching them from around the corner. The city mayor squints slyly and majestically, then tells the guests, let them forgive these 3 for their ignorance and that the girls should properly welcome the arrivals. The girls bow to the guys. Clara turns and nods her head to them. LeBlanc claims that his eldest daughter can read and write, so she might be useful to Leo. He asks to take the girl as his secretary and introduces her. Rita. Leo looks at her embarrassed, and at that moment he turns to Clara. She thanks everyone for their help and clearly says, if an employee does the job well and honestly, they will receive fair pay. She emphasizes that Leo should also be asked more about his work and he agrees. Clara asks the girl how old she is. She answers she is 17. Coden notes that all 3 look quite smart and decides, with Leo the girl will be safe. And just as he thought this, the young man was immediately knocked down. The sisters immediately start arguing. One of them also wants to help Leo if the sister does not object. Coda asks her name. The girl's name sounds like Naomi. When asked how old she is, she does not hesitate and immediately answers, 16. Coda comes to a perfectly understandable conclusion. The girl is tired of sitting at home. To objections, he replies that yes, this is indeed so. Then Naomi asks her sister if she minds. In response, one hears, why not, she will be working with a wonderful person. Lev, hearing this, involuntarily spits out the tea he had just swallowed. Then all right, says Coda, how about working in Dresden? Naomi is practically jumping for joy. She never dreamed she would ever work in Dresden, and she is truly happy about this opportunity. When asked why she says this, Coda replies, Amida Shakai is short of staff. Bianca and Krista did everything they could, but the groups have too many clients, especially the beauty salon, booked 6 months in advance. Naomi suppresses shame and tells her father that she wants to work at Amida Shakai. She sincerely hopes he will not object. At that moment, the third sister, Isabel, interrupts the conversation and also adds, she wants to work. LeBlanc lays his head on his hand and thoughtfully says that Dresden is very far away. If it were closer, at least you could see the city from there. Coda cuts off his own thoughts with a prompt, go to Amida Shakai right now, and everyone freezes in surprise. Of course, they could take everyone to Dresden, but now together and at once there are only 5. The girl's mother finds it hard to admit the request, but she herself wants to join. Coda says that it's even safer for the sisters this way, so they set off. 3 girls are embarrassed by what they see in front of them. They examine the strange objects cared for by Amida Shakai, and Coda explains what exactly the company's products consist of. Naomi asks if they have thefts. It turns out there are very few considering the barrier set by the great mage Yoshioka. The mayor asks again, because, as it turns out, he knows something about Yoshioka. He exclaims that it is great magic that sealed the dungeon, and just then Gary appears. He wants to talk to Coda. The young man introduces him to the Bamsa family from Clara's new territory, simply showing these girls Amida Shakai. Gary smiles at everyone and introduces himself as Gary Levy. He welcomes the guests. That's all about that. The hero says he doesn't care if such beautiful girls join Amida Shakai. He even offers Mayor LeBlanc a cola, although he doesn't yet know what it is. Coda holds the bottle, and the American treats LeBlanc to a frothy drink from his world. After obstacles to the girls' work, Amida no longer has any Shakai. 18 days have passed since the hero's last return. The weather outside was nice and sunny. Coda is half lying in the passage and dozing. He didn't manage to return earlier because he was too busy cleaning the labyrinth with the team. This time, as soon as Coda appeared on Earth, he immediately got lucky with Japan. He was asked for a favor. He opens his eyes and watches as a stewardess passes by with a glass. The man is traveling to Salt Lake City, Utah. A young man knocks on the door of a small wooden house on the outskirts. The sound comes from behind the wall. An elderly woman cautiously peeks out from behind the door and asks who dared to come up. Coda smiles, greets her, and says how nice it is to finally meet, but she immediately turns away, saying they already have insurance. It turns out she took him for a salesman. Coda grabs the edge of the door and asks her to wait. To the shocked woman, he explains that he came to deliver a message from Gary and adds, he is Gary's friend, Coda Hinohara. The woman hesitates for a moment, then asks again about Gary. She cannot believe her own ears. Finally, the young man is invited inside. The woman sits on a chair and her young daughter stands behind her. Coda tells them, believe it or not, but first let them watch the video. Gary smiles at the stunned women on the phone screen. He tells them his mother and sister Cindy that a lot of time has passed since they last saw each other and that it really is him. The American explains he is now somewhere very far away and cannot return home, so he entrusted everything to his friend Coda. On the table in front of the boy, a huge suitcase full of money suddenly appears. On the screen, a message flashes to Gary. He has $300,000 in cash for daily expenses for his mother and for Cindy's school expenses. The American's mother looks at the young man suspiciously and says that this is too much money and her son might be involved in dubious affairs. But Coda replies, there is nothing dubious here, this is Gary's reward. She starts yelling at the Japanese man, clenching her fists and asking why her son hasn't come home then. The hero tries to calm her down, saying maybe he is just ashamed of his own family. Suddenly, Cindy's voice is heard from behind. She politely but insistently asks the hero to stop immediately. When the boy turns around, he sees the barrel of a shotgun pointed right at him. This is Gary's sister. She persistently questions the Japanese man, aiming a pistol at him, asking where her brother is. At the same time, she shouts at her mother that she doesn't believe the video, as if Gary is being forced to say exactly what he says. She presses the pistol to the boy's forehead and states that her brother might not even be conscious. The girl's mother can't stand it. She yells at her to stop. Cindy also orders her mother to take a closer look at Gary's clothes, the shiny armor and the sword. She insists even if it's cosplay, it still looks suspicious. She is hit by an electric shock and falls to the floor. Koda stands over her, extends his hand. He stunned her with magic right in front of her mother. He suddenly rushes to the girl and hugs her. He wildly shouts his daughter's name, but the Japanese man cuts in. It's only paralyzing magic and the girl will be able to get up later. The woman skeptically asks if Koda really used magic, because she doesn't believe in magic at all. The young man sighs and says that he is truly sorry, saying it would have been better if he had told everything from the start. So he did tell the Americans everything about Gary. Quite some time has passed. He claims that the boy is an active hero in another world, and that everyone loves him for his bright character. Women listen to the cat who sprawled out on the sofa. And it should be clarified, the American actually very much to the point of trembling wanted to eat his mother's homemade food. And since he was called a hero, he could not return home. As soon as people find out about this, they immediately cry and sob upon hearing this sad truth. Suddenly, the American's mother gets up from the sofa and says that when he mentioned home cooking, he meant her signature Reuben sandwich, and she will make the best one he has ever eaten in his life. Cindy watches a video where her brother says, this time Koda will go with him on a dangerous journey, and she must give Koda the weapon that lies in his room. Cindy agrees. She orders him to go upstairs and he obediently follows her. Now he is in Gary's room, packing various suitcases into a spatial safe storage suspended right in the air. Cindy says that at first she thought the boy was talking nonsense, but now that she has seen the magic, she believes him. After that, the boy went to Japan, having previously promised that he would visit the guys again in the future. The treasury under the cathedral in Dresden. Only the highest-ranking priests have the right to empty the chests with treasures. The guard greets the priest as he just enters, and the priest thanks him for the hard work. In response, the guard promises he will immediately open the door for him. The priest thanks the guard when he unlocks the door and slides the heavy bolt aside. The doors slide to the side. The priest enters, listening to the caretaker's invitation. He holds a lantern in his hands. The priest also holds the broom. He thinks, although he finally got the position of archbishop, he is still, to his own surprise, forced to sweep the treasury as if he were a janitor. Buffetant it really was him could not imagine that the saint herself would offer herself to him. He approaches one of the shelves, lit only by the flashlight in his hand, and smiles broadly. Ultimately, he looks at the thing for which he has the right to receive this award. The action shifts to the company building. Bianca peeks out the window and calls the man inside. She greets him. This is the son of Halger. He apologizes for disturbing them so early in the morning, and the messenger asks if Lord Hinoharu is available. She replies that she was told, Hinoharu is currently away and will return in 2 days. Then she asks again if what the messenger needs to say now is urgent. He says he would not call it urgent. He moves closer and whispers in a conspiratorial tone, the killers appeared last night. The girl naturally turns palish, was afraid of robbers. Although all the bandits' goals were bad people, their intentions were not pure either. They stole money and would have eventually killed anyway. Halger was going to tell Master Hinohara, but he was not there. He rubs his chin and thinks. Bianca says that even if Hinohara is not there, the Baroness is free and invites him to the office. He nodded as if to say everything is fine, but still was afraid to enter. Bianca reassured him, Baroness Ansbench is extremely friendly, so there is nothing to worry about. It turned out that the man just gets nervous every time aristocrats are nearby. And Lord Hinoyaro, despite this, behaves differently from them. Bianca replied that she understands what Halger is talking about. Koda can sometimes be a very friendly and sociable person. He cautiously noted, maybe this sounds rude on his part, but it feels like Koda is a very friendly dog. Bianca laughed at this playful comparison. The gnome admitted that he is worried. He feels like he is making the boy look bad. The girl replied that it is safer this way when there is someone nearby who knows the situation, like Mr. Halger, so there is nothing to worry about. He replies that he will not say that. Bianca invites him to continue the conversation inside, and eventually he agrees to come in. The cat sneezes loudly. He sits in his old apartment in Japan. It is a complete mess there. He rubs his nose and mumbles that probably there is dust in his nose. The boy looks around his small apartment. He already has over 100 million. He could buy himself a small residence, but he is afraid that because he is unemployed, Buying a luxury apartment will lead to tax scrutiny. While he packs the sports bag, another thought ripens in his head. In Saxony, he will have his own life and he will live there as luxuriously as possible. Together with Clara, he freezes for a moment and remembers that girl. He slips into the secret room and approaches the machine. The man turns the handle and a new card appears. The name of the acquired skill is Measurements. It allows measuring objects that you can lift with your hand with maximum accuracy. You can only measure what you can pull. With such skill, he could become the employee of the month if he worked in a business related to sales. Probably this skill should be kept secret from Clara, otherwise she will not let herself be hugged again. The hero grabs the door handle. The hero smiles. Finally, he is home and the girl meets him. She asks if he is already used to calling her simply Clara. The hero replies, he doesn't know, but it's better for him to say Clara-sama. He spreads his arms and invites her to hug. They hug and the girl feels Kit smells simply incredible. He says he wants to start selling perfumes and has already tried some scents on himself. He asks the girl if she likes the smell. She replies that she doesn't care, but in fact she likes it very much. They squeeze each other even tighter, and the girl, as if unable to hide her delight, whispers, "This is the most wonderful scent in the world."